Alright, we live. We live. Hello. Coffee break. Invisible. There we go. Professional streamer. I've got a little coffee break thing I can bring up now. Boom. Boom. Oops, that's editing it, not invisibling it. There we go. I'm getting better at this thing. Oh, I need to open the timer software. So that I can set the timer. Count up. Start it and pause it at 1 minute. There we go. Is this the first draft? Are we in? Are we in already? Right as I get back with my coffee? Big. Some good coffee. Alright, come on, Fnatic. I have to be a Fnatic fan since my girlfriend is, so let's go, Fnatic! Top the group. Straight into groups. Skip the best of fives. No, Beyond must win for Pick'ems. Aw. Well, I value the integrity of my relationship over your Pick'ems, unfortunately. And also my Pick'ems, because I put Fnatic. Welcome back, Benjamin. How are you doing today? Alright, what are we gonna see? Red side, Hecarim, Maokai, Caitlyn, Aatrox. Blue side bans, Azir, What were people banning on blue? I mean, they were banning Aatrox on blue sometimes even Caitlyn, Misfortune. F1 was interesting. Yeah, the race was a little bit dull for a lot of it. Hello, countersign. Okay, Victor ban. They might ban LeBlanc on blue side then, if they're trying to target ban Humanoid. There you go, there's the LeBlanc. Hecarim on red side, of course, very standard. They may also ban like Akali or Sylas, if they're just purely trying to ban out Humanoid. I think blue side have a lot of freedom in their opening bans in the current meta. They're going for upsets Callista. Okay. Understandable. Not a good day to be a Russell and Hamilton fan? Indeed. Indeed it was not. Lewis had an oopsie. Quite uncharacteristic of him. But you know, that happens. It's not like he's going to win the championship this year anyway, so... I think it's fine for him to go for like riskier driving like that. Because it could have paid off and he could have gotten 7th instead of 8th, but he ended up with 9th instead of 8th. Okay, Maokai Misfortune. Maokai Akali. They're opting for the skill matchup in mid. I mean, with Humanoid. I understand it. Now I would maybe go Misfortune and Mumu here. Could also do Astronauta. But I think of Beyond Gaming's playstyle from these past few days. Let me think. I'm trying to remember. They were a lot better in the second round of games. But their drafts tend to be just sort of whatever champions they like, rather than like drafting themes. This is relatively thematic so far, but it's also still very solo QE draft, you know? Like, we like Sylas, we like Sedge, we like Kai'Sa. We just pick these champs in isolation. I'll just grab Misfortune here on red. Wait, Caitlyn's open. But if you go Caitlyn now, they'll ban... Graves? I am a Graves enjoyer, but I think 80 carry pool can get pinched pretty hard here. So blue should be banning Misfortune. They should be banning probably Xayah. Kai'Sa pick feels so awkward. No, yeah, I agree. I think it has a lot of like lanes that it loses into. Like pretty much every Misfortune lane. I know people are picking it into Misfortune, but I don't understand why. It's like the Kennen into Aatrox. I really hope we don't see Alistar and Kennen today. Okay, there's the Caitlyn ban. Oh yeah, true. I just mentioned Caitlyn and then I forgot about it when I said ban Misfortune Xayah, but I think they should ban Caitlyn Misfortune though. And give them the Xayah. No, maybe give them the Misfortune. I think Xayah's better into what they have, into Sedge, Sylas, Kai'Sa. Xayah's pretty insane. The Fiora ban? Oops. I accidentally banned Ahri. Ahri's something that we've really not seen at all, right? Ahri just dropped off the face of the planet from playoffs into Worlds. It's interesting. Misfortune ban? Xayah ban? Yeah, they go Misfortune ban, but I think Xayah ban was actually slightly better. But it's one of the two that I was calling for. You put Ahri as most picked? Ooh, that's unfortunate. You're happy to not see Ahri? Yeah, I mean, Ahri... I think we will see Ahri again. Like, Gen G really like Ahri. I think Chovy lost one game the entire year on Ahri. Aphelios, okay, they chose Aphelios over Xayah. I think Xayah's better. Are they taking Trist mid and putting Sylas top? That's not terrible, yeah. Zyra? Jack's blind. I think you just put the Maokai into the Jax here, and then you pick a support counter pick on 5. Garen has been picked and she hasn't. True. Emo has been picked and she hasn't, bro. Seraphine for Fnatic? They picked Nautilus. Kai'Sa Nautilus. Aphelios Seraphine sounds a bit vulnerable. I would go Renata. Are they playing Gragas top? Yeah, they're playing Gragas top. I mean, okay, Gragas is a matchup that I really like into Jax, though. I think I mentioned it another day when Foz was here. I was saying, are they going to pick Gragas into Jax? Cho'Gath top into Maokai support. Cho'Gath's okay into Jax. I really like Gragas here. Everything Beyond want to do wants to go in, and Gragas hits people away. Darius would have been so good. Darius would have been pretty good. I think you're a bit physical damage heavy if you go Darius, though, maybe? Like, you rely on Akali being ahead. At least with Gragas, you have some more magic damage in your comp. Thematically, Gwen would have been really good, but the matchup into Jax is really rough. Gragas is really good, yeah, I agree. Okay. Draft-wise, they have winning... Fnatic have winning top, winning bot... winning mid, sorry. I actually think they have pushing bot as well. So I think Fnatic have 3 winning lanes with Graves. I think that's, like, really good in draft. Beyond need to snowball. Because Fnatic with Aphelios, with pure, like, hard disengage into hard engage, I think they're outscaling. I think Beyond has so much magic damage. They do have a lot of magic damage. But they have quite, like, spiky physical damage with, like, if they go collect the Kai'Sa, which is probably not even good here. Akali does like being part of a full physical damage comp. It just puts a lot of reliance on your Akali playing well. And I can't play from behind. It's definitely difficult to play from behind. I wouldn't want to be playing Graves into Jax, honestly. So, I mean, Fiddle's good, but yeah, I wouldn't want to be Graves into Jax. I'm saying like 65-35 Fnatic. Like, unless Beyond get really ahead, which they shouldn't because they have 3 losing lanes in, like, if you look in a vacuum. Well, mid's not losing, I guess. Mid's a skill matchup. But it's been Akali favoured most of the time. Fiddle kind of screws your mid-jungle 2v2? Akali Graves is better than Akali Fiddle, for sure. Beyond Gaming can play from behind and stay itemized defensive anyway. I mean, Aphelios itemizes defense. He goes Gale Force Bloodthirster. Like, Gragas is building tank. Maokai's building tank. Graves can honestly go Gore Drinker here as well. Gore Drinker's not bad into 4 melee plus Kai'Sa. Gore Drinker Graves sounds kind of lit. I like Fnatic's draft more. I mean, Gragas won't go tank. I think Gragas will go tank. It's one day he's AP enjoyer. I mean, he might buy an Everfrost, but surely he doesn't buy more than 1 AP item. He might buy a Night Harvester, which is really bad. But he's going to be beefy in some way, at least. He's not going to be squishy. I lost my spreadsheet. Right, let me set up my timer and then I'll fill in the draft scores. Starting the timer at 1 minute. $55, $56. There you go. Alright. Google Sheets. Go to Sheets. World's draft stuff. I'm gonna say 40 Beyond, 60 Fnatic. You went Ever Seraphs every game Gragas in LEC? Okay. Tank Gragas is way better. I think maybe the best build he can do is like Sunfire Demonic. Sunfire Demonic sounds really strong in this game. Because you're going to get a ton of damage with Sunfire with everyone stood on you. And then you're going to get a ton of percent damage because everyone on their team builds some health except Kai'Sa. Sounds pretty good to me. It's another game where Akali should go Riftmaker, I feel like. But we might see like Night Harvester or Rocket Bolt again, but it definitely looks like a Riftmaker game to me. Aphelios should go Gale Force BT, but it was Upset that did that build in the first place at Worlds. He was the first one to bring it out at Worlds, at least. So I would assume he will go Gale Force BT. into IE. Upset have cleanse. Yep, he does have cleanse. That's really good against Sedge. Razork has fleet. I don't think that signals anything to do with his build. Wunder traded really badly there. All you have to do as Gragas in this lane is spam W and farm with W, and then if Jax ever jumps, you E him. You don't like Grasp over Conqueror, I agree. Conqueror would be way better than Grasp here. You've got tons of targets to hit. Like Maokai, Gragas, Graves, Akali. Yeah. So, there you go. What Wunder did there is how you play this matchup. You E when Jax E's or when he Qs. But Wunder took a really bad trade early because he like randomly E'd into nothing just for damage. You want to reactively E, not proactively. You also want to max E, by the way. And also Wunder has Q right now. I think into melee matchups as Gragas top, you put two you don't take Q until like level 7 maybe. You just keep putting more points in E and W. Because Q costs so much mana and does so little, and when you're maxing E, you only have 1 point in it anyway. Grasp is a bit in. Yeah, Grasp's a bit in. You should go like Conqueror, Presence of Mind, Tenacity, Last Stand with Second Wind, Unflinching, I think. Would be good on Graves here. On Jax, I mean. The casters said Graves as I was talking about Jax, and it made me say Graves. How do you guys like your coffee? I'm drinking coffee right now. I have a flat white. That's what I tend to get out of my coffee machine that I have. I just get a flat white. But sometimes I'll have an Americano. Just have it black. My favourite coffee to get from a coffee shop is probably a chai latte. I really like the sort of spiciness of it. How do you draft coffee? So yeah, this Gragas matchup at level 5, when he's got 3 points in E, it starts to get really good for Gragas. You don't drink coffee, you like a hot chocolate though? Based. Mocha is broken. Okay, I don't really drink mocha. My girlfriend likes it. It's not my thing. I'm sort of less into sweet things than most people, I think. I don't have that much of a sweet tooth. Wunder has no mana. Okay, I think Razork should push this wave with Wunder. Rather than invading, they should give Razork that top wave. And so Wunder gets a good reset, and Razork gets a wave on Graves, which Gragas doesn't need. He doesn't need that wave. Like, he needs the XP, but he's getting the XP, but he doesn't need the gold. And then he'll get more XP by having a good base. Now he's like in a really awkward spot in lane. Dark with no sugar is Biss. Yeah, I mean, respectable. I like black coffee too. I feel like the reason I drink more like flat white than black coffee out of my coffee machine at home is that the quality of the coffee, because it's like instant coffee, is not that good. Like the better quality coffee bean you have, like fresh grind and stuff, then black coffee gets a lot better. But chai latte is just goated. Okay, Minji's gonna win this, by the way. Humanoid's dead. Oh! Oh, Minji entered it. Damn. That was like kind of well played by both, and kind of imp by both as well. Where's the wave? I didn't catch the wave state, so I don't know who that's better for. I think it's better for Minji. It's slow pushing into Minji. Drink a full black coffee if there's a bathroom nearby. Your stomach doesn't agree with it. Yeah, I guess I have that a little bit. Not very much. I think that's just a thing that coffee does to humans. If you drink a lot of coffee, I can see that happening. Oh, Hylissang, that was nice. Upset crashes this basis. He has gold for... Okay, he has gold for Noonquiver here, but I've seen him go tier 2 boots plus longsword instead. So we'll have to see what he opts for. When you have a lane that can push the enemy lane in and get prio and invade with your Graves, I like Noonquiver because you push harder. But yeah, there you go. There's the tier 2 boots and 2 longswords. So he could have gone maybe for like Noonquiver plus dagger or Noonquiver plus boots, but he went tier 2 boots with 2 longswords. I think that's an Aphelios thing, right? Because you get bonus AD from putting your points in your queue. So attack speed early is more valuable on him. That's probably just an Aphelios only thing, right? The tier 2 boots rush. It also helps you dodge Nautilus hooks and stuff. Oh, Humanoid goes into tower, yeah. This is a really nice flash, like, to dodge, though, from Humanoid. Makes Minji go into tower if he wants to kill him. Gragas is slowly building a CS lead. That's expected in this matchup. I mean, Jax does slightly outscale, but it's fine. Okay, it looks like he is going for Everfrost into Seraphs, like you said. I don't think that's the best build for him to go here, though. Kaiser cookies? Ooh, that's gross. That's gross. I don't understand the obsession with inspiration, to be honest. I get people like free boots. Free boots are pretty good. And Futures Market's really good. And Cosmic Insight can be good in certain situations. But I think Sorcery Tree is really good on AD carry now. Like Nimbus Cloak, Gathering Storm. Or into some comps, you can go Nullifying Orb, Gathering Storm. I think the cookies on Gragas are a lot worse. Yeah, I agree. When I play Gragas, I normally go Resolve second. Alright. That's a really important kill for Fnatic. Because getting mid ahead here is pretty big. Blue is such a pretty colour to have as your secondary tree. It's not even blue, it's like white. I guess it's like light blue, technically. I always consider it the white tree. Sorcery is blue. Resolve is green, Domination's red, Precision's yellow. Why do pros love cookies this much? It feels really good when you get a solo kill because you had cookie. I guess I think it's like it feels good sometimes. I also think Inspiration has the best name. I like Resolve. Resolve sounds cool. Inspiration's a good name though. I think Foz might be getting on soon. I mean, Fnatic should win this fight. Maokai doesn't have ult though. Oh, Humanoid's caught. Okay, never mind. They just leave the dragon. I think Razork should go eat midwave. Like, he could just dash through the wall instead of going down here and just eat the midwave. Because now no one's going to get that midwave, which is really awkward. I guess they're looking for a pick on their way back to lane, but... Okay, Beyond are kind of inting with this, right? I guess Silas is coming. Upset's playing nice. Does Minji have flash? He doesn't. Whoa, Razork, chill. You're gonna die, bro.
Hello.
Yo, how's it going?
Good evening.
Right, the first game's begun. Yeah, how was your shower?
Pretty good, pretty warm and nice and long.
Good.
Yeah.
How do you like your coffee?
Coffee?
Yeah, we've had this discussion in chat. How do you draft coffee?
With milk?
You like it with milk? Okay. I like a chai latte. You know, chai latte is pretty bis on B1. Razok killed his bot lane. Yeah, kinda. So when I said it was pretty important that Fnatic got the mid lane ahead, that's flipped on its head. Fnatic are playing very sloppy recently. Same against Loud. But I think we've seen multiple times. Maybe it's because it's Playins teams and they're not as disciplined. But I think the only team we've seen with a scaling advantage that's not elected to flip fights was DRX against RNG, where they actually were just playing to scale.
How did even the draft went to be like this? Looks weird.
It is weird. I mean, they R5'd Gragas, they flexed Maokai, they picked Akali into the Silas. They went Graves on 3, and then they picked Aphelios instead of... I think Xayah would be better than Aphelios here for them on Fnatic. And then they R5'd Gragas as the Jax counter pick, which is a really good matchup. And it works thematically because they're all engaged, right? And then you have Gragas. So I like the Gragas pick. I had Fnatic ahead just because they have like... So every time we've seen Akali Sylas, it's been slightly Akali favoured. And based on that, I said that Fnatic had 3 winning lanes. Because Aphelios Maokai, I think, should be pushing in and have Prio on Kai'Sa not, right? And then Gragas beats Jax. It's a good counter. And then Akali's slightly ahead in the mid. So it should be really easy for Razork to just farm and accelerate and be Graves. But they're flipping a lot of fights for no reason. Hylissang worst in slot support for Fnatic right now. Yeah, maybe Rux did look a bit better. How often have we seen, you know, the major regions playing against minor regions? Like, sometimes it gets scrappy, and it looks like one of the teams, like the minor regions, are heading in gold because of kills, but the laners are all just up 20 CS from the major region. So they've actually got a gold lead, even though they're down in kills. It keeps happening. It's happening here again. Like, Fnatic, I mean, I know I said they had 3 advantageous lanes, so that does give them all CS leads, but they're pretty big CS leads. Like 30 CS lead on bot lane at 14 minutes. Huge. Does hybrid Kai'Sa build still work? For some reason, when you said hybrid, I thought of the old KT player who's going to Vietnam. But hybrid Kai'Sa, you mean with like Nash's? I think it could work. Like, you could maybe buy a Nash's after Rageblade. Like, you do Kraken, Bork, Rageblade, Nash's. That could be viable. Who would you say won the draft, Fuzz? Had to do this one without
50-50,
you.
honestly.
50-50? Okay, I gave Fnatic a small edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aphelios plays a good part in it. I'm not sure about Gragas.
I really like Gragas here.
On paper, yes, but as a champion, I feel he's a bit undertuned. But like thematically, he fits.
Yeah.
I guess Akali doesn't fit, but that's another story.
Into a comp like this, if they didn't have Sylas, I actually think Kennen is okay, because it absolutely ruins Jax in lane. Like, we saw it with Nuggery and Bin at 2020 Worlds, if you remember that. I know Kennen was stronger back then, but it's like a really favourable matchup for Kennen. And then all you have to do is ult them when they go in, but I think giving Sylas Kennen ult would be terrible.
They're going to dive this? This is not a smart idea, because Minji
They have Herald. I think they just killed the tower and then killed them. Okay, they TP'd. I think you leave now that they TP'd. No, they're committing to the fight. I don't like that they're committing to it. They're gonna win it, but... Alright. It was definitely risky to do that.
That was also a risky TP.
Nasher and Manamoon then Gale Force is hybrid. Yeah, I don't think that build's as good anymore. Ever since they nerfed the AP Kai'Sa W, I don't think it's that great. I know it upgrades all 3, but... Running into Purple Aphelios was definitely a great idea. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of Fnatic running into them, though, which is what was risky. As soon as the tower went down, I think if they all huddled under their tower and defended it, it could have been awkward. That Maokai ult hit one person. How does Maokai keep winning? I think it's just that better teams are picking, like DRX keep picking Maokai, so that definitely helps Maokai's win rate. It just feels like Maokai is always winning, you know? But I don't think he's that good.
Inji went in and missed everything.
Yeah, he actually missed every single spell. You're right. Little bit of griefing. 10 points to Gryffindor. Maokai's 8-4 right now. Okay. I guess he's not winning as often as I thought he was. I thought he was like 8-0 or some shit. 7-1. What do you think Maokai's best role is right now? I think I've been most impressed with jungle Maokai. You play a scaling comp with jungle Maokai and he just sort of hovers and stops, like, protects your laners from the enemy ones doing anything.
Yeah, I agree mostly because there's not that many better options in jungle.
Yeah.
Except Hecarim, which is banned like most of the time, right? What
yeah,
else
I mean,
do you
I really like Graves as well.
Okay, great, but Graves
Hecarim,
is a totally
Graves,
different
Maokai are like the best.
Yeah. But Graves is also a different kind of champion, you know.
But there's also the ones that no one's playing. Like I think Fiddle's really good, but no one's playing it.
True. Kindred, Fiddle.
Kindred, yeah.
Play him.
Sometimes Karthus.
Yeah.
But missed the Garen game. What the hell happened there? They tried to counter pick Aatrox with Garen and it didn't work. That's basically it.
Wouldn't you actually pick Karthus here for R5 and put Graves on top?
Graves into Jax? No. I would put Maokai on top, if anything. Like, Maokai into Graves into Jax is fine.
Alright, fair enough.
I feel like Jax would just smack Graves, like Khan did at Worlds last year, where he's just beating Graves' face in with his Jax. I think Karthus is good for Fnatic though, but they already had Maokai and Graves. I guess they could. No, they had Akali as well, so they can't put Graves mid. Yeah, they could maybe put Akali into Jax. You could pick. What's my opinion on Evelyn? It has like really specific angles where it's really good, and then the rest of the time it's pretty bad.
She could definitely be picked.
Yeah,
she could have been picked in a lot of times. Maybe it's because there's just better options, and in B1 slot as well. You have Graves right now, as we said. You have Maokai and you have Hecarim. Those are like pick or ban most of the time at the moment, and people will just grab those. Even Sejuani, you could say, like a pretty hyper flex pick for a lot of teams, and they like that.
Yes, I think Sejuani's like a budget Maokai right now.
Yeah, but she's definitely better than like most people. What most people take Vi, Trundle, and stuff like that. They even B1 Trundle sometimes. R1
yeah, it's
Trundle.
really weird. The R1 Trundle is so odd.
I get it that he was pretty good, but he's not good anymore. Especially with no Ornn in meta. Sejuani is also not that spammed as before. Because Trundle comes back into meta when Sejuani is meta. At the moment, Sejuani is like maybe 4th or 5th pick, you know?
Yeah. My stream is lagging. I'm gonna have to pause my timer and let my stream catch up. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I agree. Graves is going Gore build? Yeah, I like it here. He's playing against 4 melee and a low range AD carry that dives on you. I think the Gore build's really good. He also doesn't have like massive frontline. I like Upset's build again. He's going for the like safety AD carry build with the Gale Force PT. I think Riftmaker might be better than Rocket Belt on Akali because they have so much beef on Beyond. I think Maokai should just go Locket, right? Ooh, oh, he did die. What killed him? Also, I was saying, Foz, I think Gragas would be much better if he went Sunfire Demonic than, like, AP. Because everyone's
Yeah,
always going to be stood on him, so he's going to be perma-burning them with Sunfire. And
I
then
agree.
Demonic percent damage as well.
I agree, and also body is not bad.
Yeah. And just having, like, the beefier guy, yeah.
You really kind of need it in this situation.
I think Graves should go, like, more next, maybe? They have a lot of magic damage. More seems pretty good. More in Death Stance.
And
That's a
just to
solo kill.
clarify,
That's a solo
holy
kill.
shit, humanoid popping off.
Yep.
But just to clarify, I don't mean that they should have that he should go tanky because they don't have tanks. They should go tanky because they have Aphelios.
No!
Holy shit!
Why didn't Fnatic just stop hitting the back? It was on like 1.6k when Sedge went in. They could have just stopped hitting it. Oh, that's awful.
It's terrible, yeah.
Is it actually optimal to go Void Staff second? Yeah, Void Staff seems pretty decent. They're building a lot of Magic Resist. Magic Resist on the Mythic on Sedge, Merc Treads on Jax. Jax probably goes Wits End as well. Okay. I mean, Magic Resist on the Mythic on Nautilus as well with Merc Treads. Graves might have tried to auto the Sedge and hit the Baron with it. Ooh, okay. I see. They might replay it. I think he could have held his E a little longer, and no, that's fine. Because if he holds his E longer, Jax just takes him even further into turret. Okay, so look, it's on like 1.5k there. What happens to it? What hit the dragon to reduce it below 1,000 there? I guess maybe it was the Graves auto? That's a gold difference though. Holy shit. The Baron barely took a chunk out of it. I think Fnatic should just play for Hextech Soul and not... I mean, that he's just dead. Razok just needs to run. Yeah, just use the Hex Gate. I don't know what Hilly's doing. Don't know why he's alone in their jungle. I don't actually know, like, on average, how long it takes to cycle a gun on Aphelios in, like, minutes. Because Upset wants to fully cycle in 3 minutes. He wants to cycle his red and white all the way back round. So that they're just about to come up when he uses his abilities to, like, activate them. To do, like, the 4-gun Q thing that you do. It was Upset, he ulted into Sedge and the Baron got hit too. Ah, okay. Guys is going for the attack speed build? She's going Collector here, right? I don't know why she's going Collector. IE third should always be best on, like, in 90% of scenarios on AD carry. I think the enemy needs a shit ton of health and armor to even make Lord Doms better than IE. Upset's going IE third, that's good. There's a Kindle gem on Graves. Oh, he's going Black Cleaver. Black Cleaver's not bad, actually. It shreds for Aphelios, who's not buying Lord Doms because he is doing the safe build, so he doesn't get Lord Doms, so I guess Razork's buying Black Cleaver to shred for him. Makes sense. Even Shroud on Maokai I hate. Just go lock it. Their entire team's diving on your carries, just go lock it, give them resistances and a big shield. And then go Redemption second, not Zonya's. Anytime the enemy all need to dive on you, go Redemption. Second item on support. Against Jax it has so much value. Black Cleaver? Yeah, I guess you're shredding his ult armor. That's true. I would assume it's like Death's Dance after that on Graves. Graves is really strong right now. In terms of he's 3 items. Graves is really big. Akali too. Upset's nearly like Upset's on a bit of a power trough right now, where he's building towards his IE, but once he gets it, he spikes really hard. If it's a shame for Fnatic that they couldn't get to IE before the dragon, because that would really put the dragon fight in their favor. I think they're still favored. They also need to try and make sure that Wunder. One thing that's important is that Wunder doesn't waste his TP so that he can match the Jax on dragon setups to clear the waves, and then he can still teleport in. More could be really strong build for Graves. Yeah, I agree. I thought he was going more in the first place when he had the Warhammer, but he built it into Cleaver. But he's already got Merc Treads, and Kai'Sa Jax are dealing a lot of damage now, so I think Death Stance might be good as well. His last 2 items should probably be Death Stance and more. Foz's family came over, so he's not here right now. LDR would have so much value against 3 Zhonya's and Graves. On Kai'Sa, yeah, for sure. LDR would be so much better than Collector. Like you said, 3 Zhonya's, Graves passive. Is there any tabbies? There's no tabbies. There shouldn't be any tabbies. I think Humanoid can just walk out of that. Yeah. It's not really threatening. Graves just solos Dragon. Okay, so you've got Soul coming up. Upset's on Infinity Edge. He should buy, like... Maybe Upset should just buy Stop Watching QSS so that he can't die. Okay, they might just win this fight. Razork's really, really big. Yeah, they're just winning it. I think they just win the game now. A sloppy Baron, but other than that... Like, a sloppy Baron and a bit flippy early game, but other than that, this game was all Fnatic. Jax could just never get going because he's playing into Gragas. Graves accelerated really well. Humanoid won the skill check in mid lane. Died a couple of times, but Graves and Aphelios hit like a truck, and they do indeed. Aphelios is on that 3-item spike. Graves is Graves. One of the advantages I think you have by picking Graves or Hecarim over other junglers is just the amount of damage. What is Jax building? He's going Sundera Blade and then Frozen Heart last, I guess. I don't think Frozen Heart's as good as like Maw or even Force of Nature here. But Sundera oh yeah, he's going Maw. I don't know why he got the Glacial Shroud then. If you're gonna get just like a 1 armor component, you get Warden's Mail, not Glacial Shroud, because Warden's Mail on its own blocks so much with the passive. So if you just want some armor for stats, which is fine, because having some armor makes you a lot tankier than having none. You know, because it like scales sort of exponentially. Or like it gets worse the more you build, you know? So having some is really good, but Warden's Mail is the best armor component to pick up. For Magic Resist, it's Negatron Cloak. Yeah, I mean, they can't stop Fnatic ending here, because if they run into them, they just die, so... Fnatic will just end the game now, I think. It might take them multiple waves, but I think they will just get the game ended. I don't think there's a great deal that Beyond can do. Especially once Maokai ult comes up, which is in about 5 seconds, they can just Maokai ult to buy space and then go and hit the tower. Okay, it'll be the next wave. Oh, he's doing it on this wave. Maybe he should have waited until the next wave, since that wave's nearly dead. But he did the Maokai ult to buy space. It's fine. It works anyway. Alright, GG Fnatic. thought Even Shroud was one of the worst items in the game and both support building somehow. I mean, it is. Makes more sense on Nautilus here because you're trying to pick people off and burst them. On Maokai, also, everyone that had Nautilus in their pick'ems, he's 0-8, by the way, for most deaths, so you're doing really well on that. On Maokai, it's just way worse than Locket. Like, way worse than Locket here. Locket, even Shroud Zonya's is really troll. You can just go, because what Beyond want to do is all dive on top of you, you just go Locket into Redemption. You Locket shield, you Redemption on top of your team, it does 10% true damage to all the enemies, and then it heals your team back up. Going to get something because you're watching the match? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know how the drops work. Is it like if you're signed in and watching it through LoL Esports? I'm not sure. I don't know how you get the drops. You put Naut on most deaths? Congratulations! That's a very good game for you. There's 0, 8, and 2 Nautilus. Who do we have next? We have Loud versus Chiefs. This is a bit of a Resident Sleeper game, so hopefully one of them drafts something really fun. Actually, Loud are 2 and 2 right now, and they want to get ahead of Beyond, who are now 2 and 3. So Loud will draft really standard. But Chiefs, because Chiefs have nothing to lose. I think Chiefs are like 0 and 3, right? So they have nothing really to lose. No, they do. They can still go. Everyone could tie at 2 and 3. You have to activate rewards on LoL Esports and sign on your account. There you go. Adrian's got you. Loud is fun to watch. Loud tend to draft really well. Or at least pretty well. Not 2, but he doesn't get picked enough. Yeah, but I mean, 8 deaths in one game. That's pretty good. I have Renekton, and he's only been picked a couple of times so far, but I just love watching that champ die. Okay, let's reset the timer. I'm just going to go and grab a drink real quick. Okay. Oh. Church of Robo. Loud itemization isn't bad too, except for Robo's Gore. What did Robo build Gore on? Aatrox, right? Yeah, the Aatrox. But it didn't really matter because Wunder played so badly on Fiora. Yeah. I played Irelia into Aatrox in solo queue today, by the way. The matchup really is like unplayable for Aatrox. I felt like it felt super free for me. I did so much damage to that game. Croc is in that team. He's the Hecarim guy. Yeah, that itemization was awful. Yeah, that's a good point, Benjamin. But maybe like his coach gave him a calculator after the game. Like just walked in, slapped him, and handed him a calculator. Yeah, Kempunk into Frozen Heart Hecarim. That's the one. I'm really happy for my sleep schedule that there's only 5 games left. It's only a 6-game day instead of an 8-game day. Also, like, everyone seems to stop viewing and go to bed after, like, 6 games or so. So, there's only a couple of people who stick around that late. Every lane up at least 20 CS at 14. We have guaranteed 2 tiebreakers at the end of the day. Let me see. So based on standings, So we have Loud 2 and 2, Beyond 2 and 3. Chiefs are 0 and 4, so they have nothing to play for. DFM are also 2 and 2. DFM are playing EG, Loud are playing Chiefs. So yeah, if any of them lose, yeah, that makes sense. If any of them lose, there'll be a tiebreaker, and if any of them win, there'll be a tiebreaker. Wait, but are there tiebreakers? Do tiebreakers happen? Do they not take it off of head-to-head? Most viewers from EU? Yeah, probably. So, if DRX drop a game, they play a tiebreaker with RNG, even though they beat RNG? Because normally head-to-head counts, right? I thought the only way is side selection. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I don't think DRX are going to drop a game. They only have Mad left to play, and I think they'll beat Mad. Looking forward to the IWISG game. That sounds... Oh, you really want Isurus to win a game? Yeah. They need to, like, not pick Teemo, you know? That would help. They probably weren't going to be RNG whatever they drafted, though, were they? Let's be realistic. It's been pretty nice how many people are actually tuning into the streams, by the way. You're all awesome. It's been great. LLA Twitter lost their minds when they drafted Teemo? Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah, everyone have community high fives in the break while we wait for the next game. Oh, they got a lot of hate for that game, really? Did anyone actually think they had a chance in that matchup? Honestly deserve more exposure for the effort and passion you put into your videos and analysis. Thanks, man. I mean, realistically, it can only go upwards, right? It's not like I have a massive following right now, so... Why? I assume why, though, is about Isurus getting hate and not me deserving more exposure. Unless Adrian's like, you deserve more exposure, and it's like, no, he doesn't. Why, though? LLA fans are the most hypercopian fans out there, yourself included. Bro, if we just didn't draft Teemo, we would have beat RNG. They're only the MSI champions. Easy. Easy clap. It did look like they kind of griefed the draft, and looking at the result, people might be outraged. Yeah, I guess. But, like, people need to just take a step back and think, like, I can understand trying to draft something cheesy to beat a team that you have no chance of beating, realistically. Hello, Jake. How you doing? I agree. Just draft ASOL every single game. B1. B1 ASOL every game. The content has been top-notch. Really, really enjoyed the stream. Thank you. At least that game was somewhat less boring. I mean, yeah, true. They put something on for the fans, at least. It's something to watch. Then he gets nerfed again. I mean... Oh no, all 3 Aurelion Sol mains in the world are in shambles. Anyway... Jake, do you ever talk to the other 2 Aurelion Sol mains? No, they're all you. Yeah, you just have an account on every server. Right. What are you up to right now, Jake? Do you want to go voice? Isn't Asol getting reworked soon? Yeah, it looks kind of cool. He has like a breath that he does, and he can like fly with his E while doing the breath, and it like moves it. You're gaming? What are you gaming? Gaming? What game are you gaming? I don't even know what type of comp Asol fits into. Every comp, B1, every game. Asol's the best champion in the game. No, he fits into a comp where you have like volatile top and bot, and his roams, his like push and roam playstyle can be rewarded by getting his volatile lanes ahead. You want a jungler like Nocturne as well. I mean, the level of play in LLA has been super stagnant over the past few years, so I think even if RNG picked something like Asol jungle, Isurus would have gotten stomped. I mean, maybe. Like, Isurus don't look great. The individual skill and like gameplay overall, even drafting, they look a bit oof. Like, there was the game where they had Hecarim and Zillion, I think it was Isurus, and the Hecarim didn't farm, he just played Hecarim as if it was Trundle. I thought that was really, really unfortunate, for lack of a better word. Isn't Asol better version of TF? No, I think TF's more reliable. TF is yeah, exactly. It's faster. The stun is point and click, so it does similar things to Aurelion Sol. Aurelion Sol does more damage, and he's better in team fights. But if you're playing a pick comp, which I think is the only reason you'd ever really pick Aurelion Sol, is TF's kind of a better, like TF Nocturne's really sick into some things. I think that's an answer that people aren't finding into like Aatrox, is you pick Fiora and you play side lane through Fiora with like TF Nocturne. I know Foz really likes Nocturne TF. That's like his, but he's a TF main, right? You see him playing TF, and if anyone tunes into me playing solo queue, I duo with him occasionally, and he plays TF, so. It's like me, I fucking love GP, because I'm a GP main, so. I mean, Asol's just like a... GP's good, Sion is better. GP Sion matchup's kind of fun. It's like a slightly GP favoured skill matchup. But Sion definitely has angles to win. If Sion gets ahead, it's really hard for GP. GP gets ahead, it's really hard for Sion. GP Sion's a fun matchup. Although I think with new GP after the rework, Sion's one of the lanes where the reworked, like, where they changed his burn to function off of crit, he really fucks Sion a lot harder now. Because if you walk up, if you put, like, let's say you put Barrel in the bush in top lane, and you walk up, you passive auto the Sion, you Q the Barrel in the bush, and you one-part combo on top of the Sion, so the Barrel hits him. While the Barrel's chaining, you auto again, which procs the second burn, and then the Barrel that hits them explodes, and you proc the third burn. Like, if GP can execute that combo, it was Solobaka that I learned that combo from. But it's really good into like melee bruisers and tanks. And now it does like level 10 with Essence Reaver crit cloak, it does like 1.2k true damage. It's actually nuts. Like Asol more because Asol can somewhat carry on his own. Yeah, but this isn't solo queue. I understand that in solo queue. Does GP get affected hard by ping? No, I don't think so. I mean, to the same degree that other champions do, right? Everything gets affected by ping, but I mean, Solobaka claps challenges on EUS server playing from NA. Like, the one-part barrel combo and stuff like that, it's a buffer. It's just about knowing the range of it rather than, like, doing things fast on GP. It's about, like, range, spacing, all of these things you can do on high ping. Playing Latin America South and there's literally no GPs in high elo. Oof. It's timing based too. Well, it buffers, right? I don't think any of it's really timing based. You just wait until you see your Q start, like the animation of your Q start, and then you drop the second barrel for the one part. It's just about getting the range correct. Because if you're too close to the barrel, it won't work. But as long as you press E, any time you've got that whole window between the start of your Q and it hitting the barrel to press E. So the barrel ticking down. Oh, okay, yeah. In terms of like barrel fights in lane, that could be pretty hard on ping. Yeah. I don't know how he does barrel combo without quick cast. I agree. I also don't know how he does that without quick cast. I play quick cast on everything. Like even a lot of people don't play quick cast on Rumble and Victor, like E and ult. But I play quick cast on that as well. Solo GP's mechanics is too good. I agree. Just on like a raw GP mechanics and consistency, I think he might be the best in the world. So what's the Latin America South solo queue meta then? You don't know how I play Rumble or Victor with Quickcast? I don't know, you just get used to it, I guess. Is GP blindable in Pro? So one of the biggest GP counters in the game is Aatrox, and obviously we've seen how high prio Aatrox is right now. So I think that's why we're not seeing much GP. If Aatrox is banned out, he's a lot more blindable. He still has a bad matchup into like Aurelia, but that's much more playable than Aatrox. Akshan is really hard, but no one plays that champion. So I think he's blindable as long as Aatrox is banned. Oh, Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is really, really hard into GP, but nobody plays Cho'Gath as well. Latin America meta is just bashing heads. Oh, I see, Darius. I see. It's really insane if Loud actually get the 4th place slot instead of Beyond, right? Like Brazil beating PCS. Has that ever happened? Did learn from Solo that it's sometimes better to normal cast to know the ranges of barrel, like put it max range. Yeah, I have, if I hold shift, it normal casts. So if you're doing like a slow combo where you're just sat on your barrel waiting to cast it, I can shift cast E. People playing like a lot of Lee and Riven here. That's interesting. You know what's really weird? People think Riven counters GP, but I think GP counters Riven. And I started as a Riven one trick and then I became a GP main. So I like to think I understand the matchup. I think GP just stomps it. It's so hard for Riven to do anything if GP's good. And that's the same with Solobaka and Adrian play against each other a lot, and they both think GP wins as well. I hate Darius, but I can't permaban him because then Aatrox gets through, and that's unplayable for Sion. They're both pretty unplayable for Sion, right? Those are two really bad matchups for you. I just don't play GP in solo queue anymore. I started playing Aatrox. But I'm like actually trying to climb because I decayed out of D1 into Plat 1, so... GP player has to be good. Yeah, I mean, he does. It's like with Fiora versus Aatrox, though. Like, Fiora hard counters Aatrox, but the Fiora player has to be good. Alright, here we go. Draft. Dravenburn. Are we going to see Hecarim? We're going to see Kate. We're going to see Maokai. We're going to see Aatrox. What are we going to see on red? Maokai. We're going to see any Kalista on blue. Blue seems to like banning Kalista at this tournament. I can take minion DMAT and live in the Darius matchup in gold. And scale. Aatrox dives me level 6. Interesting. I feel like Darius can just freeze on Sion and make it really hard. But I don't... Maybe people don't freeze in gold. I think Misfortune should be a blue ban. Not a red ban. You just switch to jungle for this patch? I've been playing some jungle too, just to increase my understanding of pathing and stuff. Excuse me. I think it's good for laners to play jungle and junglers to play laners. I typed lane because I was thinking of the word lane. Okay, there's Aatrox. Are we going to see Aurelia? Are we going to see Azir top? Are we going to see Fiora? Or are they going to try and counterpick it with Kennen, which doesn't counter it? There's a window at 6 where everyone could win? Yeah, I agree. But then by 9, GP is winning hard again. Like, really hard winning. I mean, the only time Riven wins at 6, actually, is if she doesn't fall behind early, but I think she should. Okay, I don't hate Camille into Aatrox, by the way. It's like, it's a skill matchup, but it's like not a matchup that Aatrox stomps. I think it's like 55-45 Aatrox. And then Hecarim... you shouldn't be getting Hecarim on red side. I think maybe Chiefs are winning drafts so far. If you know the window is 6, you just avoid her as good as possible. Yeah, I mean... You can just look to crash a wave and recall at 6 and then collect the next waves. The next 3 waves will slow push into your turret and you collect them, unless she hard shoves, but if she hard shoves, she's vulnerable to ganks. Eyeless? Blind? I don't like Loud's draft so far. I think Chiefs are winning hard. Why did Loud ban Seraphine? Chiefs have been playing it mid. I guess that's it. Camille Heck has nice synergy. Yeah, really nice synergy. Callista here. Okay, so you get rid of Amumu and Renata on Chiefs, or you get rid of Amumu and, like, maybe Set or Nautilus, and you pick Renata. I could see them going for the Galio. Yeah, the Galio's not terrible here. They're hard committing to this top side. So you really want to get... I think they want Ezreal on Chiefs. Something like Ezreal. Like, Ezreal Pike's really good here for Chiefs. But I think Cloud can ban Ezreal, and they can ban... maybe Xayah? Or Ashe. Ashe is a really good ban for Ashe. Ashe is crazy on Chiefs. Oh, Chiefs should R4 Renata and then Ashe R5. I think that's like the best thing they can do here. Or they can pike. They can pike Ashe as well. They're going Kate. I don't like Kate as much here. Like, I mean, I know Kate's a really good champ. And I like Kate, but not here. Ashe. Yes, Ashe. No. Not Jhin. Not Jhin. Ashe. Ashe. But you don't need to pick it now. You can go Renata. You can go Renata now so they don't get Renata. Do they actually take Ashe? Is it the first Ashe? Is it the first Ashe? They can go Ashe Pike or Ashe Renata. Yes! Yes, bro. Yes. Finally. This draft is so good from Chiefs. Now they just go Renata or Pike on 5. Into a Mumu? Probably Renata. Renata on 5 is insane here. It's gonna lose because player diff? Yeah, but I mean, I fucking love the draft. The one thing they're missing is some magic damage, though. Oh! Morgana! Morgana on 5. They can go Morg. They can play Ashe Morg. Then you get some more AP damage, because Morg can go Leandres in support. Oh yeah, Morgana pick here. For sure it's Morgana. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna make me hate my life by picking Alistar. Watch. They're gonna pick Alistar and ruin it. No, don't go Braum. Go Morg. Why Braum? Alright. Braum. Die. If they get Morg, they're unbeatable. I agree. Hey, at least someone picked Ashe. I really hope they don't int so that teams don't think Ashe is terrible. They're like a 30-70 draft? Maybe like 35-65 now? Maybe 30-70, yeah, 30-70. Because it would be like a 10-90 if they went Morg. I just really like red here. That might be the best draft for the recap video. I mean, it's unlikely we see something better drafted than this. It's very thematic. The only problem is the Braum. Everything looks really good apart from Braum. I think Morg is best in slot, then maybe Renata, and then Pike. Janna's okay as well. Janna's decent. What else is there? I think that's it. I don't think I'm missing anything. Because I don't think Zyra or Brand are good there. Yeah. Friend who peaked Master says Morg is top 10 worst champs in the game. Maybe in solo queue. I think the game's very, very different in solo queue. There's a pick missing on blue. Oops, sorry. There you go. Alright. Starting timer at 1 minute. I've remembered timer both games today. Zig Zoe seemed good too in support. I think they'll just get run over by Kalista Amumu in lane. They'll be really hard to play. That's why I like Morg. It actually denies the Kalista Amumu. But what I like about Morg as well is that you put Black Shield onto the Camille or the Hecarim, and when they're going for the dive in with the Galio combo and the Ash Arrow, you can't even CC them. Like, you physically cannot stop them doing it. As well as the fact that the Black Shield in bot lane obviously helps a lot. The lane pressure of having a ranged support. Need to move my selection off of that box on the spreadsheet so that it actually... I don't know whether I would have gone Doran's Blade into Aatrox's Camille. I might have just gone Doran's Shield. I like TP Ignite though. Galio skin is hideous, it's beautiful. I think Galio is what Jake plays when Aurelion Sol is banned. Makes sense. They play similarly. He also plays Vlad, which is completely different champion. Isn't Ashe and Zig Zoe just poke down Kalista and Amumu down? I mean, not Zoe. Maybe Ziggs. Zoe's range isn't long enough, and if she steps up and gets bandage tossed, or if she ever tries to use her ult and just gets bandage tossed, or like they just throw Amumu at them with like Kalista ult into Flash Amumu, they both just die and they have no counterplay. You've really got to respect the all-in potential of... Like, the weakness of poke is good all-in. Poke's good into disengage. Like, in pure theory. The reason Ashe is good here is not for poke, it's for the pick that she brings, that she contributes to the Hecarim, Camille, and Galio. But also, in the individual lane, her auto attacks and W slow permanently, right? And when you're playing Kalista, your jump distance, or the jump speed, is based on your movement speed. So if you get your movement speed slowed, it actually also slows your attack speed, because you can't attack again until you've finished your jump, unless you stand still and attack. So Ashe is really insane into Kalista. Isn't the opposite is true? What, the engage beats disengage and disengage beats poke? No. It goes the other way around. Because disengage can't touch the poke champions. No, poke definitely doesn't beat all in. Like, your poke champs, like, if you imagine a Xerath, right? And you're playing Xerath into, like, Hecarim. How does Xerath poke the Hecarim without just getting all in and died? They just dive on you and kill you, because poke champs don't have tools to stop them being dove on. So, like, how does Zoe stop herself, or Ziggs stop themselves from getting dove on? Whereas if you're playing poke champs into, say, Swain, who is a disengaged kiteback champ, Swain doesn't have the tools to reach the poke champions. So the poke champions just hit him for free from out of his range, and he can't really do anything against them. Yeah, poke, disengage, engage, poke. It's like Pokemon with fire, water, grass. This is really not good. Yo, you know what I don't understand? It's happening again. We saw this with the Fiora, no? Where they pick a top lane matchup that they want to counterpick the Aatrox into, but then the jungler paths away from it. Well, why is Hecarim bot side right now? Why is Hecarim not top? Why did Hecarim not clear bot to top? He's playing around his weak side bot lane here. Heal is greater than poke? Yeah, but you don't really draft a heal comp, you know? And there aren't many champions. There aren't many champions in the game that can heal without hitting you. There's like Sona, and that's kind of it. Who else can heal their team without hitting you? Maybe Yumi? But those are like individual counters. Soraka can't because she has to land Q. Otherwise she like kills herself with a W and doesn't heal that much. She can ult for sure, but outs like with Warmogs? Maybe. Maybe Soraka with Warmogs. It's definitely a very niche thing though. Senna? Maybe Senna. But you never... The problem with that is that you never, like, blind poke. You draft poke as an answer to disengage. Laning-wise only? I mean, yeah, in lane, heal will beat poke. But the game doesn't end after lane phase. Man, Chiefs are just getting shit on. I guess their draft sucks. I have no idea what I'm talking about. The draft was terrible. Why does the team that finally picks the pick that I've been calling for so long have to be the 0-4 team? Why couldn't someone else play Ashe? I mean, it is ahead. Ashe is ahead of Kalista right now. I just wish Braum was like Renata or Morgana, man. It would be so sick. It might be my favourite draft of the tournament. Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say is that at least Hecarim is full clearing. Hecarim's level 6 with 55 CS. At least he's not trying to sing gank. Ah yeah, never mind. Benjamin's right. Ashe bad because Ashe lose. I mean, Braum is pretty bad here. It's not as bad as Alistar. It's not Alistar bad, but it's bad. But what I would want to see here, I guess he wants to play around Ashe Arrow, right? So he is going to get a kill here. They should give it to Hecarim. Nice. Don't understand how playing weak side into Robo Aatrox again is a good idea when you've got that bot lane. Yeah, I agree. Like, Hecarim should be full clearing into top, and then he looks top. He's also kind of griefed it here, no? Because Viego's just going to take his whole top side. I mean, it's good that he gets a kill, but Tapoon is pure, like, perma-giga weak side on this Camille pick. But the entire way that Camille actually beats Aatrox is with really good gank setup. Oh my god, Arthur is huge. He's level 6? He's just gonna kill them? No? No. Mumu turned up. I really don't like the sort of strong side selection they've gone for this game. They've gone for strong side bot lane instead of strong side top lane. Because you have Galio Camille as well. Like, what does Aatrox do if your Camille ults him and then you Hecarim ult him, Galio ult him? What's the answer to that? Like, maybe they're worried about Loud stacking Drakes, but I think it's fine to give Loud the first 2 Drakes. They're outscaling so hard. Camille's outscaling Aatrox, Hecarim's outscaling Viego, Galio and Silas. Silas is outscaling, to be fair, in mid lane, but then Ashe is outscaling Kalista, so... I don't know what they're thinking. Did Tapoon just get solo killed? Oh no. Oh no, it's just RoboGap. The graph is very true, because every time I play all in bot lane into poke, I just lose. Nothing can be done, just getting shoved into tower. I mean, it depends what lane you have. You shouldn't be getting, like, let's say they're playing, like you said, Ashe, Ziggs. If they step up to poke, and you land, like, an Amumu Q, or a Blitzcrank hook, or a Pike hook, and you just kill them. If they're perma-shoving in and not getting hit by any hooks or any skills or anything, then they're just playing well. And it's not particularly that they're better into you. But you don't, like, here, they don't even need to do it. Like, if Ashe, let's say it was Ashe Ziggs, right? And Ashe Ziggs push Kalista and Amumu under their tower, then Kalista just throws Amumu at them. It's the freest engage in the world. You play Thresh Samira against Xerath Ez. I mean, I don't really consider Thresh to be an all-in champ. I think Thresh is much better when he's in playing disengage. Like, imagine instead of Thresh Samira, you're playing Samira Amumu into Xerath Ez. It's kind of hard to engage as Thresh. But like Amumu, he just lands a Q, ult, kill. Even like Rel or Leona or Nautilus. Like, what does the Xerath support in that lane if it's Nautilus Samira and Nautilus just ults the Xerath? What does he do? Like, as Xerath pushed the wave and Nautilus just presses R on Xerath, and then Samira goes in, and Xerath just dies. So they just stand in minion wave? Well, that's why it's hard to engage as Thresh, but you don't need to land Q as Amumu. Like, as Amumu there, if they're stood in the minion wave, you can Q the minion wave and then ult. It's still an engage. I mean, Loud are kind of stomping. But at least Chief's got Dragon. This is really awkward, though, with how far behind Camille is. I guess it's just draft gap. My bad. Loud actually have the better draft. I don't know, I wasn't watching. I was thinking about theoretical bot lane matchups instead. Wow, they actually played around Camille. I mean, it's not going to work because Camille's too far behind, but, you know, it's the first time they've even tried to do it. It's just a little bit, you know, too little too late. What are examples of disengaged mid laners other than Cassiopeia? Anivia, Talia, Swain, Azir can function in that way. kind of Lissandra, but not really. The other ones I said are all the best ones. Victor can play like that. Malzahar. Why would they get close enough so that Ez can auto-attack the minions to get CS? Rumble can be disengaged? He can. I don't think Rumble's great though. This game's really sad. I'm really sad that this red draft is losing. I mean, in a way, I'm kind of happy that they didn't pick like Morgana or Renata, because then it would make those champs look bad too. So it's really sad. It's a good Ash arrow, but oh no, his cleanse is actually down. Nothing matters when you're down 6k gold at 15 minutes. $6k gold at 10 minutes, man. It's like 7k now. 7k gold in 10 minutes. It's hard to pick Ez because you have E. I mean, I guess, but he's not doing anything. The other thing you can do against Ez is just send your support top, send your support mid, because he's not doing anything. So Xerath just stay behind Ez. Xerath's Q range is not that much longer than a Mumu Q range, though. Like, let's have a look. So Xerath's Q max range is 1450. And Mumu's Q is 1100. So there's like 350 range that Xerath is. So if a Mumu just flash, Mumu could always flash Q though. And Xerath wants to poke with W as well. He wants to poke with W into Q. So Xerath, when Xerath is doing W, which is 1000 range, Xerath is always in a Mumu Q range. It's not like they're standing at the other side of the lane, right, where you can't reach them. Like, they are reachable. So Amumu, I didn't check the size of his ult, but if we take the range of his ult and add that, so like he can Q a minion at 1100 range, and then his ult has a radius of 550, so he can engage on Xerath from 1650 range by queuing a minion at max range and then ulting. That's out, like that's longer range than Xerath Q. You don't have to land the Amumu Q. You can throw the first Q, ult, and then land the second Q because the ult guarantees that you hit it because they're already stunned. Because if you're looking to all in, your AD can't farm. Why not? Let me pose you a hypothetical. Oops, wrong one. Browser source, here we go. Okay. So red is the poke bot lane, blue is the all-in bot lane, right? If red shove, then blue AD carry can farm because they just farm under their tower. They're chilling. Red have to be afraid of ganks. Right? If red get pushed to here, blue support, like the Amumu, sits in this bush, and red AD carry farms. How do these two step up now? If Amumu's in this bush, these two can't step up, even if they're like Ezreal Xerath. It's not bad for all. It's not bad for AD. Like, yes, they're gonna miss a couple of minions under the tower, but they have so few tools to survive an all-in that it's always gonna be a kill. Now, if it's a champion like Renata and they have a disengaged theme where they have tools to survive your all-in, then yeah, I agree. That's why ranged disengaged bot lanes are really good into all-in bot lanes, because you shove them in, and if they try to all-in you, you just disengage. But Xerath doesn't have any tools to disengage. Like, Ezreal has his E, but the Xerath is just free kills. Or the Ziggs, or the Zoe, or whatever. Not to mention the fact that, like, if you're playing Kalista or Mumu, you often have a jungler like Hecarim or something. And if the enemy Xerath is pushing and you have Hecarim, he is dead. He's just... Hecarim just literally just kills him. Like, there's nothing he can do. On the other hand, if the enemy comp has very little engage and they have disengage... Yeah, AD bad? I mean, what elo are you playing in? I think you can still all in if your AD's at 60% now, as like Samira or Mumu into Ezreal, Xerath. Then maybe your ADs are just bad, I don't know. Oh man, I'm so sad. God damn it, Chiefs. Why you do me like this? Flat Diamond? Yeah, I don't think you can really assess how things work in a professional setting in that elo. Even in solo queue in the elo I play in, which is like high diamond to master, I think it's really hard to use solo queue as a metric to discern how things should work in pro play. Mm. 3M Vega on my screen. Yeah, I don't know. It's just unbelievable player gap in this game. I mean, if Chiefs get 6 more plays like that, they can maybe win. They did just win a fight. If they win 6 more, they can win. They won a fight while Drake was down, though, so they get kind of nothing. You see how it looks when the team is playing around Camille, though, in the side lane? This is what I wanted Hecarim and Galio to do the entire game. Aatrox just dies, and that's him with like a 10k gold lead. Imagine him in an even game, and your Hecarim and Galio are just playing around your Camille instead of your Ashe Braum. Like, why is Hecarim clearing down bot side this game? I hate it, man. It looks so good when they play properly. Maybe they figured out how to play, but I think it's too late. Okay. He's just dead. Isn't Galio just stronger when just playing for roams? Yeah, that's kind of the point of Galio. Every top would die to that combo? Pretty much. Pretty much, yes. That's the entire point of Camille Galio Hecarim. But they played strong side bot with Galio Hecarim, but they have a Camille. Like, weak siding the Camille here would be like... It would be like Loud weak siding the Callista Amumu. It doesn't make sense. You have Callista Amumu. It's like weak siding Kate Morg or Kate Lux or something. Except Maud? Yeah, Maud could maybe survive it with his ult. Is there anything else that can survive it? Probably not. I think everything just dies to it. Maybe Tryndamere could. Maybe he could get out after the combo. Cho? No, Cho dies to it. Cho is really vulnerable in lane phase. Everyone thinks of him as like this Giga Tank, but he's pretty squishy early. Similar to Sion. Kayle? No, Kayle ult doesn't last long enough. It's like 1 second at level 6, and it scales up to 2 seconds, I think. Like 1.52. So the Camille ult doesn't wear off. Cast time... Oh, it's 2.53. Teemo! True, he just goes invisible and ignores them. Yeah, so it only lasts 2 seconds, but the Camille ult lasts way longer. Even the Hecarim fear from max range lasts that long. And then they just one-shot her when she comes out of ult. I mean, they actually Camille Galio comboed. This could be good. This could be good for Chiefs. This could be good. Bro, they Camille Galio comboed. They did it. Draft gap beats skill gap, guys. Draft gap beats skill gap. Poppy could maybe, yeah, because she could ult them all away, but she has to find a way to channel the ult without getting CC'd. One team fight and got dragon. Yeah, it's beautiful. The draft gap is actually mattering. Look how good this fight looks, though. They just play it like they're meant to. Camille just goes in. Galio onto her. Hecarim onto them. And Ashe just plays front to back. It was a good flash from Ashe as well. I mean, Ashe just gets deleted by Aatrox, but Ashe's job's already done. Hecarim and Camille just run over them now. Winnable. Yeah, everyone in red team typing winnable. Keep losing team fights. Callista is just going to lose all of her value. I think Callista's already lost a lot of her value. She's kind of just an Amumu thrower right now. Silas and Aatrox are the threats, and then Viego resets. The problem is that they're still 6k gold behind Chiefs. Like, 6k gold is a lot. But, I mean, they definitely outscale. Ashe has Bork and Hurricane now. I don't like what they're doing here. They're going too far without using their combo. Okay, they're kind of griefing it now. Like, this is how Loud want to fight, not how Chiefs want to fight. Chiefs want to fight like they fought last time. Yeah, GG. I mean, at least they had that moment of brilliance that kind of showed what the draft is capable of. It just seems like they did that and then somehow didn't realize that they should be doing that and then didn't do it. Really unfortunate. Good draft, though. I like the draft. What confuses me is that they ended up with that draft without understanding how to play it. So how did they end up drafting so well? You know what I mean? Like, if someone beats someone in chess with an opening, but they don't know what the opening is, no, they lost with it. But someone could do an opening that's really good against someone else's opening, and the guy might be like, oh my god, he knows he's really good. He just did the opening that's good against mine. But then he just plays the rest of the game like shit. And it's like, oh, maybe he just fluked the opening. Like, this makes me think that they just happened to end up with this draft rather than, like, thinking about how it worked. There we go, DFM versus EG next. Why did the 05 team have to be the one to debut Ash? Come on, man. You think they pre-planned the draft? I really doubt they would pre-plan it. There's no way you pre-plan Hecarim, Galio, Camille, Ash, and then you play around Ash, and not Camille. Surely, like, why would you pre-plan Hecarim, Galio, Camille then? They could have planned Hecarim, Galio, Camille, I agree, but I don't think they did because they didn't play around it. It would be like if you do this. Look, let me show you an example. I feel like this is a pretty, like, standard looking comp that we've seen like a decent chunk of. Something like this, right? You draft this, and then you play the entire game topside. Like, Viego and Ari only ever go top. That's basically the equivalent of what Chiefs just did. Yeah, no, I get it's an explanation. It just, even the explanation doesn't make sense. I just can't find a justification for what they just did. Like, why would Viego and Ash play to snowball Ornn? Viego and Ari, I mean. Like, why are the Hecarim and Galio playing around the Ash and not the Camille? It's so weird. I'm just DMing Foz. Oops, I did not mean to click league there. Surge. You going Kanta would have been nice instead of Braum. Lulu was pretty strong on this patch. Lulu struggles to do much other than peel Ash. But Lulu's okay. I think Karma could have been good. Lulu also got nerfed on this patch. A pretty big nerf to the W duration. Did Heka path bot first clear? Yes, he pathed bot every clear. He did full clear bot into recall, into full clear bot, into recall, into full clear bot. Very weird, for sure. Yeah, Bard's okay. You like Bard ult, so one of them follow up with the Camille Galio Hecarim combo. Bard ult into Ash Arrow into Camille combo. Like, these things are all pretty playable. I like Bard. Bard's one of those champions that I don't consider enough. I need to think about Bard more. I also thought Pyke was good. I just think Pyke might have been a bit vulnerable in the lane. Bard is also really weird. Yeah, he's a pretty weird champion. I don't think Bard's very plug and play for a lot of teams though. Like, I feel like you need a Bard player. Kind of like you need a Fiora player to play the Fiora. You need a Bard player to play the Bard. I think that's why we don't see more Anivia, because there's not enough people that are practiced on Anivia. I think the champion's really insane in a lot of angles. The thing with Anivia is she's not that hard to play, but the mastery you can have on her is really insane. Like with changing the direction of people with your W to guarantee skill shots, like guarantee Q, or like interrupting dashes with W. Like, there's a lot you can do with Anivia that's not immediately obvious. Also, like, always making sure that you get both damage instances of your Q on people. It's pretty big, especially in lane. Alright, let's reset the timer. A lot of champs are like that, Fiddle and Karthus. Yeah. Definitely Fiddle. I think Karthus is like a little bit less like that, but he's still like that. One thing that I don't understand, by the way, and I've had this take for a while, is that like when people say, oh, it's unrealistic to expect pro teams to be able to play Anivia because they can't put the amount of games in to be able to play her, I think that take's really dumb, because if you look, every time a new champion comes out, everyone's playing it in pro play in week 1. So if they can do that, why can't they learn Anivia? And why can't they learn Xerath, you know? Why can the top laners not learn Aurelia? I don't think Anivia or Aurelia are like... Anivia and Aurelia are not like harder than Aphelios. But when Aphelios came out, everyone was playing in week 1. You know? Like, Aphelios is fucking complex. Really complex. What else are they doing besides playing the game and like learn the champions? Yeah, exactly. Now, there's some champs where there's like massive complexity where you would want your player to have like 300 games on, like Kindred. Like, you see the difference between a bad Kindred and a good Kindred? The good Kindred's pathing around like knowing exactly where his mark's gonna spawn, like deliberately delaying camp kills to get mark spawns on camps that he wants. Like, good kindreds are fucking cracked, like, compared to regular kindreds. That's the kind of thing where it's like, okay, yeah, you really want someone who's like really proficient at that champion. But it's rarely mechanical. I think it's things like that where it's like knowing the insides and outsides of how things function. I think that's why I consider Aphelios complicated, because it takes a lot of games to get very, very good at his gun management and making sure you always have the right guns at the right time. They default to meta pick and job security pick? Yeah, I tend to agree. It's like a knowledge check. ASOL is another one that's weird in that aspect. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think a lot of the hardest things to learn are probably in jungle. Just because of how, like, I feel like every matchup in lane has an optimal way to play that matchup. But in jungle, there's never an optimal path. You know? Like, it's very dependent on what champions you have around you and what jungle it, like... And pathing's very... It mixes up a lot more. It's not me saying that I think jungle's the hardest role in the game, because I think piloting some matchups in lanes mechanically is so demanding compared to playing jungle, and it's so punishing to mess up at. But I think jungle... Jungle requires the most broad skill set, whereas laning, like top and mid, require you to be like very, very good at specific things. Whereas jungle requires you to be good at lots of things. I think support is the easiest though. ADC just requires you to be cracked mechanically, and that is literally it. Just be good mechanically. I think jungle also has the weirdest champions and timing respawns. Junglers need big brains and laners need hands. Yeah, I mean, I think top lane is like mid lane with weird picks. I think that's why top lane is so difficult to lane, because also the matchups are like really polarizing, and someone can just pick something that's like completely out of the blue, and you're just expected to know how that matchup works. Like, you could be an Ornn main, and suddenly you're playing against top Zillion. And you just need to like have a good understanding of how that matchup's going to play out. You just need to have a good idea of how it's going to go. Whereas in mid, what's the most weird thing you're going to play against? I think Sion? It's just fucking easy anyway. Ivern weirdest mid laner though? Ivern mid's not that weird. People think he is, but he's really not. He plays very similarly to like any other range champ. The brush is kind of weird, but it's, again, it's like playing against Akali with her shroud, I guess. And he just wants to look to auto attack you, punish when you trade. He has a shield. If you know what, playing against Ivern mid's kind of similar to playing against like Lulu mid. Like a mix between Lulu and Annie with the ult. Ivern is weird. Ivern is a lot weirder in jungle, yeah, for sure. When he's like doing the funky clears that he can do, like invading and like insta smite stealing camps and stuff. Things like AP Shaco top that like someone might just whip that out into you. And you have to know that you need to track where his boxes are, because if you step in one, it might fear you into another one that fears you into another one, and you might just be dead. You have to know to go scanner instead of ward trinket. Top lane just has so much weird shit. That's so annoying. Yeah, it is. How much hairspray do you think Dash has in his hair? It's more structurally intact than most buildings. I feel like you could like run your hand through it and it would break your fingers. Just ignore him and you're good. It's probably the best way to deal with AP Shaco. But certain champs can't afford to just ignore lane. For example, if you're playing Darius and you say, oh, don't worry about it, just ignore lane and you're good. Oh yeah, Darius, ignore lane. That sounds like a great way to play Darius, you know? If you're playing Renekton and you say, just ignore lane, he'll be fine. You also, like, one of the things AP Shaco can do is ult and walk his ult almost out of range, and then he can Q towards you, so you see him Q, and then he makes his clone snaps back to him because it's out of range, and he makes it auto-attack a minion, and it looks exactly like he just Q'd at you and then autoed a minion out of his Q, so you all in it, and it's a clone. That shit is so... Man, that shit is so confusing. When they do it right, and it legit just looks like he Qs and autos a minion, and you go in on him and it's a fucking clone because he did the snapback trick. Oh my god. Good Shakos are so hard to play against. You used to outpush AP Shaco, not anymore, because his box is AoE. Now that his box hits AoE, it clears waves really fast. AP Shaco actually has pretty decent push now. I don't think it's good. I just think it's like something where you really need to know what it does. And if you know exactly what it's capable of, it's pretty useless. But if you don't, it can cheese you really hard. Have you guys seen the Shaco snapback trick? What happens if EG wins? Fnatic and EG has to do another matchup to decide who's first? Yeah, I think they play tiebreaker. And Fnatic gets side selection because they won the head-to-head. They can pick scale into AP Shaco? Yeah, I mean, you're not blind. People don't normally blind AP Shaco, and normally if you see Shaco blind, you assume it's not top. Like, that's assuming you know it's AP Shaco top already. Like I said, I don't think it's a good pick. I think it's just something that you'd really need to understand the ins and outs of. Let me... intro... Maybe it's in this video? Look, it's a shock hold. Clone joke. Maybe this is it. No, this is just pretending you're a clone. Jumping walls with your ult. Shakuku trick. Maybe it's this. No, this is interrupting hooks. Block skill shots, combo, in detection. Maybe it's in this video. The clone swap kill. Here we go. This is what I was thinking of. Okay, you see this? So, level 6, people summon the clone. Okay, look. They summon the clone. And he's walked the clone all the way up there. So it's like out of range. And then when you Q in, so you're invisible and it snaps to you. So it looks like he just came out of stealth. So this guy tries to kill the clone. Alright, we're in draft. We're in draft. Yeah, that trick is so bamboozling, man. Hecarim, Caitlyn's open, MF's open, Maokai's open, Aatrox is open. What is the best? I mean, the best B1 here is Hecarim, surely. Yeah, go Hecarim. Does Inspired play Kindred? The only reason I can think he's leaving Hecarim open is for Kindred. I mean, Maokai's good. Mao's a good flex. GP? Blind? With Aatrox open? No. Okay. There's no way you blind GP with Aatrox up. MF? Kate? MF or Kate? Oh, Graves. MF, Kate, Graves. Graves isn't as good though, because you've already picked top laner, so the flex isn't there. Okay, Sedge is not that great, because again, there's no flex with the Sedge. MF and Mumu? Kate Lux? Oh, Kate Morg. Kate Morg's pretty good here for DFM. Why are you picking your top when you have Maokai? Why are people just breaking their flexes? I mean, Aatrox beats no. Why did he counterpick himself? Why counterpick yourself? Urgot's actually good into Aatrox though. Like, Urgot's pretty decent into Aatrox. He could have picked Urgot there. I mean, Maokai is still a support flex. The Sedge makes no sense because you're just breaking the flex anyway. Ahri! I don't think Ahri's good, but we haven't seen it yet. We might have seen like a game or two, but I can't remember Ahri. I mean, I would just go... I would go for MF and then ban out Caitlyn and maybe Xayah. LeBlanc? I don't understand why bot is getting left until late in this draft. I feel like both drafts are really bad so far. Mumu. Insane Kate open and they didn't pick her. I mean, Hecarim too. Kate's open, Hecarim's open, MF's open. After durability patch, Aatrox so hard to beat. He gets shit on by Aurelia, Fiora, Azir. Thank you, Detonation Focus Me, for banning Alistair. Now I don't have to witness it with my eyes. Rel? Rel. So I think Ashe is good on EG right now, but if you go Ashe, DFM just goes Xayah. Xayah Rakan, maybe, for DFM? There's the Kate ban. So maybe they go MF, but if they go MF, they go Xayah. Maybe that's fine, though. Maybe you're fine giving them Xayah into your MF. Yeah, they're going MF. They should for sure go Xayah here. They should go Xayah... Don't go Sivir. They should go Xayah and... That's not good here. I understand Nautilus into Yuumi. I understand it. To be honest, I don't think there's much better for EG right now, because their draft is already... Like, both drafts are so fucked anyway. I agree with it, but still playable. For Aatrox, Fiora also playable. I would argue it's Aatrox favoured. If you think Fiora is Aatrox favoured, then you're only ever watching bad Fioras. Azir, no one play top? I mean, there's loads of Azir top. There's Azir top in LCK playoffs. Aurelia completely stomps him, and Fiora wins really hard. Oh, it's not Nort, it's Soraka. Soraka, let me think. Soraka's really good here. Soraka's really good for Evil Geniuses. I like the Soraka. Didn't they nerf Sivir to the ground? Pretty much, yeah. When I first read the patch, I didn't think it was a massive nerf, because it was like 5%, but then I realised it was 5% AD per bounce, which adds up to like a ton of AD damage they removed from her. Because it bounces a lot, right? So Sivir does a lot less damage than she used to. So I mean, Soraka into the Yuumi is really good, and Soraka into such a low damage comp from DFM, I think they're really going to struggle to kill like Aatrox and Sedge. LeBlanc... I mean, LeBlanc has Maokai to deal with, so she can't just be perma-popping forward, she can also get charmed. I know Ahri used to be a good answer into LeBlanc, so maybe it's a bit of a self-counter, but I haven't seen this matchup in quite a while. But because she can cancel the W with her charm, because it interrupts dashes, it used to be a really easy lane for Ahri. I'd have to ask Foz. Foz is the mid laner. I'm more of the top lane player. I play top and AD carry, so... Eight bounce, 2 max for champion, yeah. If it's 5% per bounce, that's like 40% of her AD she's losing with every auto attack, which is crazy. Alright, I'll think about the draft score. I'm going to turn the timer on at 1 minute. So EG are for sure winning because of this. The Soraka pick saved their draft. They have winning top, they have losing mid, I think, but winning bot. Jungle matchup's pretty decent. And then scaling, they should win because of Soraka. So, EG 65-35? Maybe 70-30? I just think it's really hard for DFM to deal with Soraka here. Really hard. And who is... Yeah. Who is killing MF? Like, if Gnar jumps in, he's going to get silenced, he's going to get Sedge ulted, they're going to beat him down, Soraka's going to heal through his damage, Ahri tries to go in. They need to get a pick on... Deciding who lost the draft less? Yeah, I mean, both drafts were bad until R5, but I really like the R5 here. They could maybe even go Sona, but I think Soraka's really good. I don't think it's 40% because you can't do 5% times 8. I think you can. Not 40% of the damage, but 40% of her AD she's losing as damage, because she's losing 5% of her AD per bounce. It's not like it's doing 40% less damage. Not at all. But if she's got, like, let's say she's got 100 AD, she's losing 40 damage. if she gets every bounce, it's losing 40 damage. If she's got 300 AD, she's losing 120 damage. I'm going to say it's 70-30 because of how insane this Soraka is. Yeah, so at 300 AD, it's probably doing like 2,000 damage, and she's losing like 300 of that. Or 120 of that, or whatever it was that I said. No, yeah, not 40% overall damage. Let me check what the actual numbers were on the nerf. Yeah, 5%. Okay, so Aatrox's level 3, or is he level 4? Level 4. So level 4 is where I believe the matchup turns around. So one thing about Aatrox that's pretty important is that his Q does no damage at all until you've put the second point in it, and then it just keeps growing and growing and growing. Like now, look, those Qs hurt. Whereas before that, his Qs do no damage. So this matchup's turning around now, and now Nas losing again. He's gone through the phase of winning. I think the only winning lane that DFM have now is mid. Did I say only losing? The only winning lane they have is mid. How is it possible? How is what possible? Impact's kind of just walking into that damage. Alright, yeah, level 5 is against Mininar. Look at the 126 with Q1. What? Did he not have W? Did Impact not have W? Why is he Wing now when he doesn't have Q? Impact griefed that. How can a single point change a matchup? Oh, I'll show you. The Darking Blade. So the base damage on his Q1 goes from 10 to 30. So the base damage of his Q triples by putting one extra point in it, and the AD ratio goes up. Same for his Q2. It triples here from 12.5 to 37.5, and the AD ratio goes up. And then third cast, it goes from 15 to 45. Again, it triples. So just that extra point is so much. The base damage triples, and he gets 5% extra AD ratio on it. Yeah, I think Aatrox, the difference between level 1 Aatrox Q and level 2 is probably the biggest difference in spell of any spell like that changes by putting the 1 point in it. I don't think there's any other base damage that triple. Maybe Riven Q. Riven Q is kind of funky like that. Which is interesting because they're kind of similar abilities. Riven Q goes from 15 to 35, so it's not quite as big. It doesn't quite triple. Yeah, I think he is the only champ. Riven's close. The only similar thing about Riven and Aatrox are the fact that they have a dash, and well, it's weird. Their abilities in isolation are similar, but what they do are completely different. Like what the champs do. But if you take each ability except W in isolation and say, like, look what this ability does, then yeah, I guess they're kind of similar. It's a bit like how... what are two other champions that have some very similar abilities? Like Camille E and Akshan E are very similar, but like what the champions do are completely different. When they worked Aatrox, everyone was doing meme about how they cancelled the whole champ for doing red mail ribbon. Yeah, they were. Everyone was saying it was just another ribbon, but it's not at all. Also, this version of Aatrox, the people who say the old Aatrox are better are just wearing rose-tinted goggles, because it wasn't. It was terrible. It was so bad that the only time it was ever picked was when it was so overloaded in terms of numbers that it was one-shotting people. And outside of that, it was never picked in competitive the entire time. This Aatrox, like... This Aatrox is like Syndra in mid lane. So, one thing that Syndra does in mid lane is when the rest of the champions are terrible, Syndra comes in. And that's what Aatrox does in top. When the rest of the top lane champs are terrible, Aatrox comes in. Because I don't think Aatrox is that insane in the game overall, but in lane he's crazy, because everyone else is so bad in lane. Everyone else has been nerfed so hard in lane that Aatrox is now the best. Like, Camille's lane phase got nerfed. Fiora's lane phase, I think, got nerfed. Aurelia got nerfed really hard. GP got nerfed. Gwen got nerfed. Why does this happen for both Syndra and Aatrox? They have very good kits for bullying lane phase. Okay. This looks good for EG. I think Impact just dashes out and they just leave. Vulcan has ult. Yeah, Vulcan ult. There you go. Yep, there's the Soraka ult. I mean, this is looking really good for Evil Geniuses. Looks like we're going to get a tiebreaker. Tanks are pretty good still, they just can't lane into him. Some can. I think Gragas can survive. Sion can't. Ornn can survive, but it's hard. Maokai's probably the best tank into him because he can W like over his third Q. And Maokai has pretty good like wave clear and doesn't use very much mana. Syndra and Aatrox are just those champions that like they don't have a lot of utility. They don't do much other than just hit you really hard. So when all the champs that have utility have bad numbers, then you just go for the champs that just hit you really hard. Because they can never make Syndra or Aatrox not hit you really hard, because that's all they do. If they make Syndra and Aatrox not hit you hard, then the champs are unplayable. Like Syndra right now. Syndra barely does any damage compared to like what she should be doing. She's undertuned. So Syndra can't be good. But if they nerfed everyone else's numbers so that Syndra is doing the most damage, then people would play Syndra. Although Syndra's getting reworked, so she probably won't be that champion anymore. They're turning her into a scaling champion, which is really weird. I don't think they have the damage to kill him. In mini now? Yeah. Go away. How are these bots still in my chat? How do I get rid of them? Like, forever? Report. Uh... Yeah, but I don't know. How do I get rid of them forever? Maokai's a good example that learning champions isn't impossible for pro players who's non-existent in playoffs and now he's over it. Yeah, he's also very simple though. He's not a difficult champion at all. But yeah, I agree. They just pick him up straight away. Red side's winning every draft today. Red side's too OP. But everyone chooses blue side when they get offered. 248 Q on Aatrox. I wonder how Aatrox will respond to the Eclipse nerfs next patch. I don't think he goes back to Gore Drinker. I think he still goes Eclipse. And just does a bit less damage. It's still going to do considerably more damage than Gore Drinker. I wanted to say Gore Breaker, but I was thinking of Stride Breaker, I guess, subconsciously. He's dead. Oh no, wait, no cooldowns on Jojo. But yeah, I mean the mid lane's looking really good for DFM, which is the one power point I think they had. I mean, Sivir's scaling fine, but the problem they have is that what does Sivir do into Soraka? She does so much DPS, but you need burst into Soraka. The only burst they really have is Ahri. I guess like they could get a big Gnarl, but it's pretty hard to find a Gnarl on LeBlanc, like going through Soraka silence as well. You jump in and she just drops the silence under you. You've got Sejuani to get through. There's not really anyone else on DFM that EG need to CC, so they can just focus all their CC on stopping Gnar. And then Soraka's just going to heal them through Sivir and Ahri. The best thing they can do is get Ahri on a flank and pick off the Soraka somehow. I think Soraka's actually the most prio target. I feel like maybe you could beat Aatrox by flipping around your top lane matchup and putting like playing like Ornn mid and putting something like Corki in top lane, like a safe, really high range top laner into the Aatrox. Like not just a range top, but like a really high. That's why I think Azir is good. Like Azir top Ornn mid, so that you still have the same comp, because Ornn can mid into anything and survive. There's nothing in mid that destroys Ornn so hard he can't play the game. So maybe like Corki or... I mean, I already like Azir top as an answer, but maybe Corki top's good too. Into Azir. Into Aatrox, I mean. I'm not sure about Anivia or Cassio or these champs. Into Aatrox. Maybe Cassio. Maybe Karma top. Victor's probably too vulnerable to him. Same with Sion and with most tanks, really, although Sion gets just really destroyed by Cassio and Anivia. Yeah, Sion has an extremely weak early lane, whereas Ornn is actually quite strong. Like in the first 6 levels or so, where Sion's got no W stacks. And I think he has relatively low base health, so. And also, Ornn's ability to buy items in lane is really strong. I mean, Sion can always ult back to lane. Okay, that's a good pick. That's like the only person who could deal with Soraka dead, so. Because now even if Ahri charms, it doesn't really matter. That's a free Mountain Drake. Mountain's a really good individual Drake to have for EG as well, because it makes it harder for them to get bursted, and if they don't get bursted, then Soraka just carries. You know what I really like? Inspired Inspired won my best itemization last week, or yesterday. I keep saying week instead of day for some reason. It feels like an entire week, the amount of games I'm watching. But yeah, he won it yesterday. Today he's gone Anathema's Chains because the only consistent damage on their team is Sivir. So he just chains a Sivir and he's so tanky. That's really good itemization by Inspired. He knows that the only person that can really kill him is Sivir. Wow, these fights look so easy for AG. Ocean Soul? Oh, they got Ocean Soul as well. Oh my god, that's maybe the best soul they could get. Like, maybe Hextech's still better, because Hextech Soul is really broken. But Ocean Soul is crazy good, yes. For sure. I think, given that it's Ocean Soul, the EG members start building tanky now. So, like, MF's already going for Bloodthirster, that's good. I think, like, Aatrox can maybe just go Death Stance instead of Black Cleaver now. Obviously, Sejuani keeps building tank. LeBlanc can go things like Banshee's Veil. I mean, LeBlanc can probably still just go full damage. She's LeBlanc. But yeah, MF goes Bloodthirster. Like, Aatrox goes Death Stance instead of Cleaver. Sejuani continues to buy full tank. Soraka's nearly at Moonstone. At 20 minutes, though, that's a very slow Moonstone. I guess he bought Dark Seal, which slows him down. Maybe he bought a lot of Control Wards, which slowed him down? I don't know. Like, Yumi's got 2 Control Wards in her bag right now. You don't want to do that on Enchanters. You're wasting too much money. You need to power towards your Mythic. Also, Yumi probably shouldn't be going Ludens. I think that's a bit grief. I mean, to be fair, they do need to burst people, so maybe Ludens is the way. I don't know, it's very awkward for DFM. I can only... yeah, he does have... you can see the debuff on Sivir now, they have her selected. He does have Sivir Anathema. I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't think anything really happened, did it? How do we get anti-heal items every game except this one with a Soraka and a Yuumi? I mean, the Yuumi has anti-heal, which is maybe the best person to put it on because the Yuumi waves are going to be hitting most of the team. I also don't think Yuumi on her own brings enough healing to warrant EG buying anti-heal. But weirdly, Jojo has it. And Jojo is probably the worst person to get anti-heal. Yuumi going Luden, I don't hate it here because the only way DFM can win is if they burst out people. If a fight goes long, they're gonna lose anyway into Soraka. Soraka, Aatrox, everyone's building defensive on EG. Like, long fights, there's no way they win. So I think you just have to go Ludens and try to burst people. I really don't like Yuumi when you don't have a carry jungler for her to attach to. I think that's the best way to play Yuumi. Because then she's actually doing something in the game. rather than just AFK scaling. Because if she's just trying to AFK scale, the enemy can just pick Sona or Soraka and AFK scale harder. Liandry is better in every way, not into Soraka. How is Liandry better when the dot does literally nothing? Like, the dot could do 1,000,000 damage, but it doesn't matter because Soraka's just healing through it. Like, there they got a pick, they bursted someone out, that's like the only thing they can do. Like, if you only have damage over time into Soraka, so what? She's just gonna heal it all back. Like, the dot have anti-heal? They already have anti-heal on them. The Yumi ult provides anti-heal. Did Soraka not have silence there? Oh no, Harp, you griefed it! Harp, you griefer! Okay, he managed to reattach. You can really easily apply anti-heal anyway by just having, you just go Putrefier on Yumi, and then whenever she heals Sivir's bounces apply, like, 40% anti-heal to everyone. Like, the empowered anti-heal. Maybe Putrefier Rush would be even better than just going Ludens. Maybe she should have just rushed Putrefier. I mean, EG gave DFM exactly what they wanted. Yeah, look, where's Soraka E? Just drop E on yourself and... Oh, she missed. She missed with the Soraka E. I don't think it's really a throw. I mean, obviously it's a throw, but they're not... Like, it's bad, but they're still winning. They need to do that a couple more times to throw. They're at such a draft and gold advantage. Are they still at a gold advantage? Maybe the gold's even and they've just got a draft advantage now. They're actually at a gold disadvantage now, but they still got a massive draft advantage, so... It's pretty hard for DFM to do anything. How are they at a gold disadvantage? I guess Jojo just has no farm, for some reason. Why does Jojo have no farm? But bot and top are both winning on CS. Where is this massive gold gap coming from? Is it just towers? I guess it's just towers. I just realised that the tiebreakers mean that I don't get to sleep early. It just dawned on me. That's not fair. Report Fnatic for losing to Loud, honestly. Giving the tiebreaker. I really hope DRX beat Mad now, so there's not two tiebreakers in the other group as well. Because that would tie DRX, Mad, and RNG, assuming RNG beat Saigon. If that happens, I'll probably do the tiebreaker games tomorrow and go to bed after the regular games. like tomorrow morning. It's probably better for everyone viewing as well, right? You guys want to sleep as well. Vulcan is so out of position. Like, why is Vulcan at the front? Soraka needs to stand in the safest place possible. I tell you what, EG are really, like, trying to lose here. They're trying. I don't know if the draft will let them lose, though. Okay, there's the Putrefier. So now, whenever Yumi does anything at all, Sivir applies full anti-heal to everyone with her bouncers. So anti-heal's no longer a problem for the FM. By the way, if Ahri didn't waste money on an Oblivion Orb, she would have Death Cap. And if Jojo didn't waste money on an Oblivion Orb, he would have Shadow Flame. Also, Jojo is one item at 30 minutes. What? Jojo has one item at 30 minutes. Right, he's got 2 now. I think Sedge ult should always be used defensively. Onto Gnar. Alright, I mean, they can give second Drake for more time. That's honestly fine for EG. The longer it goes, the more it favours EG. So, even with Sivir, I think just Soraka is too much. What is Soraka buying? Mikhails? Is that Mikhails? What is she Mikhailsing? Charm?
Hello?
Hello, welcome back.
Oh. It's been a session.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Like the last game already?
No, we're on game 4? Game 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Time doesn't go that
at
fast.
29 minutes, Jojo had only completed 1 item on LeBlanc.
No, he has 2.
He has 2 now, yeah, 31 minutes.
Oh, so he did like alternator, or like did he build bad or?
He bought an Oblivion Orb, which is a bit grief.
Oh, I don't see the builds
Yeah,
yet.
I know.
Wait, let me refresh streams.
Do you see the draft? I feel like EG winning draft so hard.
Let me check.
Oh my god, but they're great. Why is Vulcan there? What are they doing?
I actually don't like Soraka pick in this contest.
Why? I love Soraka here.
Why? Why do we like Soraka?
It just heals them through everything.
But why are we healing?
What kills Soraka?
Yeah, but we have hard engage here, right?
From who?
We have Sejuani going in. We have.
Oh yeah, but you don't need to now.
Trying to flank.
Because they went for Yumi, you just play front to back with this comp, and you just win auto. Like, how do you lose if you play front to back? The problem is, Vulcan keeps standing at the front and then dying. He just did it twice in a row. Actually, the last time he didn't die, he just had his flash burned.
How did Yumi get through?
How did Yumi get through? It's just left open, but I think it's fine to leave Yumi open. Because you can just pick Soraka or Sona into it. I don't think Yumi's as good as people think. Like, look, they don't have the damage to kill them. How do you kill Aatrox with Soraka when your mid is Ahri? And the only person who can ever realistically kill him is Sivir. And Sejuani's already got Sivir anathemaed. I think Aatrox can buy anathemas as well and put it on Sivir. And like Aatrox just can't die.
Sivir is also pretty weak this patch, no?
Yeah, I agree. So Sivir does even less damage.
I really don't like Soraka.
Look where Vulcan goes. Watch.
Yeah.
Just like there on his own. His entire team abandoned him, I guess.
Yeah, but what can you do if you're out of position?
Don't be out of position.
Yeah. I mean, it's 3 of them, not just 1, but only he can get out.
No, I think if Sedge just goes with him, like they can't just walk through Sedge, right? Through Sedge and
I
LeBlanc?
guess Azar you can. You kind of can run, but I mean the point is
because they've got to get through Soraka Silence. They've got to get through Sedge.
I would definitely prefer a Mumu or something. I know maybe it's banned or something. I didn't see the draft, but I would prefer something
the
engaging.
Is banned. But either way, I like the Soraka. I just think he's playing it really badly. I like Sona too.
I like the Saint Michael.
What is Impact doing? What's he doing? But what is he doing?
Oh, that could be a dead Kaori as well, yeah.
Like, just front to back, like fucking humans. No? Why is Impact trying to 1v5 in mid lane when Drake's spawning?
Why is he delaying his death so much?
I don't know. Why is anything happening in this game?
Yeah, I mean, draft-wise, like, I'd say 50-50, not gonna lie. Like, overall.
I thought both drafts were really bad until Soraka. And I thought Soraka just put it in EG's favour. Like, B1 Maokai was good. Then they went Aatrox Sedge. I don't like Sedge when you've already picked your top. Then they self-countered Gnar into Aatrox and counterpicked themselves. And then they blind picked Ahri. And then doesn't Ahri beat LeBlanc because of the W cancel with the E in lane? And just better shove. So they self-countered themselves with LeBlanc into Ahri. So that was two self-counters in a row. And then they picked Misfortune blind, which I think is fine. And then they went Sivir Yumi, which I thought was terrible. And then they counterpicked Yumi with Soraka, which I thought was good. That was basically the draft order. Do you see the game before this? The 0-5 team picked a really good comp. Like the support pick was terrible. I would have preferred literally any other support pick. But let me find this for you. Right. If you look here on my stream, imagine Red picked Morgana. Imagine Red picked Morgana. Like, the Braum is really bad, but the rest of it's so good, no?
Oh, let me see. Aatrox. Yeah,
Braum's bad.
Braum doesn't make any sense because I mean I see why. They have 4 melees, but in lane it's really hard to sustain.
But Morgana makes Hecarim undeal. Like, you can't deal with him while giving you a really good lane with Ashe Morg. And then also, but like, do you know what they did this game? Hecarim permanently cleared towards bot the entire game.
You can also go Karma.
Yeah, Karma's good too. Yeah, Karma was the other one I said. Karma's
You can
good.
smash lane then.
Yeah, Karma's really good and works with Hecarim as well. Karma or Morgana. But yeah, Hecarim perma cleared towards bot. Not once did they try to kill top lane with Camille, Galio, Hecarim. But I thought it was a really good answer into Aatrox. Because it's a skill matchup in top, that matchup. But then it's so easy for them to win top.
I mean, there's a world where Camille and Galio lock onto Kalista. But also, like, if it fails, you're getting shit on.
But they just perma weak-sided the Camille. Like, they didn't even look top the entire game.
Why would you weak side Camille and pick Braum then?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He cleared top to bot, the Hecarim path towards bot every single time, and only ever ganked bot. Galio only ulted bot. It was so sad.
Oh, EG got the Baron. Yeah, it looks a bit... I like to draft it apart from Braum.
Yeah. That's basically what I said.
Yeah.
I still thought it was like a 70-30 to red, if they played it correctly. But if they picked Karma or Morgana, I thought it would have been like a 90-10.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, you always have to take consideration who plays it and to what extent they can play it.
Alright. Good guys EG playing terribly to give... No, there's still a tiebreaker, right?
Yeah.
I thought there would be... Because they tiebreak Fnatic if they win. But now they just tiebreak DFM instead.
Wait, did Fnatic win their game against Beyond at the end?
Yeah. Fnatic are 4-1. So they auto go to groups now.
Nice.
And my pick'ems were correct. Loud is 3-2-2. Oh yeah, Loud's 3-2. So Loud, DFM, and EG are all 3-2. So how do they tiebreak that? Who plays who first?
Guess they look at... or maybe they flip it.
Maybe.
There's still more games for the other group, I guess.
This is really bad for EG though. Because if as long as DRX don't lose, then EG, if they lose tiebreaker, have to play DRX instead of like Buffalo in best of 5. Or Mad. I guess it would be Mad, not Buffalo. Dagda just became Canadian. He said it's going to be an interesting Group A.
Yeah, DFM kind of bounced back.
They did. They went 0-2, right? And then they went 3-2. I said DFM was good.
They lost to Loud, I think, right? Second Loud game they lost, right? I think
DFM lost to Loud, yeah. No. I think, wasn't that the one where Hecarim built the absolute ridiculous, awful, terrible build? No, that was Loud versus Beyond. Maybe they did lose to Loud. Yeah, I think they lost to Loud. And then they lost to Chiefs? No, they beat Chiefs. Everyone beat Chiefs. They lost to Fnatic. They lost to Loud and then Fnatic. And then they beat Chiefs, they beat Beyond, and then they also beat EG. They reverse swept the group. Are you ready for this game, Foz? Are you ready for Teemo versus Garen?
I'm not sure. I don't think anyone is ready for that.
It's the two really bad teams. They both begin with I as well. Isurus and Istanbul. Wow, Brazil beat PCS. Brazil knocked PCS out of Playins. That's really big.
I guess Loud is not that bad as we thought it would be.
I mean, they were terrible in the first couple of games.
Yeah, I mean they were.
The Hecarim build, the Hecarim build and the Jax was unforgivable.
Pretty flippy, I agree.
They could 3-0 RNG in a best of 5, and I would still not forgive them for that game. They could literally save my parents from dying, and I would still not forgive them for that Hecarim build. Croc could fulfill every lifelong dream I've ever had, and I would still not forgive him.
I see Atlas got some more deaths as well.
He went 0-8. There was a 0-8 Nautilus. So I'm so sad that I put Renekton instead of Nautilus now. I think LS went with a Mumu because he's going to get picked a lot and he goes in and he's quite frail.
Yeah, but Amumu can actually do something so the enemy team dies.
Oh yeah, Amumu's actually a good champion. LeBlanc was not accelerated. LeBlanc had one item at 29 minutes. I don't know what Jojo was doing this game.
True.
One item at 29 minutes on LeBlanc is just sad.
I actually don't like Soraka in this context because it really doesn't do what your team wants to do. It's really awkward if people start running at you as well, because you can't really stop them. Sivir ult into a lot of ults, you know, it's really hard for Soraka to deal with that. So I would prefer anything engagey. That you did this, like, of course it's a bad positioning, right? But his team can't really help him. Like, what do? Aatrox is not there. You can't really take when 5 men just runs at you.
Yeah. No, I mean,
you deal with that.
I think they can though, because the only things that can really kill them by running at them is Ahri Charm, and she has Mikhail's to Mikhail's anyone who gets charmed, and then Gnar, and you literally just silence the Gnar and then all go on him. Like, I just didn't think they had enough engage to do anything, and they don't have enough damage to brute force through Soraka healing. And then even though what the champs of EG really want to do is engage, because of the Soraka, you just front to back instead, because you can't lose if you front to back. Like, look, they got a pick there, and then the other time they got a pick on Vulcan, and then they got a pick on Aatrox in mid, and it's like, if you just play front to back and don't get picked.
But actually, this is kind of low-key, really deceiving comp, because it is a pick comp in the end. Yuumi and Sivir make it a pick comp.
Yeah, the only way they can play is
in a weird
pick.
way. Yeah.
But, like, I think pick comps are bad unless you have something, like, really game-warping, like Pike or Nocturne or something. Like, it's so easy to just play well and not get... I mean, obviously it's not so easy, otherwise literally everyone in the world will be Challenger. But for professional players, it's so easy to just play well so that you don't get picked.
Not true, they should have played better.
Yeah, Croc stops war, establishes world peace, and solves world hunger, but I still wouldn't forgive him because of that Hecarim build. They could literally go undefeated and win worlds, and I still would think they were awful because of the Hecarim build. In fact, because of them, I will never go to Brazil. They've ruined Brazil for me. Because people from Brazil, or even just one person from Brazil, builds Hecarim like that. I just won't go there. It's unforgivable. I went down to 5 viewers, by the way. Nobody wants to watch this game. I don't even want to watch this next game. I don't blame them for leaving. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is.
Damn, Nar did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
LeBlanc also did almost as Sejuani.
Yeah. I mean, Jojo was popping off again. Naturally. The Siracolos made me question why I'm watching this. Well, I mean, get ready for a quality game, because the thing is, between Istanbul Wildcats and Isurus Gaming, I'm not sure who can lose harder. Not my stream, Worlds, I mean. You want to do a draft? I'll do a draft.
Let's do a draft.
Oops.
Want a serious draft or like?
I'll try to be serious. I'll do my best.
Alright. Give me any side.
I gave you blue side purely because it was closer to my mouse at the time that you said it. Should we just do this instead of the next game?
Looks more fun.
But ironically, better content. Alright.
But they actually might run it down, both of them, because they're both useless. Like they don't have a chance, right?
Yeah. I'm going triple tryhard ban, unfortunately. I'm tryharding draft.
Triple tryhard.
Alright, which do I want to remove? I think there's multiple. I'll get rid of this one, and I'll give you the other one, I think.
Okay, I mean, I'll take it. For some reason, it's not in jungle role.
Yeah, I'd rather give you Maokai than Graves, I think, but I put a lot of value on Graves. Alright. What do I want to go with? I think I want to go with this. I want this one. I just don't know what I want with it right now. Let me think. All right, I'm gonna take this.
Morgana, Azir.
Okay, Corky.
Hmm. Okay.
Oh, you banned a Mumu.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, on red side, on blue side, you should ban a Momo, right? Because
yeah, maybe,
R1,
maybe.
R2. Actually, I have a pretty good angle on R2 on Mumu there. Hmm. Huh. Oracles.
The Ornster. Oh. Rek'Sai. Eve.
Yeah, I'm thinking about these two. But probably go with Rek'Sai.
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe Eve is not bad. But I actually don't like Sharrow's early game into her. Kinda
Yeah,
there's a lot about her.
I agree.
Okay.
Alright, so in this game, I think even if you match it, I'm putting Ornn mid and Azir top. Because even if you match the Ornn mid with Fiora, it's way better for Ornn if he's in the short lane.
Okay.
It's way harder for Fiora to punish him, you know? And then if you don't, like, Azir shits on Fiora in 1v1 in lane. So
I will not,
I think
because I don't think you can play Azir in a long lane against Rek'Sai. That's the only reason. You have to draw Morgana to your lane constantly. And I feel there's a lot of free ganks here.
I think it can, to be honest.
Rek'Sai is
I think
pretty
it's
nasty, like pretty nasty to do it
Really,
early.
really early, I have to be careful. But after that, Azir
Yep.
just takes over the matchup so hard that, like, even if Rek'Sai comes, he can potentially, like, you know, with ult, like, Fiora has to parry ult, or he's just gonna ult them away.
Yeah.
And like, she's gonna be like half health or lower for sure.
But if she parries the ult, she gets the stun 100%. By the way, you can't dodge that because you're casting the ult.
Yeah.
And Rek'Sai can dodge your R anyways with the R.
Well,
Of course, given that he's on top of you.
You ult Rek'Sai out of Z. Or
Yeah, I
like,
guess.
he has to flash on you to do that, I think.
True.
I think I like mine more.
I think Rek'Sai has a lot of potential to kill your bot lane as well.
I think
Like Maokai on flash, literally on flash, can kill anyone on bot lane because of Rek'Sai.
Yeah. I mean, if the game isn't, if you're not with a massive gold lead after like 10-15 minutes, I think I just win.
I don't know about, like, Quirky is a thing that may stop that, and Fiora on sideline. Like, I don't think you deal with Fiora on sideline with 2 items, no?
I just send Azir.
Okay.
I can even send Ashe, by the way. Like, what is Ashe is insane into Fiora. It's so hard.
What do you do on the map if you send Azir though? It's kind of, I don't know. I feel like
I just set up around Drake and then I TP Azir and
Hmm. Alright. I don't know. I like
it's a pretty good
50-50
draft.
this one.
I feel like blue wins, but Rek'Sai is questionable.
I really like Rek'Sai here. I'm
I feel like
legit.
red
I wouldn't
wins.
pick anything else. Maybe Evelyn. Yeah.
I feel like as long as red plays like safe enough early that they're not at a gold disadvantage, like they have a. If it was a pure 2v2, my bot lane will win. If it was a pure 1v1, my top lane will win. If it's a pure 1v1, your mid lane would win. So it's just about whether I can get to like 10, 15. Well, I think at the point where everyone has mythic, if you don't have a massive gold lead, I'm gonna win. Because I'm gonna win every Drake fight.
I mean, Rek'Sai definitely helps my draft.
I mean, it gives you that volatility you need.
Yeah.
How does Ornn beat Fiora? He doesn't. It's Azir top.
Yeah. Or mid.
Ornn's playing mid into Corki and just farming.
Alright. We're going next.
Alright, we're in draft.
Oh, we are? Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
It was really fast.
It was.
Oh, maybe they want to speed run it.
Speed through this dogshit game. I mean, me and you are both drafting way better than these teams, honestly. I mean,
to be fair, we are playing everything.
I know I'm balanced. Balanced? I know I'm biased.
Biased.
Yeah, I mean, we are assuming our players can play literally everything. I'm assuming my team is Damwon. Damwon just play fucking... Like, they actually play Azir top. And, like, Yasuo, Senna and Heimerdinger.
They're definitely gonna pull out some wacky shit, I mean.
For sure. You know what's funny? In 2019, it was G2 pulling out, like, interesting stuff that knocked Damwon out. And now I think it might be Damwon doing that to G2. Did G2 just get knocked out by Damwon Heimerdinger bot? I can really see that happening.
Hjarnan.
It's actually Hjarnan, yeah.
He came back.
The Hjarnan dinger. Docdam is Hjarnan reincarnated. B1 Hecarim? Oh, Hecarim's banned. Maokai? Caitlyn Maokai? They're hovering Garen. One of these teams isn't going to go undefeated. There you go, there's Maokai, and then you respond with MF. They're hovering team. I mean, I would respond with Azir Morgana. We just saw that. Oh, true. These guys can just blind Aatrox because nobody plays counters. There you go. You go MF. On 2. Silas. I feel like blue could just pick up Misfortune and Mumu now. What's with
I would do that too.
What's with Gnar into Aatrox again? People love self-countering themselves into Aatrox. I don't mind Victor though. Victor's okay.
The Silas pretty solid.
Yeah.
Would be an ADC pick, and then ban out a lot of ADCs.
Maybe Xayah here, and then ban out the other ADCs.
Pretty safe.
And then you can take.
Yeah, I want to say Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa? I was gonna say you could go Xayah, ban out other ADCs, and then maybe pick Rakan. I think you can also go like Renata as well on 4.
I mean, Kai'Sa is not bad into these 3 picks so far. Of course, you're blinding it bot. But I don't think she gets punished too hard unless people play Caitlyn well, which they don't. Spoiler alert.
MF put it. MF. Yeah, but they can ban MF.
Yeah, they should ban MF.
It's actually a pretty good Neela angle for IW right now. But we'll see what Isserus R4. But if they R4 something that enables Neela, I would like Neela Rel or something in bot lane. Or Neela Amumu. Neela Amumu's cool.
Amumu is not banned.
Yeah.
But you're giving away a lot of good ults for Silas, which is not that good.
Well, that's true with Amumu. I mean, you can also play Neela with like, if they pick melee support on 4, you can do like Neela Brand, and then your Neela gives the Brand extra XP.
Yeah.
There's the MF ban. Neela actually scales pretty well. It's just she needs a comp where she can hit people. The last time we saw Neela, it really wasn't that because she was against Tristana, who she can never get in range of. She kind of struggles against Victor too. Wait, Victor's on the team that I want Neela on though. Yeah. No, she enjoys playing against Aatrox, Silas, and Kai'Sa. The tiredness begins.
So this is a Leona, I guess. But you can pick jungle. What do you pick jungle?
If it's Leona, Neela is busted because you avoid Leona's CC. Oh, Neela's good into Wukong as well. You avoid his Q. I really like Neela Brand, Neela. What other supports really like being accelerated in XP? Pike, maybe? Neela Pike? No, Pike. No, you don't pick Pike into Silas. Oh my god, I called it, bro!
Nice.
How hard am I smurfing this draft shit? There's no Neela in this, so I'm gonna... Samira's already banned. I'm just gonna leave it blank. Because there's no Neela on this site.
I hope they don't go Braum though.
No, it shouldn't be Braum. It needs to be... It needs to be... Yumi,
okay.
Yumi's good. Yumi's good, because Yumi likes being accelerated.
Just pray it's not Alistar. No, Alistar. No. No, Alistar. It's Alistar.
Oh, yeah, I guess Maokai's not bad in bot lane.
Okay.
Yeah, Yumi. Yumi's good. Yumi's good. But I like this draft from IW.
She can be punished though. The Yumi pick. Thresh is not bad.
Thresh is pretty
Leona?
good into Neela.
Is not bad.
Leona's bad. Leona's really bad into Neela. She just W's your Q.
Okay, Rel.
Rel, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, what I don't understand is why it's not a Mumu on 5 for red. Amumu's just the best, right?
Yeah, boom. What the fuck? Yeah. I was thinking like, oh, they don't want to feed Xylus, but
Alright. I think Neela's gonna pop off this game. Benjamin, did you see how hard I predicted that Neela? I was straight in when I saw the first 3. I was like, this is a Neela game. Yeah, Neela can really pop off this game. She's got like Victor. Victor can die. They've got a lot of engage into Victor. I think it's pretty even. I would maybe give 5% to blue for the Neela.
I agree.
Like 55-45.
Because they can die.
Maokai for sure plays around bot, because if Neela just doesn't get behind or even gets ahead, she takes over in this draft.
Actually, I think Maokai needs to sit bot, literally, to stop like counter gank all the time.
Basically like Pioshik did, where he was just hovering. Yeah.
But also his top is losing too.
Because I think Neela outscales Kai'Sa. Can you do YouTube clip? I want a clip where I predicted Neela.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can clip this Neela predict. Gonna start the timer and then I'm gonna try and clip my predict. Unless one of the viewers can smurf and do it.
I like that they forced the vertical jungling here for red buff for red side because it's
Yeah, it makes it harder for Maokai to sit bot.
Yeah.
Struggling to clip this, bro.
I think Maokai got pretty greedy.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure
He
out
kind of
clipping.
ruined. Oh, he kind of ruined Victor's chances to get like a really good lead in mid lane because he was doing so well. I don't know why he full cleared blue side to go for his red. When we know that Wukong is not doing Krugs for sure. That means like he would come eventually. And he didn't go straight for his red, he went for his chickens first. On the board. And he knew this was gonna happen. So like super greedy
Aatrox has
pathing.
flash, he's not dead here.
And put Victor in a really bad spot.
Yeah, that's true.
This is what happens in my solo queue game sometimes when my jungle just tries to ruin my lane by moving into enemy jungle.
This is the one problem with the Nila Yuumi lane, is that Rel can just run around doing whatever. But normally by mid-game you'll have like level 14 solo lanes and level 12 ADC and level 11 support. But here you'll have level 14 solo lanes and level like 13 AD carry and support. Like Nila Yuumi will be nearly the same level as solo lanes. Because of as long as they don't get shit on.
Yeah. Oh, he got shit on.
I mean, the dude self-counter picked himself. This matchup's hard as fuck. Benjamin said, I think Ornn would be better over Gnar. He does lose lane pretty hard, but he's hardly ever gankable.
I mean, Gnar is also not gonna get...
Okay. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. I was gonna say you give Sylas Ornn, but giving Sylas Gnar is also really bad for you, so... I don't know, but Ornn loses lane pretty hard into Aatrox, but so does Gnar. It's not... Okay, he has E. I was gonna say, if Gnar didn't have E there, he would have had to flash or he was dead.
Really?
Was I able to clip it? I think the YouTube clip is only a minute long, and it was like I called it more than a minute before they locked it in, so it's kind of awkward. I might try and like edit the VOD or something so that I can grab those 2 minutes or something.
I actually believe if Gnar baited that he wins. Because he was hitting 6 after a minion. I don't think he realized that.
Oh, yeah. So, like, bait Aatrox to go in and then kill the minion, hit 6 and ult him into the wall and kill him?
Yeah, like W and then kill like minions and him.
You had the same problem? Yeah. I was too early with my prediction. Punished. Nila's another champion that I'm really big on, that people aren't playing. No, apparently not. But I might be able to just go into the VOD afterwards and grab it. I don't know. I'll have to see. Clip more than 1 minute, YouTube.
Alright, tomorrow is my first day at work. It's in 5 hours, by the way. So I'll have to.
You gonna go sleep? Yeah. Go get some sleep, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining. I'll see you when I see you.
Wasn't too much around, so sorry about that.
No, don't worry about it. You're not expected to be. It's just nice when you are.
Alright, man. Have a good stream, the rest of the stream, and have a good night. See you around.
Alright, you too, dude. See you later. The EXP share is so broken it basically allows solo laners to play down there. Yep, I agree. And the biggest acceleration bot lane in the game is Neela Pyke. You accelerate your Pyke, and then Pyke accelerates you by doubling money with his ult. And the amount of like acceleration you get out of Neela Pyke is ridiculous. Holy fuck! Look at this top lane matchup, man. People are choosing to play this matchup. No, bro. What is Neela buying? That is not how you build Shield Bow Phantom Dancer IE. That's not how you build Shield Bow Phantom Dancer IE. You're building Collector into Wukong? I really hope he doesn't go Collector and he just sits on Dirk, maybe. And he still goes Shield Bow PD IE. But the best Neela build by far is Shield Bow Phantom Dancer IE. Was it this dude who did the really weird, like, Essence Reaver Neela or something? So Prowler's Claw Neela? I hope it's not that. I also hope it's not that. Yo, Neela's popping off. Neela is popping the fuck off! No, she's dead! Oh wait, it's Yumi that's dead. Oh, Neela nearly killed everyone there. It was, wasn't it? It was Essence Reaver MF. Yeah. Man, Neela gets me so hyped. This champ's so fun to watch. I think if she flashed in, she might have killed like 2 or 3 people. She went in and ulted and just did like a ton of damage. At least Maokai grabbed the Herald. Here goes Neela. Here she goes. Meow. Boom. Aw. I think he could have flashed on Wukong and Silas and killed them, right? And then they would win. I think he should have flashed in. There are apparently some Eclipse builds. I don't think I would like Eclipse. It's definitely better than Prowlers. Yeah, I mean, Rel's level 5 and Neela and Yumi are both level 7. No, Neela's level 8. Neela's level 8 and Yumi's level 7. And Rel's level 5. And Kaisa's level 7. Holy moly. Ooh, Starscream nearly got pulled back in there. I don't like ADD going for cooldown boots. I think if you ever do that, you have to swap them out later for like actual boots. It's only good for lane phase. He is going Eclipse. Ugh. I mean, it's better at 4 items, but you get your IE spike at 4th item instead of 3rd, and her IE spike is like really massive. So yeah, I don't know. You know what though? The fact that they picked Neela makes this otherwise boring game really fun. So doesn't she have crit scalings on everything? I think so, yeah. But I mean, Eclipse, in terms of just raw damage output, it's why Graves does it. Like, Eclipse with a crit build does a lot because of the percent pen the Eclipse gives. So if you're like an Eclipse and a Lord Doms and a Phantom Dancer and an IE, you have a shit ton of armor pen. I think Shield Bow, like the safety you get from Shield Bow is nice. All the stats she enjoys. Lifesteal's really good on her. It has probably the best mythic passive in the game with AD and health. And then having a crit mythic means you get IE on 3rd item instead of 4th, so. One thing that I always forget about Neela is the bonus healing and shielding she gets. So she's naturally better with enchanters, which is why Yumi's good with her. But I do still like her with things like Pike as well, and Brand that just want to gain extra levels. Neela Bard's pretty good as well, you know, because Bard gets XP from his chimes, and then he also gets more XP from... She gets pen through crit in a passive? Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, maybe with this she gets so much pen that she's dealing true damage to people? I don't know. I don't know, she's a relatively new champion. I'm not convinced what the best way to build her is, but... It's like, if she... She can maybe get up to like 60% armor pen if she goes Lord Dom's Eclipse with her passive and a crit build after Eclipse. That does sound okay. Maybe Eclipse is good. We'll have to see how much damage she does. That makes a lot more sense as to why Prowlers is good. Like, Prowlers into crit. Hi, Mr. Joshua. You missed me predicting the Neela pick about 2.5 minutes before they picked Neela. I was ahead of the curve on this draft. I definitely think streaming and having lots of people to talk to about drafting and like bringing Foz on and stuff is definitely making me quicker at analyzing drafts. I don't know whether I'm getting any better. Like, I think given a longer amount of time, I would have come to the same conclusions anyway. So I think Neela is a good pick. I mean, there's been 2 Neelas, right? This one and the RNG one. The RNG one was terrible. This one's really good. Like, Neela is really good here. She's essentially playing against 5 melee with relatively low CC. And a lot of what the melee want to do is based on auto attacks, and she ignores it with her W. Like, look at Neela here, bro. She's popping off. I wonder how much damage Neela did, like, out of the total damage of the fight there. Neela's great against their draft, though. That's why I called it. Because they had, like, Aatrox, Silas, Wukong. No, they had Aatrox, Silas, Kai'Sa. And then they picked Wukong on 4. I was just, yeah, this is a Neela game. And then they picked Neela, so... I think with this build, you fall off at 3 items compared to the enemy AD carry, though. Maybe you're stronger at 1 and 2, then you fall off at 3, and maybe you're stronger at 4. So yeah, they all go in on Neela. She pops W, so the kite is doing no damage to her. She ults. Her ult only hit one. If she hit a bigger ult, I think they would hard win this fight. And Neela's just going in and pumping out damage. Ooh, ADD got a big Q though. But I'm a Neela enjoyer. Things that I like that a lot of people don't, I like Neela. Like, I really liked Graves before the tournament, and a lot of people said that he wouldn't get picked, but lo and behold, he's being picked. And then I really like Ashe and Renata, which aren't being picked enough. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is personal preference. I'm sure I could have a conversation with someone who likes other champions that I don't like, and come to like a reasonable understanding of why they like it, even if I might disagree on it. I think that's what's important in, like, I think that's an important thing to push in the draft community, because at the minute it feels like there's, like, on the Renekton camp, it feels like the Renekton likers and the Renekton dislikers are really at each other's throats. I feel like we should try to push, like, open discourse. Neela looks really good here, by the way. Look at Neela, man. They can't damage her. Yeah, we should try to promote, like... I remember you did say that Ashe is a traditional counter to Kate, but doesn't Ashe have, like, no mobility? Yes, but a lot of the time Ashe doesn't need... Like, you don't need mobility on your AD carry. Like, not... For example, Miss Fortune has no mobility, but Miss Fortune's being played a lot. You love Renekton? Yeah, I hate Renekton. So... Why... Let's have open discourse then. Why do you hate Renekton? And then I'll tell you... why do you love Renekton? And I'll tell you why I hate it. Yeah, I agree. Two camps just never moving on their opinion. You have it with, like, LCK versus LPL. You have it with, like, you know, NA versus EU. You have it with draft. You have it with itemization. Now, there are some things, like with itemization, where it is literally just mathematics. And some things are just wrong. But, like, here, the Eclipse versus the Shield Bow, like, I can see the two sides of it. I think Shield Bow's probably better, but I'm open to the Eclipse on Neela. Or runes, yeah, runes too. Good point. Man, I love me some Neela. I think Renekton is good and that his trademark is W ability, and this year has pretty much all been bottom meta. So Renekton's 1.5 second stun either screws over Zerian stuff or forces her to go cleanse or QSS. And Renekton does so much damage W bulk. Alright. Can I offer you an alternative? What about Jax? Jax gets onto the AD carry easier, he scales better, he also has a stun, he dodges the AD carry's damage. I think Jax is just a better Renekton. That's kind of the reason that I don't like Renekton. I think there's always a better alternative. Gator greater than Lamp. I find myself agreeing with you too much, so I don't really have a counterpoint. I mean, based. A lot of the time I prefer Kled over Renekton. It's harder to execute though. Into any team comp that needs to run at you, I think Darius is just a better version of Renekton. Like, it's just a bit easier as Renekton. Jaxi, you have to time it well, because ADCs can walk away really easily. So, with Jaxi, kind of like how AD carries can just walk away from Renekton, right? But you dash at them and then you stun them. With the Jax, you E and then you jump on them and you stun in your jump. They can flash it, but they can flash away from Renekton as well. So I think it's about as easy to land the stun. I just think Jax scales better. Now, the thing that Jax doesn't do is that he loses some matchups that Renekton wins. So that's like a talking point you can have. You can say like, oh, Renekton's better here because he's better into this matchup, and like, maybe. Whoa, Neela's not building any crit. She went Death Dance second. I don't know how I feel about that. I want to see more tanks play top. I think carries are kind of played too much, especially now while most tanks offer more utility. Is this just Scion bias again? I mean, I like Maokai, I like Ornn. I don't know who else I consider good as a tank right now. Maokai, Ornn. I really like tank Kled. When I say Kled, I want him to go Sunfire as his mythic. You build tank, you get a stone plate at some point, so they have to deal. He has more health than anyone else in the game, right? So they have to deal a lot of damage to get through you. Then when you go into Little Kled and they want to burst you to kill you, you pop the stone plate and it gives you the full stone plate health as if you were on Skull, and that guaranteed gets you back on your mount. And then they have to do all that health to you again. I think he's one of the tankiest tanks in the game. Players have too much ego sometimes. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. A lot of people don't want to play the tank. A lot of people want to be the carry. But I think of Sunfire Yone. I think I just prefer Shield though. But there's probably some games where Sunfire is objectively better. Like Blade into Sunfire. But I think Blade into Shield Bow into IE is better in a lot of cases. Probably in most cases. Or even just straight Shield Bow into IE. Alright, where's Neela? Where's Neela? Oh, they actually got to Neela. They got to her, but she doesn't care, or what? No, she cares, she cares. She lives, though. She lives. Yone against Sedge. Depends on what the rest of the team is, I think. I think it really depends on the rest of the team. So for Sunfire, you want a situation where you're going to be sat on top of a lot of people a lot. Or a lot of people are going to be sat on top of you. More than just being a tank item, like obviously it's a tank item, but as well as that, I consider Sunfire to be an AoE damage item. Like I think that's actually its primary function. So in games where AoE damage is really good, I really like Sunfire. Neela doesn't have ult backup. Neela's really vulnerable here. She's out of position. Okay, she's out, she's out. Starscream can jump out. Maokai can't. They just sacrifice him. Yeah, that's fine. Trading Drake for Maokai is fine. Oh my god. Yumi jumped out. She's dead. Neela's dead. Oh my god, Neela. Neela! The Eclipse Shield. No! Neela, just recall. Stop dying one by one, just recall. Stop trying to save each other. Oh, they did that solo queue thing where everyone keeps trying to save each other and just dying. Where's Neela buying now? Is she buying GA? What's she going? I think this Neela itemization might go in my worst itemization video. I don't know, I really don't like it. You need some crit on Neela, surely. That's true as well, Benjamin, yeah. Wow. Just like that Hecarim build? Yeah. Neela's not taking damage, but she's not dealing damage either. This Neela build is so weird. I don't know, maybe it's good? I mean, none of Isser's really scale in terms of damage, so maybe she's unkillable, but yes, she would just 3-tap him with crit, exactly. And now, because you've gone 3 non-crit items, you can't even pivot into crit, because you can't get IE now. Unless you sell boots, I guess. But that's so late in the game. So I guess she just has to commit to no crit now. Oh, Neela very nearly died. It's really sad. I feel like she would just carry this game with crit. Does the Neela healing thing apply to lifesteal? I don't think so. I might be wrong, though. Hmm. Are IW trolling, or is IDG just playing super well? I think they're both not great players. Yeah, ISG. I think they're both not great. I mean, they're both 0-4 teams, right? Neither of them are particularly great. I just don't understand the Neela build. I mean, Neela's in there, but she's not doing anything because of her build. Yeah. No, I think Neela griefed this game with itemization, actually. I think it would be like Maokai going AP or something, you know? I think it's just a bit grief. Alright, it's Mad DRX next, right? Yeah, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna go talk to my girlfriend, and I'll be back for Mad DRX. I'm really sad that Neela griefed itemization. They'll probably be the worst itemization in the video. I'll cover it in the recap. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Oh, I'm back. Oops. Just open Battle.net by accident. Right. Let's reset the timer. Stop. Start. Pause. This is a pretty hyped game. The RX mad. So it's mad on blue? Maybe? Mad on blue? DRX on blue. And Lions on red. Have DRX been having a tendency to leave Hecarim open? I feel like they might have been. No, maybe it wasn't DRX. But I'm convinced Mad will pick Hecarim if they don't get it banned. This is the game of the day, though. I really hope DRX wins so that there's not like a three-way tiebreaker in Group B. Because that's going to take so long. Do you think the Graves Hecarim handshake is fine for teams, or is Graves just the second best option? Yeah, I think Graves is the second best option. I think Hecarim's too good. I think Graves Maokai is a good handshake that we'll probably see a lot. I do think the answer to Hecarim is Kindred, though. But I don't know how many people play Kindred well. So one thing DRX could do is play Pyoshik, who is like Kindred main, instead of Juhan. And then they could leave Hecarim open and bait Mad into it and then play Kindred. Yeah. We might see that. It's risky, though. I don't think Mad's wins were by the skin of their teeth. They won this game against Saigon pretty confidently. They also smashed Isurus? Yeah, they smashed Isurus. And did they smash Wildcats? I think they smashed Wildcats. I think the games they've won pretty easily. They just got lost. They got stomped by RNG, but that's expected. I think they're doing Mad a little dirty though. Alright, if DRX win and RNG win, there's no tiebreakers in this group. That's what I want. The analyst desk is always talking out of their ass. The analyst desk do a great job. I love the Riot analyst desk. If you want to hire me, you know, I'm all for it. Riot analyst desk, huge. The NA one's a bit lacking sometimes. Like, it does... I love you guys, but it does sometimes sound like you don't have a clue what you're talking about, particularly the NA one. I always thought that Raz had some pretty bad takes. I think Crumbs has had some really bad takes over the years. Chronicler has some good takes. I think Wolf has some takes that are off in the LCK. Atlas is generally hitting the nail on the head. Valdez is more of a hype guy, really. I don't know, I would have to show my face. My anxiety, bro. Showing my face live? That's tough. That's tough. I'm sure I'd get used to it, but like live broadcast with face when like tons of people are watching me, like thousands of people, I would be so nervous. Hey, at least NA is not lacking in snowboarding resorts. You do that right. I think if you do go for the, you know, the Kindred Seraphine, the Kindred Hecarim, you do ban the Seraphine though. You don't give them Seraphine and Hecarim. NA is huge though, so there's so much space to have them. I mean, Europe's pretty big, bro. I'm comparing it to all of Europe. I've been to... I think the only major one I've not been to is Italy. I've been to France, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Finland. Where else have I been? Slovenia. I've been snowboarding in a lot of places in Europe. My favourite European resort is Ischgl in Austria. It's a good resort. Germany? Yeah, in Germany I went to Wengen. I took a train to get to my hotel, like a train up a mountain. It was kind of cool. Pretty sure it was called Wengen. Yeah, this place. It's kind of nice. That's the train I was on. It's the train. Yo, Zika has first place in every stat. Like watching ski jumping in the winter. I've never done any winter sport. My dad is a ski instructor, so I got into skiing when I was like 4 years old. And then I started snowboarding when I was 14. It's kind of awkward being a ski instructor based in the UK though. Like what he does for his job is he goes to like schools, and you know, like schools go on trips. Yeah, exactly. You don't do it in Britain. So he goes on school trips with schools and teaches the kids. So they do like school trips to France where they go skiing. Yeah, he works two jobs. He does that sometimes, and then he doesn't do that as much anymore because he's getting a bit old, you know. So his other job, he's like a solutions architect for an IT company. So yeah, one it is very different. One thing I was always very fortunate with because of my dad, working with skiing companies and stuff, he could always get really cheap, good skiing gear. So like, I would always have like good snowboard boots. I had my own snowboard and all that stuff. So I was very fortunate with that. I've been less fortunate in other ways. Like I grew up living with my mom, and so I grew up with like a single mom on pretty low wage. But my dad has quite a bit of money. Same. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a bad upbringing. The thing, you know, you appreciate the things you have. All right, the RX mad. It's fine in Germany. Oh shit. Okay, they did ban Hecarim, so they're not doing the Hecarim Kindred handshake. Is Maokai going to get banned? Because I think DRX will be one Maokai if not. Akali, okay, okay. So this is a Maokai B1. I'm so confident I'm going to start searching for it already. I'm going to click it in. Oh my god, they blinded Silas. DRX, what are you doing? What are you doing? Somebody gave DRX some crack cocaine. Well, it's just not Belvussy, is it? It's actually Belvussy. Oh my god, what is this draft already? There's no Belveth on this. They need to update this site. What shall I pick instead of Belveth? Okay, MF. I mean, they can still go Maokai for DRX. Kyoshik's just hovering Kindred, right? No, wait, Kindred's good into Belveth. Sivir? What's going on with the Sivir Yumi? What's going on with the Sivir Yumi? I think Rek'Sai is the champ that looks most like Belveth. I'll put Rek'Sai in there, but this is Belveth. Let me do this. There you go. Leona. I don't like Leona. So what DRX liked doing here with the Sylas last time was they flexed the Sylas and put Yone. They picked Yone and they picked these flexible laners where they can choose which matchup they want. So they might look for something like that again, especially with the Renekton ban. That's something that's strong into the Yone, but ordinarily is pretty weak. If they, I would like to see if they ban Jax, and if they ban Jax, I think they're looking for Yone. Wait, they're against Armut and they haven't picked top. They should for sure ban Gnar, no? They should just ban Gnar. I think Sylas is probably a better B1 for DRX than any other team because they've shown they're capable of flexing it. Gwen? So they're gonna R4 Gnar, right? Yeah, Narban and Armor has no champion pool, that's what I was thinking. Jack acknowledged the Sylas flex finally. Is this a Vex? Vex into Sylas is something that you see for the lane, but I think now you can just counterpick the Vex with, like, Azir, I guess? No, they are playing Sylas mid. They're gonna play Camille. Okay, so Mordekaiser, yeah, that's the Camille answer. I guess it's a Yuumi answer as well, but Vex is a pretty terrible champ. I think Vex requires a lot of things that she doesn't have here. Like, Vex, I think, is a lot different if she has something like Jarvan in jungle, but she's got Bel'Veth. She requires the fight to be set up for her, and then she's good. And she kind of needs the enemy team to all be squishy, but Sylas, Camille, Sedge are beefier than her. I don't really like either of these drafts. But DRX have losing top, they have losing mid, and they have losing bot. And then, so Mad are playing Bel'Veth with 3 winning lanes, which I think could be quite potent. I hate DRX more, I think. In late game, I think DRX will win, like 100%. But so Sivir Yuumi will lose to MF Leona. Like, there's no way they're winning that lane. Vex is like a Sylas counterpick for the lane, and then Mordekaiser the same. It's a Camille counterpick, but Camille outscales Mordekaiser. Sylas will scale into a better version of Vex, like he just takes her ult and becomes a better Vex. Bel'Veth obviously outscales Sejuani, but Sivir Yuumi hard outscale MF Leona. Mod is going to fall off a cliff. I actually think he falls off harder if he builds a tank. The best way to not fall off, I think, is like Riftmaker Nashers. I think it's slightly mad favored because Bel'Veth has full say over what's happening. I don't know, man. It might just be 50-50. Because it just depends whether Mad can get a lead, but they have what they need to get a lead. But if DRX weather the storm, they will just win. I'm going to go 50-50 for this. Best Vayne skin? Aristocrat. Is it called that? The one with the red... It's like a red... sort of cape. Yeah, Aristocrat, this one. You don't like that skin? I love that skin. I think it looks great. I mean, this vertical jungle is really good. They know. They walked over the ward, so Sejuani is going to go straight into Bel'Veth's top side. It's kind of awkward. for DRX now. I don't think Maud is ever getting a good enough setup unless he gets ahead early. He's downright useless against blue comp. Yeah, true. But if he does get ahead early, he's pretty oppressive. And he can always just ult Yuumi if she ever detaches. It stops Yuumi from ever detaching. Oh, he's just gonna cross straight through mid. I mean, it's pretty rough for Pioshik, this game. Bel'Veth is very, very accelerated. The invade that they got off was very big. I think possibly they should have just started Sedge on bot side. I mean, playing around Camille is way better than playing around Sivir Yuumi, but he wants to cover his Sivir Yuumi. I mean, if they get a kill on Niski, it's all fine. That was a really nice juke on the Fear. Can he Q-flash? Can Pioshik Q-flash? Okay, no, he's just going to force the flash out of Niski, and then the wave's going into Zeka anyway, so he's given his mid a huge lead. If he can cancel this recall, oh, very close. I mean, Bel'Veth's here, and there's... Actually, Sivir Yuumi have the push onto MF Leona? How did that happen, bro? I guess Deft's just too good. Did MF not skill E? E and Q? I don't know. Maybe it's just like a level 1 thing with Sivir Q. But the 2v2 lane is much stronger. Sivir is giga overtuned? I think she's really undertuned now. Ever since she got nerfed, I think Sivir's really weak. The nerfs were big. On her W, she lost 40% of her AD with every auto attack if it full bounces. So if you have 300 AD, that's 120 damage you're losing every single auto attack. I mean, almost winning the lane. Well, he's actually behind in farm though. So Kingan's playing well in the lane. Sivir was overtuned? Yeah, Sivir was overtuned. Zeri is dead now. He nerfed her damage so hard. Her W actually does no damage now. That was like the most oppressive thing about Zeri. And then her Q does a bit less as well. I think they nerfed Zeri. I was out of the house. How was the Isurus game? Isurus won. But they got... I think Wildcats had the better draft. Because it was a really insane Neela angle for Wildcats, and I called it 2 minutes before they picked it, that it was an insane Neela angle. And then they picked Neela, and then Neela built this really weird tank build, and did no damage, and threw the game. Yeah, like, it was Eclipse Death Dance GA was her build. Instead of Shield Bow Phantom Dancer IE. Unironically, if the way the fights were playing out, if she went the traditional crit build, she would have just carried every single fight. I was really disappointed by the Neela itemization, and that's going in the recap video as worst itemization for sure. Alright, I think it's really good for DRX that nothing's happened so far. Bami's Maud? Yeah, I mean, they fall off even harder because Maud's going Bami's. Thoughts on set support? I think it's good with Kalista. And I think it's good if the enemy picks something like Sion. Heck, it has such good synergy with Shieldbow? Yeah, agreed. Yeah, you pick set when the enemy has like Sion or Cho'Gath or something, and then you pick set with Kalista. The good thing about set support is that you can flex it. That's true, if you lock in Sion, you instantly win. So Pioshik here was just hovering and he found Ah, okay, his red's coming up. They're 3-man invading for his red. I don't think that's too bad. I mean, Piotrik's extremely behind, but he doesn't need to be ahead. Mr. Timer, the Poro is not on. Understandable, have a nice day. I will turn on the Poro. How's that? You didn't really think I was going to get through 6 or 5 games remembering to do the timer every time, did you? I was bound to forget eventually. Oh my god, Zeka's movement! You guys see Zeka's movement? Holy fuck. This guy is so cracked. I cannot imagine this man losing a game. Like, you had forgotten after the first game? I've kind of gotten used to it, but the times I forget now are when I'm doing something else or talking about something else. Or like there's a lot to talk about the draft. Okay, MF had to ult the wave for tempo because Leona left. No, Leona didn't leave, and she still had to ult the wave for tempo. Belveth has upgraded ult. She got the Rift Herald. So Belveth for like how long is it that she gets empowered for? Belveth's on a very, very big power spike. This champion Lavender. Where is it, bro? Here. Three minutes. I see Belveth's level in competitive. I think she requires a lot to make her work. But here it's kind of set up for her. She needs the enemy to need to run into her, which Camille, Sedge, and Silas do. And she needs winning lanes so that she can do what she's been doing this game, where she's going into the enemy's jungle and taking their camps. She needs to be ahead, not just in gold and XP, but specifically in amount of camps taken, because her passive scales with how many camps she's eaten. I think Belveth dies here, no? Okay, never mind. She has too many dashes. The one thing that I will say is that Belveth is actually quite weak to Camille, because what she wants to do is like block a ton of damage with her E, but Camille just Qs her through it and deletes her. So every Belveth I ever see goes crack and balk into like tank, I guess. She's going balk first, I guess she will go crack in second, and then tank. I mean, I think this is pretty good for DRX so far. The fact that nothing's happened is definitely favouring DRX. What I think would happen against a lot of teams is that, you know, these Belveth invades, teams would try to stop her doing it. And they would fight, and they would die, and they would get snowballed on. But DRX have been the best team in play-ins at not flipping random shit that they don't need to flip. Like, at just waiting until they come online. Kingan's probably dead. I think it's good that Zeka TPs, though, and Piotrik's here. Oh, Zeka, I think that was a bit grief, no? Okay, okay. Alright. Honestly, that's not the worst. Like, for DRX, they got less than they otherwise would have from that play. Belveth with shield bow is hilarious. Interesting. I haven't seen that. I wonder if Kingan could have run up and lived. Like, run through Mordekaiser? Because if he lives until... Oh, that was unfortunate. He died in his ult. If he lived until his team's TP and Sedge got there, like, I think they can turn it around. Good mechanics from King in there. They're just gonna repeat the play. Now that there's no TP. King just has to leave. Yeah. They just have to let them take this tower. They should just push mid. And Sedge should come and help kill the Herald. Sedge just needs to cover Camille so that she can walk behind Herald and hit the eye. What? Why did it not hit the eye? There we go. The eye was clearly open. I thought the Herald was going to get his charge off there. Deft? Oh, Deft nearly solo kills Unforgiven. Just fucking Sivir into Misfortune. Spell shielded the Misfortune Q. Deft's a bit of a crackhead, no? The good thing, like, player-wise for DRX is that this game is on Deft and Zeka to carry. And that is exactly what you want if you're DRX, because those two are your best players. Oh, Pioshik. I think Niski can die, though. Oh my god, Zeka's damage. He's dead, though. I think that's too optimistic for DRX. They were doing a really good job at just chilling. I think they need more time. They're not all on Mythic. Once they're all on Mythic, then it changes. It's only one. The really good thing for DRX is it's one Drake in 14 minutes. If Mad were using their early lead, like their early pressure, to snowball Drake stacking, it would be a lot harder. If this Sedge hits, then Niski would for sure be dead. I honestly, as well, I don't think Bel'Veth is very good into Sivir Yumi. I think it's probably hard for Bel'Veth to actually like do anything to Sivir. Actually, who kills Sivir here? I guess Vex, maybe? The good thing for Bel'Veth is she got both Rift Heralds. That's exactly what you want. I think wherever you want to try and figure out where Bel'Veth's Rift Heralding and send Deft there. You want because your Sivir, I would imagine the W bouncers do a lot of damage to the Bel'Veth creeps. Oh my god, the damage of Silas Leona ult. That was a really nice play from Zeka. It was sad that Pioshik missed the Sejuani ult again. Which draft do I like more? I think it's pretty 50-50. So the reasoning is that in laning phase, Mad have 3 winning lanes with Bel'Veth, and Bel'Veth is able to just take over and like counter jungle permanently, invade, take all the camps from Sejuani and ramp up. But DRX are outscaling really hard. So if they manage to weather the storm, which so far it looks like they are, I think DRX will win. I think DRX, as long as they don't lose a fight on the second Drake, I think they can even give the second Drake. I think they should win. Because Sivir's going to take over. There's not a great deal of tools on Mad's side to deal with Sivir. And also Silas has some really good ults to steal. Like the Vex ult, he has the Leona ult. You can see on my stream, I rate each of the drafts. So like the scores will always add up to 100, and then it's like how favored it is to one side. So like this game's a 50-50. The first game of the day was a 60-40 to Fnatic. So that's like an easy way to see what I thought of each draft today. Welcome to the stream, though. So yeah, if they can track Belveth here, it's really big, because then they can see where she's trying to herald, and then they can send Sivir to cover. It'll probably get a tower, but if you leave it unchecked with Belveth, she can get multiple towers. It looks like she's only got about a minute left of Empowered ult from taking the Herald. Really good trade for Kingen, and Zekka's here, so Armut can actually die. No. Didn't quite have you back up. Okay, so Belveth's going bot. I don't think they have the information that Belveth's going bot, but if they do, now they do, Deft should run straight to his bot T2. Yeah, I don't know why they're not sending Deft here. They can lose 2 towers if Deft doesn't go. Maybe they can kill this Herald. Maybe without Deft. Okay, they kill it. They kill it. I think, but Mad had 4 people there. I think they could have kept the 4 people there and tried to get T2 with the Belveth minions. Oh, Belveth's going Sunfire Cape. That's pretty good, actually. Sunfire Cape's not bad here. The only problem I have with Sunfire Cape is that it does nothing for helping her kill Sivir. I think Niski has to kill Sivir, maybe. But they have to find, like, a pick on her. But hoping that Deft makes a mistake or missteps is a rough strategy, right? Deft also has Cleanse, so they can't even catch him with a Leona ult if he fails to spell shield it or something. I think it's really hard to kill Deft here, actually. I think Deft can go QSS after Infinity Edge as well, just in case Mordekaiser ults him. You can just QSS it, Yumi hops straight back on him. Okay, they're getting this T2. Wait, how is the T2 so low? Did the Herald charge go off? Yeah, I guess the Herald charge went off. Okay. Beryl should definitely have gone Leandra here instead of Ludens. Okay, so they give this second dragon, that's fine, that's what I wanted them to do. Because as long as they don't fall too far behind... I mean, they're down 3.5k. Kinda bad. But I think Sivir... If Sivir gets to 4 items, she will almost inevitably just carry. If she gets to 3 items, it becomes very hard for Mad. I think 4 items is, like, inevitable. I'm not sure Mad are doing enough to win before they get outscaled. Hmm. There's not a great deal to talk about, if I'm being honest, because it is just like DRX actually, unlike a lot of the teams that have fallen for stuff like this, DRX understand that they just need to do nothing and try not to fall behind. Not do nothing, but do things where Mad are not. Pyoshik's a little cut. And Beryl jumped out and died. Pyoshik and Beryl griefed it there. Well, that's really, really sad from Pyoshik and Beryl. I think Mad now have done enough to close out. I think Mad can close out the game now. You don't want to be giving Belveth Baron. Oh, Pyoshik. Oh man. I see what Beryl was going for. That's Pyoshik's mistake, really, not Beryl's. Beryl was trying to get out. Belveth should be mid right now. She needs to be spawning the little. I mean, she's getting a camp, but you want Belveth to be spawning the little goo goblins, whatever they are. The little goons, the little Belvothy minions, the little crawlers, you know, little nibblers, little turret nibblers. Like they eat turret material. What are turrets made of? Is it petricite, like Gallia? Do they nibble petricite? The good thing for DRX is that the only siege Mad have is when Belveth has Baron. And outside of that, they have a Sivir. So it's actually pretty hard for Mad to close. They kind of need to win fights to push. If they had an AD carry outside of Sivir, like, let's say they have a Kaiser or something, right? On DRX. Then the Belveth minions pushing the waves are a lot more potent. But with Sivir, she kind of just clears it. That's why I was saying when Belveth had the Herald, they should send Deft to match. Wherever Belveth tries to drop it. Belveth only has about 45 seconds left of Empowered Form, so she's going to lose Empowered Form for the Drake fight. Now this fight is where I think DRX can opt to take it. They also might not, because they're down 5k gold. I think it's fine to give another Drake. But whatever you do, you play around Deft. If Deft wants to fight, you fight. If Deft doesn't want to fight, you don't fight. You do whatever Deft wants to do right now. Because he is like 40% of the damage? Maybe 30. Camille does a lot. If it was different top laner, maybe 40%. I think it's very interesting that this game... Do you think Sivir is still good for lower elos? No, no, no. I think Sivir was pretty bad in... Not bad in solo queue, but not as good in solo queue as she was in competitive, even when she was good. Now in solo queue, it's... Sivir's definitely a competitive 5v5s champion, rather than a solo queue champion. If you're playing flex queue with a full pre-made, you can play Sivir. Oh, he fail flashed. King in. I mean, as long as Deft can walk around, Yoshik lives. Deft can clear the wave. So this is what I was talking about with Mad having low siege. It's really hard for them to push. And now Deft is... I mean, you can already see how potent Deft... Oh, Zeka. Oh, Deft is inting a bit, no? Yeah, Deft is inting. Deft. Kate is downright unfair champion solo queue, for sure. Baron's up in 45. I don't think you can afford to grief this. They kind of griefed it. Oh, wait, Zeka's got... Zeka! Zeka's a fucking hero, bro. Holy, this guy refuses to lose games, this Worlds. Wow. Zeka, bro. I thought they were griefing, honestly. Deft griefed here. There's no reason to flash in as Sivir, because the only way you lose is if they kill Sivir. So as long as Sivir uses flash defensively, you're winning. I understand why he flashed in though, it looked good. But it's not worth the risk. You know what? Looking at Unforgiven's health there, I feel like Deft just got unlucky with crits. Don't you think? It looked like he wasn't doing as much damage as he should have been. Did Deft get unlucky on crits? Oh dear, Pioshik. That could be Baron. Oh wait, MF's dead. MF's dead. I think Zeka and Kingen are enough of a frontline for Deft. That Mad can't take Baron 4v4. Oh my. Can Kingen live this? Kingen can live this. Kingen lives. Kingen lives. Nice, 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 nice. That was good by DRX. Did you watch LEC this splits? Yeah, I watched some LEC. Standouts. Comp was very good. Oh, Trimby. Trimby was a standout. Just the bot lane of Rogue in general. Caps until playoffs, I thought was... Well, not even until playoffs, until finals. Caps was very good. Okay. I mean, Upset was very good all split. I generally thought Mad was kind of overrated. You know who was really good, actually? Like, way better than he was supposed to be? Jung-hoon, the Astralis support. He was really good. Siva has 3 items, so she's really strong. She's not quite at that 4 item point where I think she just carries the entire game no matter what. Although, he was really good for the team he was in, yeah, for sure. Do you have to play for Steel here? I don't know, man. I think if you play for Steel and fail, you lose Baron. I think you kind of have to give it. It's not terrible, though. I'll tell you why it's not terrible. Ocean Soul is not terrible because Putrefier is on Yuumi, so Deft is permanently applying 40% Grievous wounds with Ricochet to the entire team most of the time. So Ricochet, whenever Deft is sped up and healed by Yuumi, Ricochet is just applying maximum Grievous wounds to like everyone in the game. So Ocean Soul's not that bad. Like Mountain Soul would be much worse, Hextech Soul would be really bad. Even Cloud Soul, speeding up Mad's ability to get to Sivir would be very bad. Infernal Soul obviously would be very bad. I think Ocean Soul is probably the most fortunate soul for DRX here. Yo, I like that Zeke's taken Mordekaiser ult. He can ult the Bel'Veth. He can ult the Bel'Veth. Okay, they back off now. Back off, back off. The fear shouldn't matter on Deft anyway, he'll just cleanse it. I think... I wonder how far Deft is off Infinity Edge. That's like 2k with Pickaxe, Pickaxe Crit Cloak. 2k off Infinity Edge. So it's still pretty far. I think DRX win the fight though. Deft is like untouched. They just ignored Deft for Baron. That's really not worth it for Mad. I mean, DRX played correctly there. I mean, great job by DRX, like in the way they played the fight. Just they just outplayed them really hard though. I get that Mad want to accelerate and take the Baron so that they're not reaching Deft's Infinity Edge. They want to win the game before they get it, but to do that, you cannot ignore Deft to do that. Like, Civet is this team comp. Alright, GG DRX. Now I just need RNG to beat Buffalo so that there's no tiebreakers, so that I can go sleep. DRX 5-0. You know what, though? You know what I think that game showed with how the game played out? I think it showed how that I was right with putting the draft at a 50-50. You guys agree? I think it was very tense all the way to the end. And Clowns, they played really well all game, man. They just made the mistake of ignoring Deft in that final team fight because... Okay, so the reason that happened is they were on a clock. They had to get the Baron and end the game in the next 2,000 gold for Civet, or Civet would just kill everyone. What are some good ADC picks for low elo? Misfortune. Misfortune every game. If it's banned, I guess you can play Ashe. Ashe is okay. I think Misfortune is just too good for how easy she is to execute. Oh, if Misfortune's banned, maybe go Tristana. Tristana's also pretty easy to execute and very good for how easy she is to execute. Alright, we've got RNG on blue, Saigon on red. Upo. Still felt the DRX champs were dictating the pace of the game, and no matter what Matt did, they would eventually have to run into Civic Camille, which is really rough with their comp. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is, right, if you... who's a team that's appropriate to DRX's skill? Let's say... KT? Rogue. I think Rogue and DRX are very similar level teams. You could say Live Sandbox, but I think Live Sandbox are better than KT and DRX. I think they just dropped the ball in that one series. I think Live Sandbox are the 4th best Korean team. I think KT and DRX are pretty close-ish. But I think Rogue and DRX are probably similar skill teams. I think if it was Rogue playing that comp instead of Mad, I mean, obviously Malrang would just flip it, but if it was like Rogue skill players, I think the lanes would go a lot better. And they would accelerate faster. I think the lanes went really well for DRX, despite being counterpicked in 3 lanes. So the reason I gave Mad a fair shot at 50-50 is because I think that the Belveth and 3 winning lanes can actually accelerate just through, like, lane difference. But there wasn't really much lane difference. That was a good game, though. I enjoyed that one. I really like the games where it's like a very defined scaling advantage, but one team has all the tools to accelerate early. Because then it does just come down to like how well they play. It's really fun to watch. Still felt that Vex and Maud have zero agency over anything, and they would eventually just be cannon fodder to protect bot. They 100% would, but that's part of the price that you pay for drafting 3 winning lanes to snowball early. They objectively are falling off. But they just do have the tools to accelerate, and it's about whether they can execute it. And it's also about whether DRX execute staying even in lanes, not giving up at like anything. It was very hard for Pioshik in the early game after they late invaded his bot side. Well, I guess they early invaded it, but they invaded his bot side and splitting vertical jungle. Well, no, they didn't even split vertical jungle, did they? He cross-mapped back and took his red. So Belveth 3-buffed him. They had a very, very, very good early lead. And they should have been snowballing that because they should have had gold leads in every single lane. But I don't think they had gold lead in a single lane. I think the only person who was actually ahead was Elyoya. But based on matchups, I would expect them to be winning 3 lanes. I mean, it looked rough for. I mean, they got soul. Another thing. If Mad got a better soul, I think they actually got the worst possible soul. If Mad got a better soul, that could have been different. You really like Elyoya's playstyle? I think Elyoya played very well. I think Elyoya played very well. Reset the timer. I enjoyed that game. I also had RNG as first in that group. That killed my pick'ems. Deft and Zeka. Zeka's playing amazingly well. Insanely well. Like, I just knocked over. Right, this is gonna sound like a strange sentence. I just knocked over a stack of poker chips. It went everywhere. Oh, do you get more points? Am I not allowed to stream Worlds? I don't think anyone's allowed to stream Worlds. I don't think anyone has co-streaming rights, actually. So, yeah, I'm for sure not allowed. Definitely not me. I don't know if anyone does, but... Okay, so if I find... Here we go. This is what I was looking for. So, if you look in mid, I have Zeka here, right? Now, where Zeka's actually playing is here. He's playing, like, ahead of Xiaohu. Zeka's playing amazing. Zeka had moments in LCK of looking like the second best mid laner after Chovy, but then he also had moments of looking a bit meh. The form he's in right now is the form that he was in when he was looking like the second best mid after Chovy. He's really insane. I think if he keeps this form, he will be the difference maker that makes DRX get out of the group over Rogue. Lore Wonder? What's Wonder? Wonder's not last place, no. Who did I have last place in top lane? Chovy just lanes better, but after that he's on par with him? Maybe. I still think Chovy's a bit better. Top lane last I have Armut. I have Armut. So there's no minor regions in this. The only players I put in this are NA, EU, Korea, China. For last place, I have Armut, Closer, Abadage, Kaori, Huhi. But in terms of actual performance, I think Impact's been the weakest top laner. Impact's had a very, very bad tournament. It's quite surprising. You reckon I should redo this list after Worlds and be like, is Armut worse than Birdall? Yeah, for sure. Well, not for sure, but I think so. What you've got to remember is that, like, Birdall's getting smashed a lot, but he's playing versus, like, Zeus. He's playing versus, like, Doran. Whereas Armut's playing against Odo Omni. He's playing against, like, you know, EU tops. What's his champo without Nara and Wukong? Aatrox? Ornn. Aatrox, Ornn, Nara, Wukong. And Wukong's not really a top laner right now, so kind of just Aatrox, Ornn, Nara. I mean, he played Mordekaiser that game. He played it fine. He didn't really push the advantage in the lane. So, wasn't a very impressive Mordekaiser, but it was okay. It was serviceable. Pioshik's been a lot better, by the way. I had Pioshik as the second worst jungler because he was actually abysmal in LCK. And I have Juhan, like, all the way up here. I still think Juhan's played better this tournament, though. Pioshik's probably, like... I think he's worse than Elyoya. So maybe, like... Maybe I just switch him with Razork. I think he's been better than Razork. But Juhan has for sure been better. You think I should unironically apply to be a league coach? I have no idea how to even begin applying for that. Why do I think Pioshik plays over Juhan? It could be that he's the primary shot caller of the team. It could be something like that. It could be that they consider that he has more picks that he can play, like more champions in his pool. It could be that they think there's an angle in the draft where they want to take Kindred. I think these are all... The big one for me, if it was me coaching the team and I was deciding who was playing, then I would play Pioshik if I thought there was a realistic chance that I would be picking Kindred in the draft. Because I think Kindred's really good. But I don't think Pioshik is the best Kindred at the tournament. Did you know that when CVMax scouted Pioshik and found him while he was a Kindred main in Korean Challenger, CVMax was trying to get a different Kindred main from Korean Challenger? Did you know that? Now this Kindred main was even higher ranked than Pioshik. This team would have crushed LCK, honestly. The team was originally meant to be Doran, Chovy, which they had, Deft Keria, which they had, and then instead of Pioshik, it was meant to be Canavi. But Canavi chose to go to JDG instead. That team would have been ridiculous. If you remember that year, Canavi actually won the LPL. No, he came second place. He came second place. Wasn't Canavi part of Griffin before and got loaned to JDG? Yeah, he was. But because of the Griffin management situation, he ended up staying at JDG. So Griffin management killed that 2020 DRX roster as well. Griffin management is probably the worst thing to ever happen to LCK. The amount of LCK talent that went to China from Griffin because of that management fiasco is ridiculous. They lost Tarzan, they lost Viper, and they lost Canavi. People definitely would not have been calling Korea a one-team region in 2020. Imagine if Korea sent that DRX roster and Damwon. How did he not know about Canavi? He did. He was trying to get Canavi. That's the point. He was trying really hard to get Canavi. But Canavi ended up staying at JDG. Okay, so basically the basis of the Griffin management story is that they had two top laners, Sword and Doran. Sword was extremely bad. Doran was okay, like pretty good at the time. He was not top tier LCK, maybe like 5th or 6th LCK top laner. Sword was like pretty fucking bad. But Sword was playing every game because he was best friends with the owner, the CEO of Griffin. There was no way he could lose his job. Not only that, there were stories from within the team of Sword getting favoritism from the management. At time, there was a video that was recorded where the team all ordered food, and Sword decided that he wanted the food that Doran ordered, so he just like got the management to arrange it so that Sword could have that food. So he literally took Doran's food. Then what happened is the team exploded because they decided to fire CV Max because CV Max was saying that they should play Sword instead of Doran. CV Max was the coach. CV Max was correctly saying that they should play Sword instead of Doran. They also filed lawsuits against CV Max for apparently being too harsh against Sword. None of them went through, of course. He got no punishment whatsoever, and he's still coaching Korean teams. But they tried to get legal action against him for being harsh against Sword for just being a bad player. Doran over Sword, yeah. I mean, look where Doran is now. Look where Sword is now. Doran just won LCK. Sword's on a bottom tier team. It's clear as day. It was so clear that Doran's potential was so much higher than Sword's. So yeah, that's the basics of the Griffin fiasco. The team then they lost Chovy. Tarzan and Viper stayed, but they weren't enough to carry Sword and some randoms. They went into relegations. I believe Griffin got relegated, and then the team disbanded. Tarzan went to LPL. Viper and Lehens went to Hanwha Life. Then they separated. Lehens stayed on Hanwha Life for another year, I think, and then Viper went to EDG, obviously. Did really well on EDG. Then Lehens went to Gen G, did really well on Gen G. Tarzan went to LNG, he's done really well on LNG. So yeah, I mean, Chovy's obviously doing really well. And Doran's doing well too. So all of Griffin are looking really, really good. In fact, we were one game away from all of Griffin making Worlds. Lehens to Afrika too, of course. Canavi as well, the sub jungler. The fact that Griffin in 2019 had Canavi and Tarzan. They were just hoarding jungle talent. Alright, we're into draft. Story time over, time for draft. Can you tell I'm a big LCK fan, by the way? Can you tell? I also predicted Griffin to win Worlds in 2019, and I failed. Then I predicted Dam1 in 20, and I predicted EDG in 21, and I predicted Gen G this year. So we'll see if I can get 3 in a row. I was wrong in 18 as well. In 18 I predicted RNG, and in 17 I predicted SKT. Hecarim's open for RNG. So far. I mean, Wei really likes Graves. Wei favors Graves, so they might be one Graves here. I could see them banning Hecarim on blue and picking Graves. I don't know why I started stuttering so much there. I can see a B1 Graves happening for sure. Poppy? Does Poppy signal Graves? Or does Poppy signal Hecarim? Maybe Poppy signals Hecarim. Okay, I think they go Hecarim because Graves is banned. Do RNG flex Sylas? I can see Breathe being a Sylas top player. Like Kenzu's suit? Oh yeah, it's really shiny. That's cool. First pick Sylas, they're copying DRX. I can see it being a flex for RNG though. Lee Sin R1, that sounds abysmal. I don't think Saigon can win. Saigon's biggest point of strength is Shogun, but he's playing into Gala. Isn't Hecarim just OP? Yeah, for sure. I don't understand why there's no Hecarim. Oh, into Aphelios as well? Hecarim destroys Aphelios. Wei should just lock Hecarim now. If Wei doesn't lock Hecarim here... No! No, Wei, please. Belveth's not even good here. Belveth's bad into Aphelios. Vi is an awful champion. I hate you, RNG. If it wasn't for the fact that I would have to stay up later if you win, I would want you to lose. You then immediately break your Sylas flex. Bro, they picked Vi, and then they immediately break the Sylas flex. What are they doing? Oh, yo, it's the Zac mid. They play Zac mid on Saigon. You know what's good about Zac? Zac ult is really bad for Sylas to take. For some reason, in most ults, Sylas can use his abilities still. But in Zac ult, he can't. So if he ever uses Zac ult, he's locked out of all his other spells. I mean, you ban... RNG want, like, Misfortune here, or they want... I mean, Caitlyn's banned, sorry. Yeah, Kaisa Misfortune, I think, are the best Saigon bans. For RNG, I think you ban Renata, for sure. And I think you ban Tom Kench. Or maybe Morgana Tom Kench. Or maybe Morgana Renata, 2 of those 3. Kennen? No. What? No. Okay, Xayah instead of MF? I mean, I think you just go MF on B4. There's the Renata. I was right on one of them. The problem is Morgana is still open, and Tom Kench is still open. So I think it's going to be Morgana or Tom Kench here. Morgana, Tom Kench. Alternatively, you can pick Jax now. I think Jax is good into the Fiora. You can also pick Irelia, but I don't know if he plays it. Leona? Aphelios Leona. Against Zac mid, you just put Fiora mid. I think Fiora mid's just bad. I don't think she has enough space in the lane. If I was going to do that, I would for sure play Breathe mid and Xiao Hu top. I think Breathe is too good at Fiora to not put Breathe on Fiora. Like, you'd swap player, not role. Trist's fine. I think Ashe is better than Trist. At least then you have, like, the Ashe Arrow Vial sort of thing. Amumu is just a better version of Rel. I don't know why any team would ever pick Rel when Amumu is open. Rel is literally just an inferior Amumu. Okay, okay. Shen support's interesting here. It's definitely interesting. It shows that you're trying to get Fiora ahead, but trying to get Fiora ahead is really good. Okay, it's the Lilia. Lilia top. I would imagine Breathe Fiora will destroy Lilia top. Fiora just runs over this game, no? Lee Sin, Zac, Leona, Lilia. Fiora's extremely set up for success. I think the best AD carry to go with the Shen here would be Ezreal, because you know you're gonna, a lot of the time, you're gonna be alone in the lane. So I think Ezreal, and also Ezreal into Aphelios is a really good matchup. So I think Ezreal Shen would have been the best pick. I mean, I think RNG are winning this draft-wise. They also picked Leona into... They had a really nice situation where Sylas had no good ultimates, but then they picked Leona for no reason. The Leona makes no sense. I reckon RNG are like 65-35 to win. I think Fiora's too good in this angle. It's kind of like, do you remember the Fnatic game where I thought Fiora would just carry the entire game? Except this time it's not Wunder playing it, it's Breathe. So, yeah. I also think they're just outscaling, even though they have Vi who falls off a cliff, it's into Lee Sin anyway, who also falls off. Tristana scales really well, Sylas scales really well, Fiora into this comp specifically scales extremely well. So I think it's maybe even 70-30 RNG. Yeah, I'm gonna go 70-30 RNG. I would be very, very surprised if Saigon win this, not just because of player skill either, like actually because of draft. Why is everybody drafting oh my god. I must be getting tired, I'm losing the ability to speak. Why is everybody drafting such short range? We see almost no one is playing ranged mids. Good question. Especially with like Azir open. I think Azir is really good. I don't know. I don't know. Glacial on Shen. What time is it for me? It's 2:11 AM. Let me do the... Now that you said time, it made me think of the timer as well. I'll start the timer at 2 minutes. It's easier for me to do that. I'm sleeping after this game? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've streamed every game of World so far, and they've been going till like 4:30 in the morning for me, so... How many tiebreakers are there? Are there 2 tiebreakers or 1? If it's just 1, I'll stream it and then go sleep. You respect the grind? Yeah, I'm grinding hard. A better teacher than your school teachers? Well, I mean, I doubt your school teachers are teaching you League of Legends theory. I think I'd be pretty useless at anything else, if I'm being honest. I appreciate the compliment, though. Wow, that was really well played. Really, really nice by Ming. Draft theory starting in 2nd grade. If that was a thing, you would have 7-year-olds drafting better than these people. The thing that confuses me about draft is like, you see me and Foz draft against each other in draft lol. I think, oh my god, RNG are just gonna stomp this game. I mean, thanks for making it quick, RNG. Maybe Breathe doesn't even get chance to carry. Oh, you know what I really like? Breathe is playing Ghost on Fiora in this match. I really like the Ghost here into Lilia. Super good. Yeah, because like draft lol exists, this thing that me and Foz draft against each other with, there's like no excuse for being bad at drafting as a pro team, because you can draft against people really easily, like really quickly, over and over again. You can just keep drafting against each other and then talking about it. If anyone wants to know what the website is, I'll just move this down here so that you can see it. It's there, look, it's draftlol.darway.gg. Really good drafting site. RNG knows it's 2 AM for me, so they're trying to end it quick. Yes, sir. Good guy, RNG. Oh, Tristana as well and Gala. Maybe this is the pick'em game. Maybe this is where Gala gets the pentakill for my pick'ems. Okay, okay. You got the kill on Xiaohu. Unfortunately, the kill goes on to Leona, though. Breathe going Sundara, probably? I think you could go Trinity here, but Sundara is safer, and against that comp it has good value anyway, so... I think it's interesting that Hazmed's going for this Frozen Heart build again. I mean, the Frozen Heart has good value, actually. They have 5 auto-attacking champions. The Frozen Heart's not bad. I just feel like the Lilia top with Frozen Heart into Riftmaker is kind of weird, and not that great. I feel like if you're playing Lilia top, you want Leandri. Bro, Breathe is such a fucking giga, Chad. Do you see that recall stop? What a monster. This guy has a penis the size of the World Trade Center. Jesus. Wait, the World Trade Center got reduced to nothing. I just accidentally said Breathe has a non-existent penis. Empire State Building size penis. That one. The other big building. Whoops. Isn't it crazy that RNG have 70-30 on my draft score, and this is by far not the best draft? Like, Vi B2. It's Silas B1. Oh, big trade on bot lane. Why did my timer just like disappear and reappear? I just saw it on my stream. Weird. Is Grasp on Fear a good hero over Conqueror? I would prefer Conqueror here, honestly. Breed's got a big lead in top. I actually think that even Flute Feetwork is better than Grasp this game. For the maneuverability you get against Lilia. If I do the drafting tool with my friend, can I send it to you to get your opinion too every once in a while? Yeah, sure, why not? I think you're allowed to put links in chat. If not, I can see if I can figure out how to make it so that you can. Oh, they get the Lilia roll on him. Yeah, that was really nice. Oh, they kill Shen as well. I mean, Cycle not playing bad. I mean, Vi looks a bit useless. Okay, breathe. What the fuck is a Glacial Shroud into Oblivion Orb? What the fuck is that? You may not want to do that because of the bots? Yeah, that's true. Maybe if you just send me the link without like, so when you create a draft lol, right? Like this, if you just send me this bit in the chat and I'll just copy paste it into mine. Like just the code of the draft. Could do that. Because then I know I'm not clicking a bad link either, because I'm pasting a code into a website that's guaranteed to be draftlol.io. Okay, Fiora's Sunder, that's fine. She should definitely go Hydra second, and then maybe more. I think Merc Treads is a given here. They have quite a lot of CC. And magic damage. Cooldown boots isn't awful, because it reduces the cooldown of your Ghost as well. I think when Fiora has Ghost, she's a massive threat. But I think Merc Treads is just better. Breathe gets his boots in 40 seconds. We'll probably upgrade it into Merc Treads as soon as he does. I mean, RNG getting 2 Drakes with this comp is Quite dangerous. X-Tech Soul as well. The entire thing is set up for RNG to stomp this. They even got the best soul in the game, so... Now Breathe is destroying him. Oh my god, Breathe's spacing. The difference between Breathe Fiora and Wonder Fiora is just night and day, man. Looks like a different champion. Wonder was losing with Fiora at this stage into a Gore Drinker Aatrox. Shogun has Gale Force and Flash, so Breathe can't solo kill him. If he has neither, Breathe can actually just kill him under Paladin, because he's on his own. They should swap too. Get Gala to shove the wave and then come top. You don't want to have your really strong side laner stuck in a 2v1 lane. Can they win that? Can they kill? They can just kill, right? Yeah. Breathe has Ghost active as well. Breathe can just queue over and chase. He has Ghost active. I think RNG will still win this, just because of Breathe. Although he is low on mana. Okay, Breathe no mana. What's that draft? It's awful, isn't it? I think this is another draft pause where the Fiora, you know, like the Fnatic one where the Fiora just takes over? I think it's one of those. But this is Breathe on Fiora, not Wonder. Although they did just kind of sprint it a bit. I don't know what they were thinking there. I guess Breathe didn't let them know that he had no mana and wouldn't be able to do much. Also, if he's Conqueror there with Presence of Mind, he has plenty of mana and he kills them all. I think Shogun wasted his flash there, though. Oh, I understand why they randomly picked Aphelios here. It's because it's Shogun. He's the Aphelios main. He's the Aphelios guy. Like Gala Kaiser. Yeah, RNG tried to make a play on two sides of the map there. They took bot tower with Tristana, but they also tried to fight in top side. Just greedy. They've been doing that a lot, though. They've been greedy, trying to do multiple things at once, trying to flip things that they shouldn't. It's been their biggest weakness. Definitely their biggest weakness. Mechanically, they're all very, very good. Laning, all very, very good. Macro, sometimes a little iffy. But then just being greedy and flipping is the main thing that's holding them back. Xiaohu's the player on Silas that I like his building the most. He always goes Stalk Shoes, and he went Deathcap like 3rd or something before instead of really late. He actually gets Deathcap in a reasonable amount of time. So he'll probably do that again this game, and get really strong early. Not early, but like mid-game. Ugh. Cyclone did a really nice draft with Zach. But it was like a comp around Zach and like a Moo and MF and stuff. Like, this is just like Zach and some random champions. I guess Leona kinda works with Zach, but only kinda. Oh, my headset's dying. Plug this in, 1 sec. Got some dust on my headset cable. To be fair, it was just laying on the floor next to my treadmill. You rated RNG 70? Yeah, I mean, they have 3 winning lanes. The only bad thing is Vi. They have Shen to play around Fiora in side lane. Fiora turbo stomps every single champion on RNG. Silas has Leona ult, which is kind of nice, but Silas is just okay. Trist has a free... I mean, I think it would be better if Trist was Ezreal with the Shen, so that Shen can perma play around Fiora and Ezreal just chills, because then it's Ezreal into Aphelios as well, which is really good. I think Vi would be better as literally any other champion in the game. They don't have Lee Sin. I think Vi is worse than Lee Sin. I hate Vi. I despise the champion with a passion. I don't understand. What I don't understand, Foz, is that Hecarim is not banned. Why is Vi not Hecarim? Do they just not play it? I don't know. Can RNG not play Hecarim? B123 is terrible? B123 is terrible, but I mean, it's not like Saigon drafted any better. I think they drafted worse. I think R1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is terrible. At least B5 is good. I think they just want to stomp. Yeah, I agree. The blind breathe Fiora is really disrespectful, but they'll get away with it here. I said at the start of this game that even though RNG have 70, it's miles from the best draft of the day. It's just Saigon is that much worse. I think our ganks earlier are a bit more potent. At least there's some CC. I don't know. There's too many things you can pick into it. Like, after they picked Vi, you remember I said that they should have banned Tahm Kench and Morgana? Those two champs, on their own, can nullify Vi. Because literally the only thing she does in the game past level 6 is press R. You pick Morgana, you pick Tahm Kench, it does nothing. The best draft of the day lost? I'm assuming you mean best draft of the day, not of the game. What was the best draft of the day? Oh yeah, it was the Chiefs draft, but I mean it was Chiefs playing it. They went 0-5, so it's unfortunate that it lost, but I don't think I don't think it's expected for them to win. Vi's another one of those things where it's like, I personally hate it though. Like, I can understand why people like it. I think they're wrong, but I'm open to people trying to convince me to why it's good. I think if you want to early pick Vi, 2 of your bans have to go to Tahm Kench Morgana. Like, one for sure has to go to Morgana. Because Morgana Jungle is 2 free into Vi. And then Tahm Kench, maybe. At least this Vi isn't going Chempunk into fucking Tank Mythic. Chainsword into Tank Mythic. I hate that build. On everything. I think Aphelios would do better with Bloodthirster than Lord Doms, maybe. I mean, why are they just... Look how useless Vi is. What is the point of that champion? She just ults in and dies. Fucking hate that champion, man. Don't like the disrespect picks in general? Yeah. The thing is, I think Aatrox is kind of a disrespect pick. It's just people don't play what's good into him. So it kind of isn't. But it kind of is, you know? I think people that are blinding Aatrox are going to get a rude awakening when they start playing against teams like T1. Like, Zeus, I think, is the best Aurelia in the world. And if you blind Aatrox without banning Aurelia into Zeus, he will just shit on you so hard that, like, you never blind Aatrox without banning Aurelia again. I think it's going to be interesting how the meta changes once people start playing against the better teams. That's true. Yeah, when you're playing against a team that you don't think you can beat, then bringing something out that's like not off meta, but like, because I don't know if I feel like off meta is such a weird thing. I think everything has at least some place in the meta. Is there ever a champion that's just always bad? Maybe Vi, but like, I feel like Aatrox doesn't fit a lot of team comps. Yeah, I agree. He's just picked because he wins every lane at the minute. The reason he wins every lane is that people don't play the things that beat him. Nobody's playing Azir top. Nobody's playing Aurelia. There's very few people that can pilot Fiora. One guy played Camille with Hecarim and Galio, but they never played around the Camille, so it's a bit rough. Oh, there's bad strat picking against weaker teams, just for myself don't like it. Yeah, it's understandable. You know what? I feel like Ghost Vein Top shits on Aatrox as well. I mean, can't RNG just go mid? RNG could just go mid and give the dragon, right? I know it's Soul for RNG, but they could have taken 2 inhibitors here. If they just ignored Drake and went mid. When did we last see Yorick? I think he's pretty terrible in pro. I think he has his niche. His niche is when you're playing against some sort of tank top with bad wave clear. Let's say they're just dying. Right. Yeah, okay. Foz is correct. I'll explain this in a minute. But I think Yorick into Shen. If Shen ever tries to leave the lane to make a play, Shen top, Yorick just destroys your entire base. And Shen doesn't have the wave clear to deal with Yorick's push with his ghouls. And Yorick just kills Shen in the 1v1. So that's one angle that Yorick's really good. Also, I like Graves top, right? I think Yorick is a very good Graves top answer. Me and Foz found this out in scrims. So for those of you who don't know, Foz was my coach when I played for an amateur team, and I was the top laner. And we flexed Graves, and we put Graves top into Yorick, thinking it was a good matchup because, well, Graves will just kill Yorick's ghouls with a shotgun, right? Wrong. Yorick's ghouls take a 90% reduced damage from AoE damage. Graves' auto attacks and Q and W and ult are all classed as AoE damage. Graves literally cannot kill Yorick's ghouls. It was the most miserable game of my life. I hated every moment of it. I could not do a thing. He would just summon ghouls on cooldown, and I physically couldn't kill them as Graves. Because my auto attacks did reduce damage to them. It was so disgustingly unplayable. There's an example of where Yorick's good. Into Graves top. It makes him want to kill himself. Or at least it did me. No, not Graves, on Yorick. I think it's 90% reduced. Oz is laughing in chat. See Pets for more details about Mistwalkers. Pets, Mistwalker. Oh, they do only take 50% damage reduction from AoE things, but they have like 100 plus 20% of Yorick's health. That is a shit ton of health. Imagine trying to kill that. Yes, Yorick counters Graves in lane. Because Graves' auto attacks are counted as AoE, and Yorick's ghouls take almost no damage from AoE, Graves can never kill the ghouls. So they just take his tower in front of him, and there's nothing he can do about it. And if Graves ever... And the other thing is, if you ever try to trade with Yorick, if Yorick just stands behind his ghouls, you can never shoot... You can never auto him. So he just kills you. Because you try to auto him, but the bullets hit the ghouls, but they don't even kill the ghouls. It's so sad. Really sad. It's just an unfortunate matchup. I don't think it's OP. Every other champion in the game can one-shot Yorick ghouls with auto attacks. But not Graves. The only champ in the game that can't one-shot Yorick ghouls with his autos. And it's not even that he can't one-shot them, he can't even, like, four-shot them. It takes him forever to kill them. I mean, all they have... Oh my god, breathe. Oh my god, breathe. Breathe. Yo, breathe 0, 2, and 1 on Fiora is 3 times scarier than Wunder 7 and 0. Wow, breathe. God, I love me some breathe Fiora. I think you just keep breathe pushing and you go for Dragon Soul. Because now they have to choose between stopping breathe from ending the game and stopping you from getting Hextech Soul. That is the biggest lose-lose I've ever seen. You're looking for a champion now that's actually useless? Alright, try and find one, and I'll try and tell you an example of when they're good. I can probably tell you some scenario for every champion. Like, for example, a lot of people think that the new Dr. Mundo is useless. New Dr. Mundo has a really insane matchup, which is against Vigar mid. You take Comet, you poke him out with your Q and your E, and then when he's about half health, you just pop ult and Ghost and run at him, and if he tries to box, you literally just run through it with your passive and you just kill him. It's really hard to play Vigar mid into Mundo. He just kills you under your tower. What are RNG doing? I literally just said about the lose-lose scenario they could put Saigon in, and they just did neither of them. B1 Braum is fucking awful, but like, there's lots of things in certain slots that are bad, but I don't think any champion is inherently useless. Like, I think Braum has angles where it's good. Like, it's good into MF, in an isolation. There's a lot of drafts where it cripples, like an MF comp. Yeah, it's really good at, like, denying Ornn engages. If Ornn's your only engage, then Braum does well into that. Katarina. I mean, Katarina's good in any comp where it's, like, really low CC and squishy. I think she's close to useless, but certain comps Katarina can be good. You know one thing that's, like, really good? Katarina with Lilia. Katarina mid, Lilia jungle into a comp with low CC. The Lilia goes for sleep, Katarina jumps in and starts spinning with ult, and nobody hits them. They just let the Katarina ult full channel because it won't break the Lilia sleep. There you go, there's the combo. Because periodic damage doesn't break Lilia sleep. So if Lilia ever gets like a 3 or 4 man sleep, and Katarina just ease in to like a minion or something, you know, and then ults. I mean, Breathe's just ending the game. Isn't it weird how Fiora looks so insane when Breathe plays it, and it looked completely useless when Wunder played it? Breathe's got an insane flank. Unlucky. No pentakill for Gala. Singe top in pro feels pretty bad. I mean, yeah, sure. Sometimes Singe can be good. If the enemy has champions that really rely on specific dashes, Singe's pretty good. Like, an almost instant AoE grounding on a low cooldown is really powerful. Singe W is one of the best spells in the game, it's just the rest of his kit's a bit weak. Yeah, that's why I think he's better in support than top, because support you only really care about the W and the flip. Oh, we got a three-way tie. How do we determine who's playing? I guess I need a new table. Oh wait, no, I can do this. Pantheon? Pantheon's a really good flex. His numbers are a little low at the minute, but I don't think he's useless. Oops. I'm gonna assume it's like EG DFM next. I don't know. Yeah, I'll watch EG DFM, I guess. I'm not feeling too tired. I think I've kind of adjusted to the schedule. So you don't think there's anyone else? I mean, I think Vi is a good candidate. Vi's pretty terrible. In pro play, I think Shaco is pretty bad all the time. I can't think of a Shaco angle. In pro. Teemo with Teemo into some comps that are like really reliant on auto attacks can be pretty good because his blind is really oppressive into that. But that's his. It's like the most niche thing in the universe. Oh, Teemo plus spacing. Oh yeah. Sorry. Now I understand. Yeah, Foz is right. Teemo plus spacing. She does have very good single target lockdown. Yeah, I mean, I think Leona has better single target lockdown. I know she's a jungler, but surely there's other junglers with like as good single target lockdown, like maybe Jarvan. Didn't LS run a Shaco comp in his weird scrims against T1 Academy? I don't know. I don't think I've seen that. Maybe. I'm really sad that Udyr's not there, by the way, at Worlds. I think new Udyr has some really cool things he can do. Shaco can be a useful support against some engaged champs, that's true. That's true. Shaco support is good into champs that like use dashes in very telegraphed ways. I think. Things like I'm thinking like Jarvan trying to EQ in, but you just have your AD carry position around your boxes. Or like Diana, yeah, like Diana. She has like a very telegraphed dash engage, and the Shaco just stops it. I think if you're playing anything other than AP Shaco support, he's just so bad that anything will beat him, though. I agree that he's flexible, I just think everything else that he does so badly. Maybe you could play the AP Shaco in top lane in certain matchups, like into tank matchups where he can free farm. No. Mm. What about Quinn? I think Quinn is extremely bad in every role she's pickable in. Isn't Quinn just worse action? He's like an AD version of Eve in jungle, yeah, but he's worse than Eve. Like, the good AD version of Eve is Rengar. Quinn top has a matchup like Renekton. That's not a real champ. But the thing is, Renekton outscales Quinn. How crazy is that? Renekton with Prowlers will start winning at like 2 items. Because you just Prowlers on her and one shot. And Quinn's really fucking useless. Another champ that I think is just bad because of numbers is Jace. Like, Jace's numbers were low even before durability patch, and then durability patch just made him garbage. Like, Jace is so bad. The item changes hurt her, yeah, for sure, and the durability patch hurt her. There's a lot of times where I want to pick Jace, and I find myself wanting to say Jace is good here, but I have to stop myself saying Jace is good here because Jace is just a dogshit champion right now. In terms of, like, he's a champion that only brings damage, but he doesn't even bring a lot of damage at the minute. Skarner sounds terrible right now? Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't really understand how people were losing to Zanza or Skarner. Like, the champion's so telegraphed in what it's doing. It's really obvious what he's going to do. And then even when he does do it, you can QSS it. Did you see the game where Skarner... I can't remember who it was. I think it was in LEC, but Skarner altered their AD carry, but the other team's Poppy altered the Skarner and sent them both flying across the map, and then the AD carry just 1v1'd him. That was really funny. Jace used to be good at poking you. I mean, Jace used to have really strong lane into, like, scaling into a really strong poke champ, but now he just does so little damage that he loses a lot of lanes and then doesn't poke that hard. So, Jace is a little bit weak. Of the champions that are being picked in Worlds, I think the one that is just worse most of the time is either Vi or Alistair. These two champions are just kind of bad at most things. Like, Alistair's niche is knocking Kennen out of your team. That's kind of it. Alright, BRB 2 minutes. Before I go, Trundle's niche is when tanks are really good, like, particularly like Sejuani, but she's not. I mean, she's okay. You can pick Trundle into Sej and it's a really good angle, but that's about it. Okay, I'm back. I was thinking about it, and the worst champion in the game is obviously Neela, because when it just doesn't matter how many tanky items you build, you just can't kill them. Like, it doesn't matter how tanky you get, the champion's just useless. It's like the worst tank in the game. What'd be the biggest counter matchup in a 1v1 scenario? Probably like... I think it's very possibly Vayne into Mordekaiser. Vayne into Mordekaiser sounds like a pretty impossible one. I mean, I guess like Zed into... At least Cho can like land a Q and then Everfrost and run up and W and ult. I mean, obviously there's going to be stuff like, oh, it's, you know, Camille into Yumi or something, or Draven into Yumi. But I don't think that's a realistic matchup that you could actually get in a game. But I can see someone picking Mordekaiser top and then the enemy picks, like, flexes their Vayne into the top lane. Vayne into Mord sounds unplayable. Who's on blue side? I'm gonna say EG. No, it'll be DFM, right? DFM beat them. They'll choose blue. They'll choose blue, so for sure, even though red's better. Top Sion versus Darius is bad in straight 1v1. It's bad, but it's not the worst. It says EG's blue side. Interesting. So DFM chose red? I mean, it's easy to swap them around. So Riv has different hair every day. Yeah, volley into Camille's very, very good for volley. It's not the... I mean, I've literally played that matchup in scrims, though, as Camille, and did fine. I think if I was playing Mord into Vayne, I definitely would not do fine. Because the reason it's so bad is that, like, what you do against Vayne top is you get your jungle to gank it, but Mordekaiser then can't even ult her, because then it just doesn't become a gank anymore. You know what's very, very bad? Graves into Yorick. But also Yorick into Aurelia. If you ever press Q as Yorick into Aurelia and summon your ghouls, she just immediately 4-stacks and goes in on you. Right into Cassio is very bad, yeah. Have you seen Belveth into Rammus? You know, because she gets so much attack speed, Rammus just taunts her and presses W and she kills herself in like 2 seconds. That one's quite funny. Do I bet on League? No, I don't bet on League. Kled Fiora? It's not that bad. It's kind of like Aatrox Fiora. There's windows for Kled to win. You know exactly when Fiora's going to W, and it's just about dodging the skill shot component of Fiora's W. And then you can all in her. Kali Vega? What about Mundo Vega? Is Kali Vega that bad? Maybe. Mundo Vega. Vega wins into Akali? Yeah, I can see that. I'm just downloading this. This is something that I sent to Foz a while ago. This was my Veigar counter pick. Watch this. How sad does this look? I mean, what what do you do as Veigar in this lane? He legit just runs through the box. Alright, I think we're in draft. Yumi for DFM? Oh no, EGR on. DFM chose red. Based. Hella based. Hecarim and Caitlyn open. And MF. And Aatrox. Zoe Trismid, pretty bad. Zoe Syndra is very bad as well, right? I mean, Hecarim for EG? Inspired played very well on Hecarim. I can see them just taking it. I don't think DFM play Kindred. This? Okay. Feel like Kate has more answers than Hecarim? Yeah. I mean, Hecarim is good. I don't know about the Kai'Sa. So, what I'd be looking for as DFM here is Evie plays Urgot, and Urgot is actually one of the decent matchups into Aatrox. Wait, what if Inspired plays Kindred for us? What if they go Inspired Kindred? Aphelios Talia? Pele's trash. No, I think Evi should go Urgot here. I think Evi Urgot is the line. I think it's the counterpick into Aatrox that we've not seen yet. I mean, I think EG should ban, like, Urgot Fiora, or Urgot Aurelia. I think DFM should ban Kindred. I think DFM should ban Kindred Fiddle. Or Kindred Graves. Fiddle's okay, they got set. That's true, that's true. Fiddle's not that bad, actually. I think Kindred's a great ban for DFM, though. But I don't know if they know that it's the Hecarim, like a great Hecarim, yeah, a great Hecarim answer. It just outpaces him, it can invade him and kill him early. It wins teamfights against him, because the ult just completely cockblocks him. It outscales him. So yeah. Alright, I reckon they should save mid counter pick till R5 now, obviously. They already see the top, so I think they should go R4 Urgot. I doubt they will go R4 Urgot, but I think they really should go R4 Urgot. Oops, that's F12, I wanted F11. There we go. Accidentally hit F11, full screen. Self-countering himself in top lane. What is this? The dude plays Urgot, which is a good matchup into Aatrox. Like, he's known for his Urgot. I mean, I still like Red more right now. Yeah. Even though they picked Gnar, I still like Akali. I still like Red more. The Akali's bad. There's no way they go Skarner. There's just no way. Is it really Trundle? Is Trundle really what you're going for here? Really? Trundle. Yo, Foz, imagine Veigar on R5. Veigar would legit win the draft on its own. On R5 though. Not a single champion can deal with box. Literally none of their champions can get out of the box. And he outranges all of them. That was the best. I think that might have been the best Veigar I've ever seen. Good night, Benjamin. Red are definitely ahead. How far ahead are they is the question. They have losing top. They have winning mid. They have losing bot, I want to say. But bot's kind of volatile. They have Hecarim though. I think 30-70 is reasonable. Trundle is a bot this game? Yeah, it's true. It's not looking good for EG, honestly. Considering they lost to this team earlier, when EG had a 70-30 lead. definitely bad. EG are not looking favoured in this game. Chat's already getting his copium in case they lose. It's really not a shock if they lose, guys. It's really not a shock if we lose to wildcards. Picks I dislike are Kaiser and Gnar. Yeah, me too. Vex isn't terrible. It's just not as good as Veigar, but Vex is pretty good overall. Maybe not pretty good, but it's like, it's fine. I mean, Hecarim's obviously great. Set's kind of good here. Kaiser's okay. Gnar I don't like at all. Was it research or what? No, it's just set support. He always flashes in level 1. Alright, Freak, calm down. No, it's not that impressive. Like, set flashes in level 1 every single game. See, chat understands. I feel like Freak just chats so much shit all the time, man. I don't like Freak casting. The misplay is that they didn't ward Tribush before going for that. Not that they went for it, and not like it's not like Inspired read their mind. Like, it's good that he's there. It makes sense for him to be there, but like set support is always gonna flash in at level 1 to get the trade and then put his Hex Flash. Like, turn his flash into Hex Flash. This is the counter pick in top lane, by the way. Look at that Gnar counter pick. Aatrox isn't even level 4 yet, which is where I say that Aatrox starts winning the matchup. He's still level 3 and he's winning anyway. I get that they want Jojo to carry, but he's good at other champs too. True. Why not just play Azir? That's nice by Evie. Hop into flash. Maybe he could have just flashed. I mean, it doesn't matter. Oh, Hecarim started on chickens. I guess, because his chickens are already back up. Banned? Oh, true, banned. My bad. Even Victor looks good in him. Yeah, I didn't realise it was banned. My mistake. Victor, yeah. Alright. I hope you get some good sleep, man. Good night. Well, there's the counter pick in top lane in action. He's had his TP forced. He is down in CS. Aatrox has had a reset without using TP. And he's not even scaling that well, and that's a solid kill in mid lane. Well played. Well played by Jojo. Do I just not understand draft? Because now the 3070 is winning again, when the 3070 won with EG versus DFM before. Why is Vex in bot lane? Oh, he hit 6! He hit 6 off the creep! Ooh. Solo bolo. We shilling. Solo bolo. Yokin. Wouldn't it be funny if Buffalo and DFM get out instead of EG and Mad? That'd be funny. That'd be hilarious. I think Buffalo are playing super well though. I agree. Mad can definitely lose to Buffalo. I don't think they will. Does Mad now play a best of 5 against Buffalo? That's going to be one of the next best of 5s. Already confirmed. I think they can lose it. I don't think they will, but I think they can. I mean, there's the Gnar counter pick into the Aatrox in action. That better be a Black Cleaver on it, on Aatrox. That better be a Black Cleaver. That better not be a Gore Drinker. I think it's fine to go Black Cleaver first into something that has the built armor. I think it's actually good. And then you go Eclipse second. I better not see an Iron Spike Whip. Oh my god, it's a Gore Drinker. I mean, that was very well played by Impact. It's very well played by Impact. It's probably the best game he's played all tournament so far. He's been having a very, very rough tournament. I think both of the games EG's lost, if Impact was playing better, they would probably win. The big thing that led to them losing the other one today was Impact getting caught in mid lane for no reason, and then the game just ended. Impact is also one of the players who's been benefiting from blinding Aatrox, and then people counterpick themselves into him. I don't understand why people keep counterpicking themselves into Aatrox. I mean, he's just dead. The Gnar's just dead. I don't understand why you're making yourself play that. Why are you putting yourself through this? Same thing with Kennen. Same thing with Kennen. At least Gnar's not as bad as Kennen. I think Gnar's better than Kennen, but like... we've not seen any Kennen. You think I missed it when I talked about... You think you missed it when I talked about Gnar versus Aatrox? Is Gnar a really bad matchup? It's not a really bad matchup, it's just a losing matchup for Gnar. He wins level 1, 2, 3, and then he loses level 4 onwards. But what's strange is that I don't think he particularly outscales Aatrox, so I don't understand why people are picking Gnar into Aatrox. You're like intentionally counterpicking yourself for what? You know? If you're going to intentionally counterpick yourself, why not just be Ornn? Could it be comfort? It could be comfort, but I think Ornn is comfort for most top laners. And like, if you're intentionally counterpicking yourself anyway, intentionally counterpick yourself with something that's just better once it gets to team fights. Oh man, I'm starting to feel a bit tired. Ornn super traditional? Yep. It's true. I mean, the things that I'm calling for against Aatrox are like... Okay, there's another thing that I've just thought of, but no one's going to play this one. So one is you flex your Azir into top lane. Actually, has Ornn been picked in Worlds much? No, not much at all. One is you flex your Aatrox into top lane. The other one is Aurelia. And then the other one, obviously, is Fiora, which people have actually been trying. And then the last one is Heimerdinger. You can flex Heimerdinger. And if they're playing Aatrox, you can just play the Heimerdinger into the Aatrox, and it's really difficult for him. The only thing you have to be careful of as Heimerdinger in that matchup is that as Aatrox pops his R, it fears all minions around him, which includes Heimerdinger turrets. So you just have to be careful that you don't get all in while he fears your turrets. You just want to, you don't want to use your spells on him that cause your turrets to shoot their beams while your turrets are feared. You want to wait until the fear on your turrets ends. Other than that, it's a really hard winning matchup for Heimerdinger, sorry. I feel like Wukong top would also beat Aatrox. I wonder why no one's tried Wukong top. Because people can flex Wukong. Oh, they're dead. I don't like Sunder on Hecarim here. I don't know why it's not Trinity Force. Oh, Jax. Someone picked Aatrox and Clutch. My friend picked Jax into it and got smashed. Jax loses lane into Aatrox until level 11. Once, Jax just outscales. Once he gets level 11, he starts winning. But until level 11, it's very, very Aatrox favored. What about Olaf? Olaf into Aatrox. That sounds really good. Like, what does Aatrox do when you ult and run him down? Because none of his things knock you up. His pull doesn't pull you. Do you think the Fnatic sub is actually better than Hilly? Probably not. Overall, probably not. Yeah, Olaf sounds good. I'd have to try that. I have to see if I can find someone that I know who's like a master tier player and play the matchup with them. Yeah, I mean, I think in theory, not Aatrox. Olaf should just win. I can't see why he wouldn't just win. I mean, Aatrox probably outscales, but I don't think there's a lot in it in terms of scaling. Oh. I'm honestly more interested in the outcome of this game than what actually happens. I don't think there's many people still here watching. I think it's kind of just me and you. Maybe someone else is lurking. Make it 3! You can sleep if you want, then it's getting super late. I mean, there should only be... Yeah, there's for sure only one more game. So if I watch this game, I can just do the draft review for the last game and then go to bed instead of like watching the game. I can just stay until after draft. I think that's probably what I'll do. I've done that before one time as well. I did that a couple of days ago. I didn't watch the last game. I just reviewed the draft and then ended stream. Because by that point it was like 4 in the morning, so it's 3:24 right now. I don't know if any of you guys who are still in the chat saw my announcement that I put out on the community thing on YouTube, but I'm not going to be streaming next weekend because it's my girlfriend's birthday. You actually learned so much about drafting from me. I'm really glad. Like, I had 2 goals with starting to make draft content. One is just to improve the community's general understanding of draft. If I can do that, I think I've achieved a lot. And then 2 is obviously to see if I can make something out of this channel, see if I can push it further. Okay, I'll tell her. I'll tell her that my viewers wish her a happy birthday. That way I don't have to remember every individual person that wishes her a happy birthday. It's my birthday 4 days after her as well. It's my birthday on the 12th. Oh, you always send my vids to your friends? Thanks, man. I think that's like the best way for me to grow, is just people telling each other. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be old. I'm gonna be 25. Harry played well there. I'm just analysing this game, like the gameplay, so little. I'm on like low energy right now. Do you think you can dive a little bit into drafting sequences and stuff sometime? Like what lanes to pick first, and I guess how to fundamentally draft? I don't think there's ever like a lane you should pick first. The easiest lane to pick early is for sure AD carry, because the matchup is like the least important. Maybe jungle, but like support counter pick is really massive, mid counter pick is really massive, top counter pick is really massive, so those 2 are easier to pick early. But the best thing to pick early by far is anything that you can flex. I think you'll see when me and Foz draft against each other, we always draft something early that we can flex into multiple roles, because it lets us pivot out of like bad situations. So there was the game where I had Ornn and he picked into Fiora, but because I had Azir, I flexed the Azir into top lane to play against the Fiora, and I just let the Ornn farm mid against the Corki. So because I consider Azir to be a flexible pick, drafting it early is not bad. Yeah, I guess I could try to make some content like that. I'm not sure how I would go about that though. I'm not sure what the sort of format of it should be. That's why Maokai is so early picked. Exactly, because he can be played into 3 different roles, and not only, I guess 4, maybe 4. Kinda just 3 though. But he can also be played in disengage comps, he can be played in engage comps, and he can kinda be played in poke comps, just as a way to stop people from diving onto your poke champions. So he's like flexible in what he can do as well as in what lanes he can go into. Basically, with your early picks, the more options you have in the rest of your draft, the better. Okay, Jojo. Calm down. Oh, oh! I just noticed, by the way, Vex went Leandri. That's really good. That's the first Leandri Vex I've seen. Why is Hecarim buying anti-heal? Is it legit just for Aatrox? That doesn't sound good. I feel like if you're doing that, you just get Thorn Mail or nah. The weird thing with I saw a video about LS about Leandries versus Ludens. Yeah, Leandries is often better. It's not always better. Basically, the distinction you make is, do you need to burst people? Are there like specific targets that you need to burst, or can you only win if you burst people out? If you need burst, then Ludens. Unless you specifically need burst, I think Leandries just always does more damage. Because you still have some burst with Leandries as well. It's just whether you need the extra burst from Ludens. The weird thing about itemization, and the fact that people so often get it wrong, is that a lot of the time you can literally just plug the numbers of like how much HP does this guy have, how much armor or magic resist does he have, and how much AP do I have. Just put the numbers into a calculator. I mean that most control mages Leandris is better most of the time, yeah. Some champs really like Everfrost for the root, which is fair enough. That's like utility. That's not something you can put in a calculator. Like, you can't calculate how much damage a root is worth. But when it's something like Leandri versus Ludens, you can actually just use a calculator to figure out which one is better. Why guys are just ult into their melee, into their front line? Can you unironically use a calculator? I mean, I mean like a literal calculator. You know, like what you'd use in math class? Because you can get all the information you need. So like, let's say here, I just go Vex lol. If I go here, then I can see all the numbers of her spells. And I can just plug in the 70% AP here and then factor in the stats. And then I can go like, let's say we want to see how hard she hits a Hecarim. We go here. And we just put Hecarim. Isn't there a thing somewhere where you can set his level? Yeah, here we go. We say against a level... This drop down's not working. There we go. A level 9 Hecarim has this stats. And then you compare like the magic resist, and then you say like, oh, he's got 50 magic resist from his items, so he's on 95 magic resist. And then you just do the calculation for like how much damage would this do with Ludens, how much... Like, it takes a while. You've got to go and collect all the numbers, but you can... Like, there is an objective truth as to which one is better. It's not down to preference. Like, one of them will just do more damage, and that's the correct one. So, if you just... I'm sure someone could make a program that is, like, specifically a calculator for League of Legends. That's definitely something someone could do. Yeah, the only times you can't use a calculate which one's better for that is, like, Here, Aphelios has Gale Force, right? You can't really put a number on how much he needs the dash. You just kind of have to say, like, he really likes having the dash here. There's no, like, amount of damage that you can equate that to. So... Well, this game's a little bit over. EG want me to go to bed, I guess. Based. There's just no way that DFM can win this fight. They're kind of getting slapped by AG's wallets right now. AG just have too much gold for them to ever win a fight. Thank you, Evil Geniuses, for allowing me to go to bed in maybe 15 minutes. I don't know how long the break is. It's probably like 15 minutes and then draft takes 5 or 10. So I can probably go to bed in like 25 minutes. Am I working tomorrow? Yes, I am. I work from home though, so I have no travel. So I can get up pretty late. If I want, I can start at 10. It just means I have to, instead of 9, it just means I have to work an hour later. But normally what I do is I start at 10 and end at 5, and I don't take a lunch break. Like I eat like a sandwich or something while I'm working, so that I don't have an hour lunch. This kitchen's so packed, yeah, kinda. It's not that bad though. Like, I'll get like 6 hours sleep. That's not terrible. And I really just want to grind out worlds. I'm hoping that my channel grows a lot from this. Because, I mean, it is quite a big grind. But it's definitely the best. I mean, it's obviously the best opportunity I'm gonna get is to grind worlds. Like, there's nothing better to grind. Worlds has the highest viewership of any event. and it also has a lot of the matches that people remember for a long time. So even like returning viewers after the tournament ends. So if I was ever going to grind, now is the time to grind, you know? Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm always trying to improve. Jesus, struggling to speak. I'm always trying to improve. So if there's anything you think I can do better, then let me know. I'm not going to be one of those people that's like doesn't like criticism. Like, I want to know what I can improve at. Just make sure I don't forget about the OGs. Never do. Never. I still, because I'm like quite a small channel, I have that thing, that thing in the back of your mind where you're like, do I actually know what I'm talking about? I find that people tend to think that I do, but I tend to think that I sometimes don't, which is weird. Like, I have that sort of, that nervous hypothetical of like, what if LS or someone finds my channel and they watch my channel and then they're like, yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and it just kills my fucking channel, you know? That would be sad. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, everything's an opinion in terms of draft. Like, some people think Vi is really good. I happen to not be one of them. But, it's not the end of the world if you think Vi is good. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. I don't think rank really tells you about drafts. Like, there's some people that are a lot higher rank than me just by being really good mechanically, or really good at, like, one specific champion. I'm not around Masters right now. Look what happened to me. Look what happened, bro. Wait, why is it D4 here? There we go. Look what happened. I quit the game and I decayed, so I went from D1 to Plat 1. I didn't like lose games to get there or anything. I just stopped playing, so I decayed. I was mythic raiding with my WoW guild, so that would be a hell of a losing streak. That would have to be an intense losing streak. Or like, what is that? That's like 500 LP? Or 400 LP or something? Jesus. The good thing is, when you decay, you keep your MMR. So now I'm back in Diamond 4, but I get plus 22 minus 9. Like LP. I get 22 LP for a win, and I lose 9 LP for a loss. So it's pretty easy to climb again. Because my MMR didn't change. I still have like Diamond 1 MMR. You have 14 per win and lose 16 per loss? Okay, so you have like slightly below MMR, but that's not bad. I mean, plus 15 minus 15 just means that you are playing in your own MMR. Your MMR is not higher than your rank. But it'll fluctuate between game. Like, sometimes you'll have the enemy team has a couple more higher ranked players than yours, and if you win, it'll give you more more LP. Because you had the lower MMR team. So it's not the same every single game. For example, let me see if I can show you this. I think the last two games I played. Yeah, okay. So this game that I won here, like as Aatrox here, this was a Platinum 1 average game. So for this, I think I would only get like 18 LP. But this one, I won a Diamond 2 average game. So because the level of the game is much higher, I gained like 23 LP or something. I gained a lot of LP. Because my account's only in Diamond 4, and I won in Diamond 2 MMR, so I gained a lot of LP. This game was funny. Look at top lane. It's like I'm 8 and 12, and their top lane is 4 and 11. Top lane's just such a dead roll. Gotta love some top lane. Absolute island. I won the island though, so you know. That was the game where I tried Irelia as a Aatrox counter. That was earlier today. And it's true, she does beat him. And if I can beat a Diamond 2 Aatrox player, then these pro players at Worlds can probably beat these other pro players, because they're professional players. Alright, one more draft. Blend right in with who? Oh, with the pros? I don't know. I think I threw myself over in solo queue by trying to play too many things. G2 British Power 2023, I wish. Yeah, because I'm like so interested in draft and like all these creative picks, I tried to play a lot of things in solo queue. If I just one-tricked, I think one-tricking is like the best way to climb, probably. Well, let's go through and see what champions I've played in solo queue this year. I've definitely played Aatrox, I've played Akali, I've played Azir, I've played Camille, I've played Darius, I've played GP, I'm a GP main, I've definitely played GP, I've played Fiora, I've played Gnar, I've played Gragas, I've played Gwen, I've played Aurelia, I've played Jax, I've played Ganon. I've played Riven. I've played Rengar. You can give you solely one trick MF, you can get out of gold. Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. Because if you just keep playing the same champion, you get, like... Let's say you play 10 different champions, right? Like I'm doing, you play 10 different champions. How often are you going to play the same matchup twice? Because your opponents keep playing different champions and you keep playing different champions. So the odds that you keep playing the same matchup is really low. But if you play the same champion every game, every time you play against a certain champion, you're playing a matchup you've already played. So you're improving at that matchup. So there was a time, like when I hit Diamond 1, I was playing pretty much only GP and Gwen. So I was getting really, really good at my GP and Gwen matchups. Yeah. So you learn things like, oh, if I step up here at this time, when she's got this cooldown, I lose the trade. But if she doesn't have it, then I win the trade. And you just sort of get used to how your champions interact with each other. Playing lane in high elo is all about the little things. I think so. In my elo, I think it's all about wave management and tracking the jungler. I think that's the biggest thing in like Diamond 1 Master. Once you get to like Grandmaster, I think that's where like little micromanaging lane mechanics is really important. But my games are pretty much determined by jungle. So if you can track jungle and make it so that their jungle's wasting time top lane, it's like really, really good. Like if you freeze when their jungle's top and crash when their jungle's bot. Never give them any opportunity to gank you. Or if you can crash, the best thing you can do is if you can crash right before they come top. So if you know they're pathing top, you crash when they're on wolves and you recall. So then they do their grump and they want to look to gank you top, but they can't because you're in base. That's really good to do. I think the best way to get out of gold with MF is probably just push every wave and try to like play around your jungler. Yeah, so whoever wins this doesn't have to play RNG. Does that mean follow them into fights like river fights and stuff? Yeah, so your champion's so good early that you'll probably win most river fights, and because you've pushed the wave in, it's really hard for the enemy bot to move into river fights, so you kind of just get numbers advantage, and everything that they would do where normally they would int, you kind of stop them inting and make them actually get fed. That's probably the best way to play in gold. Because I don't think I would expect my jungler in gold to understand not to fight for something while I'm freezing, whereas in Diamond 1 I would expect them to do that. You definitely have to, in solo queue, you definitely have to play around what teammates you have, rather than like what's realistically correct in the game. You look at Chronicler's posture. Dude looks like a Chad. He's got such good posture. Chronicler's actually posture gapping the entire desk. That's the ideal posture. Read that off Reddit. Have you seen Deft's posture? No, I haven't. But I know that Deft has a lot of like back issues, so he really needs to have good posture for his health. Yeah, I mean, it looks like he has very good posture. Faker does too. Yeah, Deft was really, really struggling in... Maybe it was 2021 or 2020. Like, there was times where he could barely play. Because he has like a medical condition in his back. I'm pretty sure that was Deft. I remember there was an interview with SKT where Faker, mid-interview, was telling his teammates to correct their posture. Faker is very big on posture. He always sits like this during games. He's always got really good posture while playing. That's the shy. Faker is a really good role model. He's so humble. Deft got a lot of kills at Worlds, but didn't really do much with them. I think all of Hanwha performed very well, given what they were expected to do. I don't think they were expected to even make quarterfinals. I think they're quite similar to DRX this year, actually. People thought they would not do very well in play-ins. They just rolled through play-ins, like DRX have just rolled through play-ins. And then they thought they wouldn't do very well in groups. They got out of the group. They even took a game off RNG, which was very big because RNG was like the 3rd Chinese seed and they were the 4th Korean seed. They actually went tiebreaker against them, I think. And then obviously they drew T1 in quarterfinals, which is very unlucky. But Chovy has had very, very bad quarterfinals luck. He had to play in 2019. He had to play with the worst top laner in all of the eliminations against the Shy. Then in 2020 he got Dom1, and then in 2021 he got T1 in quarterfinals. Really unlucky. But this year he is the one that people want to avoid. So, you know, how the tables have turned. What side are EG on? Loud blue, okay. Do you know how sides are picked in pro games? Is it coin flip? I don't know. I know in this game, because Loud beat EG, so they were technically the higher. They won the head-to-head, I believe, or something like that. They got to choose their side, I think, because they were the higher seed. I think that's how it was in this. Did Loud beat EG? No, EG lost to Fnatic and DFO. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know. Oh wait, no, Evil Geniuses are on blue. The thing lied to me. Yeah, so I guess because Evil Geniuses beat Loud, they get to pick. So they picked blue. Because EG won the head-to-head. Alright, so I think Loud on red have to ban Hecarim. No, Loud are on blue. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Right, Callista. Yumi. So Hecarim's open. I mean, I think DFM's better than Loud, so I guess Loud should lose this. I think blue side is OP? No, I like red side. I think red side's better in draft. If you... Because I'm gonna go soon, I'll just show you this to explain. If you watch this video here on my... Oh, sorry, you can't see it. If you watch this video here on my channel, I have a video called Red Side is Better. And I just explain why I think red side's better. This one here. Okay, they Sedge Flex. I mean, I like the Azir. I think they should go Hecarim with it. Azir Hecarim would be insane. They really go Belveth? No. No, surely not. Oh no, don't go Trundle. I hate Trundle, man. Oh wait, it is into Sejuani. Am I a big fan of Azir top? I think it's a thing that you can play, which gives Azir more value in draft because you can flex it, and I think it's really good into some matchups. So yeah, I guess you could say I'm a big fan of Azir top. I would never blind Azir top, but I would flex it. I actually don't hate Trundle here. This is like the one situation where you do pick Trundle. Is into Sejuani. Misfortune. Okay, so you ban out Amumu for EG in the second round of bans. You always want to ban out Amumu if they have MF. I would pick my AD carry now because otherwise it's going to get banned out. I would probably go for Xayah. Azir with Xayah sounds really good into an engage comp. Thinking Leona. They're definitely banning Amumu. There's the Amumu ban. The other one might be Rel. It can also be... They might also ban Gnar, the top lane, but I mean, they're not going to play Azir top into Gnar. That's another thing that Azir wins really hard, is the Gnar matchup. Do you pick Rel here out loud? Rel's fine. Rel's like budget Amumu. I don't really like Rel very much, but I mean, it's certainly playable. It's not the worst thing in the world. I think you could play support Ashe for Loud here. It's not terrible. Ashe with Misfortune's very good. Oops. This goes there. Impact wants Gwen. The fact that they banned Jax means they want to go Gwen on 4, maybe? But I don't know why, or maybe they want to go Gwen on 5. Draven's okay here, he really needs cleanse. He's going Aphelios. Okay, so... Oh, maybe not into Kai'Sa. I was going to into Aphelios, you would go Karma to bully the lane. Into Kai'Sa, I think maybe you can go Set support for the Loud. Set looks pretty good here. And then top, I think maybe just Ornn. Nautilus isn't as good as Set. It just offers less. Oh, but you assume that they're going Gwen, right? Because they banned Jax. So I guess for top, maybe you go GP. Okay, they're playing Talia jungle, and they're playing Zac mid. They're playing Sejuani top, Talia jungle, Zac mid. So it's probably gonna... I mean, Gwen's really good for EG here. Gwen is very, very good. Never mind. They're playing Talia mid, Viego jungle. I still think Gwen's very good. This would be a terrible Mordekaiser. I think he should go Gwen. GP's okay. GP's fine. Oh my god. He just griefed it. I don't like Mord. So who's winning? I mean, I think EG are winning still. It's pretty hard for them to deal with Azir. If Mordekaiser just removes Viego, they really don't have anyone that can actually touch Azir. Like, if we consider a scenario where it's a straight team fight, right? If Mordekaiser ults Viego, so these two, B5 and R5 are just gone, right? Who kills Azir here? He kind of just hits all these champs for free. As long as he's not CC'd in a Misfortunal, I don't think he can die, and he just kills everyone. Trundle makes Sejuani really squishy in the fights. Let's look at lane matchups. I think Azir, just like LNG versus V5, did that happen? I don't remember that game. I watched the series, but I don't remember the game. Thoughts on EG, even though they make a lot of mistakes, they seem more gutsy than the average NA team? I agree. Like, I like Jojo. Jojo plays with a lot of confidence. And that's good. It doesn't matter who he's against, he just plays with a lot of confidence all the time. So yeah, mid lane, Azir's winning. Jungle, Trundle's winning, so that's 2 winning matchups already. Bot lane, I think it's fairly even. And then top lane, Mordekaiser's actually beating Sejuani. So EG have winning individual matchups as well. So I'm going to say like 60-40 EG here. No, maybe 65-35 to EG. I think it's actually a bit better. Just because they're outscaling as well as winning lanes. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to let you guys watch the game if you want, but I'm going to stop streaming here. So thanks for watching everyone that tuned in. And I'll see you tomorrow or whenever the next games are. I think it's tomorrow. So yeah. Good night.